Chapter 141. A Peek into the Life. Captain Angelton stood by the front doors of the building they were assigned. With his arms crossed, he watched the elites filing in, then being separated based on their unit designations. While the support troops were being ushered toward the lobby for reassignment, the combat troops bunched up around their team leaders. Near the lobby counter in the main entryway, Blackwood and the other dispatch sergeants were working with one of logistics officers from Gate 22 Command to keep everything organized. He could hear them loudly warning the recruits to treat their temporary accommodations with respect and to be ready for muster by 2600. Running his well-trained eyes over the troops, he evaluated their combat readiness and potential. Each of the elites looked tired, but not overly so. Well, except for a few particularly weak recruits who were currently leaning against a wall, waiting for Sergeant Wesker to pick an apartment for their team to take over. Glancing over at the Kander and Walker, he could see that they both were ready to pass out. While Walker was at least managing to remain upright, the Kander was barely keeping her eyes open. She had needed to be carried for most of the journey, and she still looked pretty pale from the experience. Surprisingly, Verena had handled the long march better than he'd expected him to. Perhaps the old scientist wasn't such a lost cause after all? Shaking off his thoughts concerning their weakest team, he mentally checked the time. Nodding to himself, he decided that his sergeants could handle getting everyone fed and bunked without him. After sending a quick ping to inform his staff of intentions, he headed off toward the Mountain Gate Command Center to report in. Hopefully, his team's orders were waiting for him. He wasn't really in the mood for a meeting. After all, he'd be able to kill a lot more kobolds after a few hours of sleep and a good meal. Nero's mind was having trouble processing what was happening. It seemed they'd taken over an apartment building, or maybe a hotel. But the weirdest part about it was that the sergeants were treating it like an Airbnb or something. It was disturbing to see armed, chainmail-clad warriors walking around what he would normally consider a pretty nice lobby. From the outside, the building had looked like a massive wooden cube with a slanted clay roof. There must have been 10 floors, each with windows complete with little planting boxes attached at the bottom. White shutters and the occasional rounded balcony gave the building a very Germanic or European vibe. Had the walls been made of stone, the building wouldn't have looked out of place in any number of romantic comedies set in Paris or some other fancy city. The interior had a large entryway, a nice marble floor, and pedestals proudly displaying arrangements of flowers that he didn't recognize. The ceiling had recessed essence lighting and what he'd come to consider standard handmade crown molding. The rich wood walls made the place look like a hotel lobby. There was even a front desk with a large mural depicting a beautiful meadow hanging on the wall behind it. Before he could really come to terms with what he was seeing, Sergeant Wesker waved the team over, and they headed up a ridiculously large stairway to the 3rd floor. After proceeding through an immaculately maintained hallway, which included a resplendently carpeted floor, the sergeant led them into a large apartment. The common room was huge and filled with art and bookshelves, along with couches and small terrace. Did we get one of the better room assignments, or are they all like this? He couldn't help but wonder. Nero's attention turned to the sergeant, who was giving them a brief update on their situation. We might only be here for a day at most. If you want, there will be food in the lobby, but I'd recommend using this time to get some sleep. In 9 hours, we will muster outside and receive our orders. While I don't know exactly what we'll be doing, I can make a guess. From what I've read in the general updates section of the Thought Hub, our initial goal is to contain the kobolds within the mountain, so be prepared to do some climbing. Until then, pick a spot and get some sleep. He finished his speech quickly, obviously not interested in going into any details. Nero stood there, still in the front foyer, watching everyone break up and start looking for a place to sleep. He felt like they were intruding into someone's home, and it was vaguely offensive to see them all just treat the situation as completely normal. Nero's eyes widened as he watched Nick casually walk up to the small wet bar, and pour himself a drink. While dropping a few cubes of ice into a glass, the man had the gall to pick up a picture frame and examine the apartment's owners. Nero couldn't believe it. His jaw actually dropped when he saw Nick offer up a smile and a small toast to the picture, before setting it down where he found it and walking off like he owned the place. Rose was already passed out, face down on one of the couches. But he had no idea where Kathleen and Wesker had gone. The place had so many doors and hallways that he figured they could be anywhere by now. Deciding to just embrace the madness, he boldly walked into the common room and started looking around. Heading over to one of the hallways, he saw a few rooms off to the side and figured that there was probably a bedroom around there somewhere. The first door led to some kind of study. It was nice, but the couch didn't look very comfortable. Moving on, he opened another door to see Kathleen stripping out of her combat leathers, looking at him curiously, as if she were wondering if he needed something. Nero's face went blank, and he just slowly backed away and closed the door. A world without shame is a lot less fun than I thought it would be. If there is no feeling of being bad, then all the excitement is sucked out of the experience. Is this how plastic surgeons back home feel about nudity? That must suck, he thought to himself. Putting the matter aside, he tried another door, and finally found an empty bedroom. It looked like a smaller kid's room, complete with a pile of clothes in the corner. Doing a double take, Nero tilted his head in confusion. What's the point of throwing your clothes in the corner, but still taking the time to fold them, he wondered. Everything about the room vaguely reminded him of a teenage boy's bedroom, but the details were all wrong. There were posters hanging on the walls of attractive women, but they were all action shots of them either fighting or standing proudly in front of equipment of some kind. They didn't look like something a snot-nosed brat might use to, you know. If anything, they looked like female empowerment posters. Walking over to take a closer look at the one hanging above the desk, he saw that it was a poster of an arena fighter. In bold letters at the top, it declared, Level 20 Championship, Year, Dorchester 1362. There was a stat box showing her record and who she had fought. Another little box had information on her biography, along with a description of her abilities. All of the information provided a beautiful background to the image of her standing proudly over a defeated opponent. She was dressed in tight combat leathers, her chin raised as if she were daring someone to face her, and she was holding a short spear and a small buckler in her hands. Maybe this is a teen girl's room, he thought. Looking down at the desk, he saw a letter sitting there, addressed to the soldier using my room. His eyebrows rose a little in surprise, and he leaned over to read it. To the soldier using my room. Thank you for defending our walls. I hope you kill a lot of kobolds and can return safely to your family. If you need any of my weapons for a backup, they're in my closet. Please don't take my spear, though. I need it for my final exam, and I hate using the ones at the center. I left some paper under this letter, so you can write a letter back to me, and so you can leave a message for any of the other soldiers that are going to use my room. My dad says the most important thing in a fight is to rely on your teammates, so remember to do that. And don't forget that they're counting on you, too. One day, I'll pay back what you've done for me. I promise. Fight hard, and don't die. Toby Hewitt. Miro stood there in stunned silence for at least 30 seconds before his brain eventually rebooted. All right, so it's not the room of a teenage girl who's into strong role models, he thought to himself. With fresh eyes, he took another look around the room and started to get a better sense of the owner. The young man was dedicated, hard-working, obsessed with powerful women, and completely unrecognizable as a typical teenager. This was the room of an idealized teenager who was dedicated to the greater good, raised in an environment of service, and focused intensely on his personal development. It was creepy. Suppressing a shiver, He turned away from the desk and walked over to the bed. He really didn't have the energy right now to write a motivational letter, let alone an inspirational note to the next poor soldier that was destined to use this room. For now, he'd just try and get some sleep, then hopefully get up early enough to still have some food. Dropping his satchel at the foot of the bed, he started peeling off his combat leathers. When he was finally finished, he looked down at the pile and wondered how he could feel both clean and grimy at the same time. His cleaning spell just wasn't cutting it, and he really wanted a shower and a laundromat. Realizing that he neither had the time nor the patience to deal with anything at the moment, he just hopped on the bed, clad only in his underwear. Staring at the ceiling, he felt his entire body relax and melt into the mattress. As his eyes closed, he apologized to himself for not taking the time to read the mission packet, use the thought hub to research kobolds, or any number of things that were vitally important to his immediate survival. He was just too tired, and he'd probably have time to deal with it in the morning. Night. Whenever the hell he got up. Shooting up from the bed, he reached out for his sword on his hip. After grasping at nothing for a few seconds, his mind started working, and he looked over at the door to see Kathleen standing there, amused. "We've got 2 hours before muster. Food's downstairs, and the shower is at the end of the hall. I sent you a ping with information about kobolds. Read it while you eat," she said, then simply turned around and closed the door behind her. Blinking a few times to clear his head, Nero tried to process what the hell had just happened. Laying back down on the bed, he stared at the ceiling and took stock of his condition. His identity said he was at 100%, and he surprisingly did feel fine. There was no lingering soreness or joint pain. His mind felt clear, and he was wide awake. Doing the math, he had only slept like 6 or 7 hours at the most. Was that really all his body needed now? Forcing himself to get up, he bent down and started getting dressed. The stiff leather didn't feel right, and he hoped his constant use of the cleaning spell wasn't causing it to break down or something. Mentally adding it to the impressively long list of things he planned on getting answers to, he threw his satchel over his shoulder and headed off toward the door. Food first, then studying. If there was time, he'd come back for a shower. Need over greed, he told himself. As he passed the desk, he saw the letter from Toby still sitting there. Coming to a stop, he felt his shoulders sag, and he sighed in annoyance. He just didn't have it in him to not write something when the kid sounded so idealistic. Sitting down at the desk, he set Toby's letter aside and started writing his response. Not even thinking about it, he wrote in English. "Toby, thanks for letting me borrow your room. I didn't wash the sheets because I was too tired. But considering that I probably won't be the last person to use your room, I doubt you care. I didn't take any of your weapons. I've already got my own, and I prefer magic anyway. If you want some words of wisdom, here you go. Chicks dig independent guys with money. Don't simp, or you'll be friend-zoned faster than something really fast. Also, remember to stay in school and to not do drugs. Nero." Lord Walker. Nero looked at what he wrote and shrugged. Good enough, he thought. It was too bad he couldn't think of a faster-than metaphor that was remotely PG enough to include in the letter. Looking at the crossed-out Nero, he debated whether he should just rewrite the whole damned thing. After deciding that he didn't care, he put his letter under Toby's and started on his note to the next soldier who'd borrow the young man's room. Random soldier. I don't know enough about the military or what's going on. So, instead of words of wisdom or secrets that will keep you alive, I'll just leave a joke. Hopefully, it will at least be funny enough to bring a smile to your face before you are sent somewhere horrible. What do you call a sword that isn't yours? Stolen. You shouldn't steal. It's bad. Don't take the kid's weapons. We already took his room. Anyways, hope you don't die. Lord Walker. Nero looked down at what he'd written with a smile. Perfect, he thought. Leaving the note right where it was, he got up and pushed the chair back under the desk. After doing a few brief stretches, he opened the door and headed off to get some breakfast. Or maybe dinner. Either way, it will probably be better than rations. Hopefully, there would still be some coffee. He had some studying to do. Chapter 142. You're good, but I'm better. Currently at the headquarters of Precision Shipping, Vera sat in the middle of the conference room, her chair turned away from the table. With a subtle smile on her face, she looked out the floor-to-ceiling windows out onto the city. Even knowing that Nicholas was only back in Dorchester to deal with the kobold threat, it had been nice to be able to speak with him again. She mentally reviewed the conversation she'd just had with her husband, and couldn't help but chuckle. Apparently, Nero's ability to perceive the flows occurring within the ether was just as impressive as she thought it would be. Weeks ago, she'd seen him copy a rather complicated cleaning spell after watching her cast it a single time. While the young man didn't realize how incredible that was, she surely did. At the time, she didn't know the details of how he did it, but she had been able to make some deductions, and as usual, patience and planning served her well. An absurd talent, already being forgotten by the leadership. And I've successfully aligned him with my house, she thought with some pride. As she reveled in being proven right about her assumptions, she felt a ping from one of her aides, alerting her that her guests have arrived. Her smile vanished, and she turned away from the windows. All of her distracting thoughts were pushed aside for the moment, as she preferred to always enter a battle with a clear mind. The conference room doors opened, and in walked Victoria Blackwood, along with 4 aides, or perhaps counselors? Vera stood up, gesturing lightly with one hand to the chairs opposite her position at the table. Please take a seat. Tea or coffee is available if you'd like, and the table's link is available to you if you require it. When you're ready, we can begin. Using her keen perception, honed over years of brutal combat in the business arena, she evaluated her opponents. Lord Blackwood was currently much more composed than the last time she'd seen her, which made sense considering the woman's head had been on the metaphorical chopping block at the time. But now, her robes were immaculate, proudly displaying her house's colors in vibrant shades of yellow and black. She was calm, composed, and her slight smile was the perfect example of a potential ally hoping for a productive meeting. Even her essence field seemed to radiate friendship and welcome. But, to Vera's eyes, the woman was merely presenting a perfect front. Her counselors, for it was obvious that that's what they were, didn't have nearly enough control over their expressions. It was clear that they were all wary of what might happen, and their essence fields were humming with their unease. After pouring herself a cup of tea from the tray in the center of the table, Victoria Blackwood's soft voice began the negotiations. Since the arbitration meeting in the Hall of Leadership, I've had a chance to take a better look at Lord Walker's portfolio. I hadn't realized how much of Dorchester's trade House Walker and you currently control. Your acquisition of Lord Bevan's shipping concerns was a masterstroke. I fear we may not be able to live up to the standard pledge of a 20% price reduction through the preferred contracts. That is, if you intend to apply them across all of Precision Shipping. At most, we'd be able to do 5%, and not for 50 years. 10 would be a much more reasonable time frame. After all, we are at war, while also in the middle of density shift. Our city needs to focus on the fights in front of us, not the balance sheet. Victoria Blackwood never raised her voice. She merely modulated her tone to convey her apology and a slight hint of disgust at Vera's greed. So, she's opting to play as a director. Interesting, thought Vera, while raising one eyebrow in surprise. She hadn't expected the new Lord Blackwood to be so direct, or to be the type of player willing to set the tone of the engagement. From what she'd learned of her opponent, The woman had won most of her previous battles by using deception and misdirection. Though unexpected, it wasn't a problem. There are ways to deal with directors. Simply force them to fight with themselves. Staying silent, Vera calmly took a sip of her tea while locking eyes with her opponent. Seconds passed, and the tension in the room seemed to build. Right as Lord Blackwood was about to speak again, Vera began talking. When someone stands in the hall of leadership, their words are treated as binding. You avoided execution, saved your house from its expected fall, and proclaimed your desire for friendship and alliance with House Walker in front of the entire council. Now you are here, subtly implying that Lord Walker was dishonest with his words, once again attempting to cast yourself as a victim. How very bold of you, said Vera, while slightly smirking and keeping her tone light. Victoria's mouth snapped shut the moment Vera had started speaking. Her eyes narrowed at Vera's reframing of her argument. She hadn't expected the woman to be so shameless. It was obvious that Lord Walker had misrepresented his transportation company. It was more like a massive shipping concern spanning over half of Dorchester, with interests extending across the whole region. And now his proxy was sitting here, maintaining his deception without batting an eye. Is she really not going to negotiate at all? I thought she was a more nuanced player than this, she thought. Doubling down on her earlier implication, Victoria said, You can't possibly expect the standard preferential contract terms to apply to the entirety of precision shipping. If you were to abuse those terms, House Blackwood's entire production and maintenance facilities will be doing nothing but attending to your needs. We wouldn't be able to fulfill any of our current orders, and the resulting costs would have our doors closed within a year. You had to have run the numbers. Vera's smirk didn't falter. Her eyes ran across the pale councillors and settled on the woman sitting across from her. It was obvious that she had come here expecting to argue about the specific terms of the preferential contracts. In a way, she was right. It was impossible for them to actually adhere to the terms as they were presented. However, the woman had made a mistake by attempting to take that as a given. Victoria Blackwood had chosen the wrong argument, and if there was one thing Vera was good at, it was taking advantage of her opponent's mistakes. Of course I ran the numbers. I know exactly how many engineers, wagonsmiths, wood carvers, and maintenance workers you have. I even know how many janitors are currently working at each of your 7 facilities. If I were to temporarily send my maintenance staff on vacation, I could fill your entire production capacity for the next 100 years, while still running at a profit. I could just keep ordering wagons and repairs until you failed to meet the demand. I could even use my facilities to take over the contracts that you would be defaulting on. Keep in mind, I wasn't the one to agree to preferential contracts in front of the Leadership Council. I'd just be abiding by them. Without having stated specific terms, the standard was assumed. You agreed that the details would be discussed at a later date, not that they'd be negotiated, said Vera, again not making any demands, still letting her opponent's own words act as the debate's counterpoint. Clenching her teeth, Victoria replied, I said before that I would prefer to be a friend to House Walker. This is not how House Blackwood treats its friends. I believe that they're... Vera's voice cut through the room like a sword, cleanly interrupting what Victoria was saying. Friends don't come into other people's houses and cast aspersions on their host's honor. They live up to their word, or at the very least apologize for not being able to. House Walker has done nothing against House Blackwood. Have I said anything that is untrue, or should Lord Walker be held accountable for your misunderstanding of the situation? Victoria glared across the table. Had this been any other situation, she'd be asking for a duel to settle the matter. However, there was no way to frame it. Vera hadn't said anything insulting, or even remotely questionable. In fact, she'd only stated facts while not making a single demand. Not to mention that she'd be impugning her own words if she presented a formal challenge. It was both humiliating and infuriating. No. However, I will not beggar my house to save it, said Victoria, drawing a line in the sand. Hopefully, Vera would push it, and they could settle this in the arena. Vera's smile was chilling as she replied, "There is no need for House Blackwood to fall. House Walker is more than happy to work with you to see that your pledge is honored and that your house can rise alongside it. House Walker desires friendship as much as you do. Perhaps I can offer some suggestions that will be more palatable to you." Lord Blackwood didn't like where this was going, but she really didn't have much choice in the matter. "Please do," she replied, her nails digging into her palm to hide her rage at the situation she found herself in. With a patient smile, Vera started dictating the terms she had always known her opponent would eventually find herself agreeing to. Nero chewed on a delightful meat cube, possibly made out of some weird animal he was incapable of identifying. Unlike the food he'd grown used to at the center, the offerings at the buffet table were rather odd. All around him, elites were sitting at folding tables, discussing the upcoming battles and how command should deploy Dorchester's forces. Instead of boasting of their prospective body count and other types of typical alpha behavior, all Nero saw was a bunch of dorks discussing optimal combat strategies and expressing concern over the city's resource allocations. After a few minutes of listening to the debates, Nero decidedly ignored them. In his opinion, they were soldiering wrong, and it was annoying. Where was the overconfident asshole bragging about how many kobolds he would kill? Why wasn't anyone demanding better pay or griping about an annoying superior officer that had it out for them? Fed up, Nero focused on the weird, but surprisingly tasty food. He also took the opportunity to look at what Kathleen had sent him. At first glance, her ping was short, but sweet. It had the Thought Hub equivalent to a link, one which provided a lecture series that he could watch in his head. It was a comprehensive look at kobolds and their many varieties. It touched on their reproductive habits, societal goals, notable characteristics, and their historical relation to humans. After taking a closer look, Nero frowned in annoyance. In total, it was months of video lectures that Nero would probably never have a chance to actually sit down and watch. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Does she expect me to download it into my brain or something? He wondered. Luckily, there was another section that provided a series of attached summaries for each lecture. By perusing them, he was at least able to get a general idea of what kobolds actually were, and what he should expect when he eventually fought them. Looking at the pictures of the different types of kobolds, Nero felt like any studying he managed to get done in the short term would turn out to be pointless. Depending on the type of kobold, they could be anywhere between 3 and 7 feet tall. Some of them resembled hyena-shaped children. Others looked like giant crocodile men. There were even some that looked like pot-bellied midgets with chicken heads. The entire introduction to the species was pointless. However, he had to admit that it was at least interesting. Deciding that general knowledge wasn't going to be very helpful, he closed out the ping and went to see what the news section of the Thought Hub had to say. Hopefully, this world's freakish perspective on governmental information sharing would apply to the current crisis they were facing. He wasn't disappointed. On one of the news feeds, he was able to see actual footage of the soldiers fighting the kobolds. He even got what he hoped was a good summary of what had happened since the beginning of the hostilities. The feed he chose was titled, "The Mountain Conflict: What We Know So Far," and it explained how the initial forces attempting to open the mountain city ran into kobold scouting parties. After several initial battles, the mountain gate was reinforced, and the focus turned to closing off all the exits out of the mountain. The next step would be the offensive into the mountain to clear them out. It was all presented in a very patriotic fashion, praising the might of Dorchester's forces and promoting the ideal that humans would never give up in the face of annihilation. It wasn't even really rhetoric. It was just a series of facts about what the kobold society wanted, and how if humans wanted to survive, they had to fight. All in all, it was both informative and inspiring. The kobolds were like settlers, looking to eventually become terraformers. When their society got advanced enough, their universal desire is always to change the local landscape to be like one of the elemental planes. Letting them run rampant would cause a local portion of reality to overlap with whatever plane of existence the kobolds deemed their home. Despite how informative the feed was, Nero didn't understand most of the details concerning planar magic and essence mirroring. There was even a section on gates and control zones that went completely over his head. But the visuals were what really drew his attention. Nero's jaw dropped as images of the reinforced mountain gate were projected directly into his head. Massive shields hovered over stone walls, while giant spheres of essence lit up the cavernous tunnel leading into the mountain. He watched the soldiers beat back hordes of kobolds who were throwing themselves at the blockade. Their hissing death throes were painful to listen to. Unlike monsters, the kobolds didn't disappear when they were killed. He saw images of wagons filled with piles of bodies being pulled out of the mountain. To Nero, it looked like a caravan of nightmares. From what he could tell, these kobolds were of the shorter variety. At most, they were 4 feet tall and resembled fantasy goblins crossed with a gecko. They didn't look very dragon-like. If anything, they were kind of cute if you ignored the murderous rage in their eyes. However, in some of the records from the battle, he could see taller kobolds directing the cannon fodder. Although they were robed, so he wasn't able to see much. For the moment, it didn't look like combat magic was being used at all. There wasn't even much ability usage that he could see. The kobolds seemed to be relying on their numbers to just overwhelm the soldiers' defenses. Nero had lost his appetite and subsequently pushed his plata toward the center of the table. At least it looked like the kobolds weren't open to any peace talks. Nero hadn't realized how reassuring it felt to see that they were actually deserving of what was coming for them. Maybe it was just a function of being in a fantasy world, but the fact that the enemy was so clearly hostile was great for his conscience. Before he knew it, his time was up, and the sergeant started yelling at them to form up outside the building. I guess I'm not going to have time for that shower. Even if no one else is going to be a bloodthirsty maniac, I certainly am. If it weren't for these lizards, I'd have been relaxing in the encampment, catching up on my reading, and finally getting to my mission packet. I'm totally going to go all murder hobo on the little bastards, he promised himself. Chapter 143. Training's over. What does that mean? Victoria Blackwood walked into the director's office at the main branch of Blackwood Works. The moment the door closed behind her, she allowed an almost imperceptible smirk to appear on her face. Across the room, behind the office's desk, sat her uncle, Colin Ebenwood. She saw him look up at her expectantly, trying to discern what had happened by her demeanor. He should know better, she thought with some amusement. He was one of the few to know how much effort she had put into perfecting the art of being inscrutable. Giving up on trying to guess how the meeting had gone, he asked, "My lord, how did it go?" Victoria walked across the room to pour herself something to drink from the wet bar. She let the moment fill with silence as she treated the office as if it were her own. It was a subtle power play, and an unnecessary one, but she did it anyway. Her uncle was one of her most ardent supporters, and it amused her to feel his nervous anticipation of her answer. Turning around to face him, she let her smile bloom while lifting a glass of wine as if she were toasting the moment. "She bought it," said Victoria, her voice full of both relief and pride. Nearly jumping up and down in excitement, Colin bolted around the desk to join her in celebrating their success. So she agreed to be bought off with a 20% stake in company. No preferential contracts at all? He asked while pouring himself a glass of his favorite fruit wine. Victoria's smile dimmed as she recalled the terms she had been forced to agree to. Unfortunately, we weren't nearly that lucky. The woman was good, the best I've ever faced. Luckily, the plan worked, and I was able to convince her that I was only trying to limit the financial burdens the contracts would cause. She would have had us turning our entire manufacturing capabilities over to House Walker if I hadn't been careful, she said, her voice wavering a little as she remembered how difficult the negotiations had been. Colin frowned and asked, "So what terms did you reach? And are you actually happy with them?" Nodding easily, Victoria walked over to one of the couches to take a seat. Easing into the cushions, she sighed in contentment, letting the stress of the day fall off her shoulders. She agreed to be paid off with a stake in the company, but she ended up requiring 40% ownership if there weren't going to be any preferred contracts. Even worse, 3 of our 7 facilities will be solely dedicated to servicing the needs of House Walker and his interests concerning precision shipping. While they won't have controlling interest of the company, the contract is ironclad, and if we don't fulfill our end of the deal, then those facilities will be forfeit, and we would need to buy House Walker's position out at market value. To say that Blackwood Works is now inextricably tied to House Walker's interests would be a massive understatement, she finished with a small smile, while shaking her head at how badly what she had just said sounded. Shocked, Colin replied, "I don't understand. That doesn't sound good at all. In fact, it sounds like we just suffered a massive defeat." Victoria looked up at her uncle with a smile and replied, "It does, doesn't it? But that's how we expected it to look. Perhaps I was forced to give up more than I thought I would. But in the end, it doesn't matter. House Walker has acquired more than 20% of the business. Therefore, according to the law, he is now a part owner. So, my plan can move forward." Not understanding, Colin asked for clarification. "I thought the point was to reduce the cost of fulfilling the preferred contracts." Shaking her head quickly, she replied, "Not at all. What we needed to do was to remove Blackwood Works from House Blackwood's profit ledger. If we had retained over 80% ownership of the company, then any losses would have affected us in the political ladder standings. This way, due to House Walker's royal exceptions, any losses or profits concerning Blackwood Works are now entirely separate from us. Furthermore, as partners with House Walker, we can now apply to use the same clever manipulations that House Salvatore Verena is currently abusing to reduce our overall tax load. Although that only applies to Blackwood Works, that still saves us from losing our ranking. And, with those profits not affecting our tax burden to the city, we'll be able to use that capital to open new businesses and take advantage of the increase in resources coming in due to the density shift." Colin began working through what she was saying, then paled at the realization of the consequences. "My lord, but that would mean that my house won't be able to gain any points in the ladder by running Blackwood Works for you. Is my branch to bear this burden alone?" he asked in fear. Shaking her head, she replied with a tone of compassion, "Don't worry, Uncle. I'll make sure to put your house in charge of our new trading house initiative. If Vera Salvatore Verena can do it, so can I. After all, as an ally of House Walker, it would be a waste to miss out on this kind of opportunity." As Colin's face showed his confusion, he asked, "What trading house initiative?" Lord Victoria Blackwood didn't respond, but merely sipped her wine with a calculating smile adorning her face. Nero wasn't lucky enough to be in the first row of the assembled elites, so all he could see was once again the backpack of the person standing in front of him. This is getting a little annoying, he thought. Luckily, his perception field made up for his visual shortcomings. He saw the sergeants standing at attention in front of the assembled soldiers, each of them eagerly waiting to hear what Captain Angelton had to say. "We've been tasked with making sure the mountainside exits are not used to funnel enemy troops outside our walls. While the main spear of our forces makes its way into the mountain gate, we'll be in charge of maintaining control of our assigned area and reporting any attempts the enemy makes to break out of their confinement," said Captain Angelton, his voice hard as stone and surprisingly loud. "Today, after stopping by Gate 20's army compound for resupply, we'll be heading directly toward our area of operations. By nightfall, we'll have our forward base up and running and the initial defenses in place. In the coming days, we'll be patrolling the area, marking any possible egress points out of the mountain and wiping out any kobolds that dare to show their ugly faces above ground," he finished, nearly growling with promised violence. Nero could feel the excitement of the men and women all around him. The essence in the ether was doing a wonderful job transmitting their urge to kill the enemy, as if there was some kind of feedback loop at play. It was like mob mentality on steroids. He felt his heart rate rising, and his emotions started to mirror what he was feeling from his fellow elites. It took some effort, but he was able to disassociate from the experience. While he could feel it still happening all around him, he managed to keep his own emotions untethered from the group. Many of you have years of service and experience to call upon, but others are new to this type of active engagement. While we had intended to slowly grow your skills through carefully monitored and measured battles, each chosen for their slowly increasing difficulty, that is no longer an option. As elites, you agreed to give your all to the service of Dorchester, and now you'll be getting that chance a little earlier than you might like. However, if you all work together, watch each other's backs, share your skills, and trust each other, the kobolds will serve as a perfect whetstone to hone your identities against, promised the captain, now starting to pace back and forth in front of the assembled elites. Nero had to admit, this was a much better speech than the captain's last one. At least this one touched on the good old spirit of teamwork. Yet, he still felt like it was rather bland. If Nero had been giving it, then there would have been a lot more hate-mongering against the kobolds, and definitely something about how everyone here carries the hopes and dreams of the common man, or some other bullshit like that. You'll all still be in your teams, so you won't have to relearn the combat tactics that you've grown used to. However, we don't know exactly what you'll be facing. With so much ground to cover, intelligence from the Mage Tower will be minimal. We shouldn't have any trouble locating the essence events that you'll be tasked with handling, but it is possible that kobold scouting parties have already made their way to the surface. So keep your head on a swivel and maintain your vigilance, he warned. Nero nearly snorted at the classic fantasy quote. Our support forces won't be coming along this time, and we'll be on our own for the most part. Depending on how long we're in the field, we'll be receiving resupply from our forces within the walls. However, our focus will be on fighting, not training. At no point are you to overexert your centers. We will need to be ready to fight at all times, and at the very least, hold out until reinforcements can reach our position. We are going to be the forward intelligence arm of command, and we need to make sure that our area of responsibility is covered at all times. He emphasized the mission, and his eyes promised that anyone not meeting his expectations would regret it. There really was too much Nero didn't understand. Why couldn't the mages scry the area? If they were worried about kobolds crawling out of their holes, then why didn't they just bomb the hell out of them? They could at least collapse the tunnels. It wouldn't be that hard. And why were there going to be more essence events? Did the density shift affect the mountain too? Thinking about it, he realized how stupid a question that was. Why wouldn't it? Yet, seeing their former primary responsibility relegated to an afterthought still seemed a little weird. Depending on the magnitude of the ether waves, we may not have contact with Dorchester's thought hub. At best, our ability to use our links will be limited. Therefore, when we set up our forward operating base, we'll be getting a communication tower up and running as soon as possible. There should be plenty of lumber, as we won't be heading too high into the mountains. However, expect there to be a lot of plateaus and ridges that you'll have to deal with. If you haven't worked on your climbing skills, then expect to have them get a workout, he said, his happiness at the prospect of their discomfort clearly coming across through his tone. Team leaders will have the mission packets for the current assignment, so make sure to read them at your first opportunity. For now, collect your things, say your goodbyes, and use the facilities while you still have the chance. We'll be leaving in 30 minutes. Be back here on time, as you don't want me sending someone to find you. Dismissed, he finished, then promptly turned away to converse with some of his aides and sergeants who'd been watching his speech. Nero watched as everyone dispersed to go about their business. There was so much excitement and determination in the ether that he felt like he was at a motivational event or something. Looking around, he found Nick staring off into the distance with a smile on his face. Based on the vacant look in the man's eyes, he was using his link, probably to say goodbye to Vera. Figuring that he should do the same, Nero sent her a short ping in message format. "Hey Vera, I'm heading off to go kill kobolds, or maybe just monitor some holes in the big mountain full of baddies. I don't think it's top secret or anything, but you'd know better than I would. I'm sure the businesses are doing great. I have absolutely nothing to contribute on that front. I'm still carrying around a bag full of essence crystals, and I'll probably have a shitload more by the time I get back. I have no idea how much they're worth, but people seem to want them, so I'm guessing they're a good seller. Anyway, thanks for all your help with the noble assholes. Hopefully no one is interested in killing me at the moment. In fact, from what I can tell, I'm feeling a little forgotten about all of the sudden. The constant feeling of being watched has lightened up a little. I know someone is still watching, but it isn't nearly as annoying as it was just a few days ago. But if you hear anything, send me a ping. We might be able to get link service out where we're going, so I should be able to check my messages. Anyways, hopefully you are handling the new Lord Blackwood lady. Be sure not to trust her. She's a slippery one. That chick totally reminds me of a public relations director. She's all image, so don't get fooled. I'm probably overthinking it. I'm sure you'll handle it. By the way, I'm rich, right? So, when I get back, I'd like to finally see my big-ass house. If there isn't a pool, could you maybe have someone build me one? I've always wanted a pool, so if it isn't too much trouble, could you have someone install one? One of those indoor pools with an attached sauna would be sweet. And a hot tub. I don't know if you guys have those here, but I used to see rich people with those on what you'd call memory engrams all the time. They were awesome, and essential for my baller mentality to really blossom. Also a library. Gotta have a bunch of books about magic. Anyways, thanks for everything. Stay safe. Nero. He finished up his message quickly, as his perception field showed Rose approaching from behind him. Turning around, he offered the young woman a grin. Rose's smile looked a little forced, and Nero could feel her anxiety through his essence field. Usually, he could barely feel her at all, so she must really be worried about something. "What's up, pretty lady?" he asked, trying to cheer her up. Rose's smile became a little more real, and she replied, "Lord Walker, I wanted to thank you for looking out for me during our time in the wilds. I know that we were placed on the same team for several reasons, some of which aren't too honorable. However, we are also both the youngest elites currently in training. Your talents are quickly leaving me behind, and I'd just like to assure you that I'll do my best to keep up." Nero's eyebrows rose in surprise. He could almost hear her subtext screaming at him, "Please don't let me die out there. This was just supposed to be training. I'm not ready to fight a war." Looking up at the young woman who'd been sent to spy on him for the military, he could only assume the general had made it clear that her mission was no longer a priority. She must be worried that she'd be left out to dry and forgotten about. Trying to impart some reassurance through his smile, Nero said, "Don't worry, Rose. Despite our weird spy versus spy relationship, you're still part of the team. I promised you weeks ago that I'd look out for you, and I'm a man, lord of my word. Just stay close to the group and keep your head down. I'm sure Kathleen will probably kill off everything before it becomes much of a threat. And if something does happen, I'll just resuscitate you. You've really got nothing to worry about, when you think about it," he promised her. "Fighting a sentient foe is entirely different than fighting a monster," said a voice from right behind him. The surprise caused an involuntary jump, and his heart started pounding while pumping obscene amounts of adrenaline into his body. Holding a hand to his chest in shock, he spun around to glare at the woman standing behind him. She stood there, as if everything were perfectly normal, her spear casually leaning against her shoulder. Now that he knew she was there,
He could clearly see and feel her within his essence field. Yet, seconds ago, he could have sworn there was no one there.
How in the fuck do you keep doing that? It's really starting to freak me out. Seriously, you're going to make me paranoid. He glared at Kathleen, not at all happy that she could so easily evade his senses. Nero heard Rose giggle a little, then cough to cover her involuntary girl moment. Kathleen just looked at Nero, with a slight hint of confusion on her face. Her tone was calm, but he could feel some worry underscoring her words. Mingling one's essence field into the surrounding ether is an essential skill even beginning mages should be taught. Has the war mage that has been teaching you not covered this? Nero replied, You mean the essence diffusion thing, so people can't track me? Yeah, I learned that. But I have no idea how to hide my essence field like you do. No one does. I can see everyone but you, really. In fact, I'm not exactly sure what it is that you're doing. It's like I just don't notice you until you say something. Pausing, Nero took a step back so that both Rose and Kathleen were standing next to each other, and he could see them both at the same time. His eyes furrowed, and he took a good look at them with all of his senses. You know, you both are kind of like that. I tend to forget you're there. That sounds bad, but it's not like I'm ignoring you. It's just, I don't know how to say it. What I mean to say is that my senses seem to just skip you, as if you weren't worth paying attention to, he said, failing miserably to explain the phenomenon that he was experiencing. While Rose seemed a little offended, Kathleen showed one of her rare smiles. We're both just good at hiding. That intention to fade into the background comes across in our essence fields. To see that which wants to be hidden, you must train yourself to look at what isn't there, she said, her smile hinting at some deep revelation that he should be gleaning from her bullshit. Nero stared at her, his face blank of any emotion. There were many things that he could put up with. Insults were fine. Stupid questions and statements were expected. Opinions that he disagreed with wouldn't faze him. Even recriminations for his behavior weren't a problem. However, if there was one thing he was increasingly unable to stand, it was the fact that so many people here were incapable of saying something without sounding like they were auditioning for an episode of Kung Fu, the legendary something or another. While his inner troll was clawing at the walls, begging to be unleashed on the well-meaning warrior woman, Nero maintained his composure. If you'll both excuse me, I'm going to go steal as much coffee and donuts as I can by abusing my personal space. Good day, he said, then started to walk off. Kathleen watched him leave with a smile, but Rose asked, How much coffee could you pot?
I said good day, he barked over his shoulder, then continued on his way.
His mood was completely restored. As in this life and the one before, he'd never actually had a chance to say that to someone in a real conversation. One of his fantasies had finally come true. Even better, he was soon heading off into the magical mountains to defend humanity from fantasy creatures hell-bent on taking over the world. No matter how much he didn't want to go off and fight a war, or how many of his personal insecurities were screaming at him that this was an incredibly bad idea, he had to admit, he was really enjoying his time in this fantasy world. Chapter 144. Skills to Pay the Bills. Archmage Jennings, calculating eyes, watched Adept Newbanks walk out of his office. Such a capable and promising young mage. Hopefully she manages to maintain that level of work ethic over the next few months. She's going to need it, he thought to himself. As the door closed behind her, Jennings leaned back in his chair and sighed. Having just heard her report covering all the things he'd been ignoring, and noting her subtle, judgmental tone, he let his mind filter through the data files she had provided to support her conclusions. In addition to a detailed review of the hundreds of mages currently working in the Dorchester Tower of Magic, she had included policy profiles for all the major power blocks in the city. There were also personality analytics, family trees,
even a section covering popular opinions of the citizenry. Even though he recognized that all of this information was important, he still didn't feel like reading it at the moment.
Setting all that drivel to the side, he focused on the primary issue he had to address: the kobold infestation. Looking through the situation summary she provided, he could see that the army seemed to be adequately handling it at the moment. Whether or not they will actually manage to defend the city was the real question. Turning his attention away from the reports, he sent his mind out to scry on the mountain. It was impressive that the kobolds had managed to hide themselves from the local mages so well. Regardless of the method, he doubted they'd be able to stop him from seeing what they were hiding. That is, if he bothered to put in any real effort. At first glance, he could see the empty mountain tunnels. The images he was coming through were exactly what he'd expect when he was delving into a mountain city that had been abandoned for hundreds of years. There were empty housing complexes, dead farms, dilapidated manufacturing centers, and deactivated power plants. He could practically feel the tomb-like silence echoing through the ether. He increased his focus, probing for inconsistencies in the image, and surprisingly didn't find any. He leaned forward in his chair and increased the pressure. Minutes passed as he tried to see through what was obviously an illusion, at least according to first-hand accounts from the army's scouts. Yet he couldn't find a single clue that what he was seeing wasn't actually reality. How in the 100 hells are they doing that? He wondered. Fed up with his failure, he pulled back his probe. Reaching out, he connected with Mage Tower's scrying apparatus. Rather than disrupt the current operations, he modulated his frequency to run through the essence collectors on a different plane. After all, no one here in this backwater is capable of using a planar modulation technique, so it shouldn't be a problem. With the aid of the tower, he returned his probe to the mountain to see what was really going on. The moment his mental probe reached the first tunnel, his eyes widened in surprise. The kobolds' numbers were much larger than he'd expected. A sea of campfires and tents filled the layers of abandoned caves. From the top of the mountain down, there wasn't a level they hadn't infested. From what he could tell, Dorchester's forces were heading toward a tough fight. He saw shamans and berserker squads, bone priests and elemental warriors. There were even totemic warlords standing on platforms organizing their troops. Shaking his head in pity for the city, he sent his consciousness deeper into the mountain. In the lower levels, he saw the kobolds' planar gates. It looked like they were already active, and had been for a while. So they are some type of fire breed. That's something, at least. If they were something less common, General Branson wouldn't have a chance, he thought to himself. Regardless, this situation put him in a delicate position. On one hand, the law was clear. His position and ties explicitly denied him any role in the coming conflict. He could not participate, advise, support, or manipulate events to aid the city during this crisis. At least, not until they ask him to. At best, the position of the court mage, at least one who was appointed by the Mage Council and not locally sourced, was merely an advisor, limited to interpreting the information the local tower provided him. Technically, he shouldn't have even looked at the mountain, as there wasn't a mage in Dorchester currently capable of piercing the kobold's illusion. But on the other hand, he rarely bothered to let the laws influence his actions if he happened to disagree with them. Yet, this wasn't like his typical antics, where he meddled with other people for their own good. This was about the very identity of Dorchester. If he interfered, he could permanently alter the city's path. This was a trial that the law demanded the city face on its own. The world had provided a challenge, and the city was tasked with meeting it. Closing off all his connections to the outside world, he retreated into his mind to gain some perspective. So much was happening lately, and he wasn't sure what he should do about it. He'd spent so much time in seclusion, focusing on his research, that he'd forgotten what it was like to deal with ethical questions like this. All he wanted to do was come here and make sure nobody snuffed out the life of a promising and interesting young mage that had caught his eye. A surprising anomaly that had made him laugh and invigorated his thoughts. Yet he'd already allowed outside forces to meddle in the young man's life, and his mishandling of the situation had nearly gotten the poor man killed. Shaking his head in anger, he decided that he would stop overthinking it. He came here with a singular purpose, and he'd stick to it. The kobolds and the density shift would be handled by the city, or they wouldn't be. Either way, his only concern should be protecting the new lord from threats that were political and man-made. And as for the rest, he'd let nature take its course. The world wants you dead, and how you deal with that fact determines your path, he told himself, the words of the first king providing him solace and guidance as always. The trip to their assigned area in the mountains was much easier than Nero had feared. Their first stop was at the command center, where they were supposed to refill their rations and replace any broken or lost equipment. Nero didn't need anything, but he still picked up a few cool-looking spears, shields, and some spare clothes while he was there. After all, it was wartime, and free stuff was free stuff. It wasn't like his personal space was running out of room. Is it getting bigger? He wondered. On the way out, he actually managed to sneak out 3 giant cauldrons of stew. It had taken him 20 minutes of hiding in the kitchens, but he eventually got the job done. It looked like he wouldn't have to force himself to eat that paste which passed itself off as gruel, at least not for a while. By the time they left the command center, Nero was smiling in victory, and planning on how to hide his ill-gotten gains from his teammates. If he was careful, that stew could last him a long time. After a trip through a teleporter and another hike through the city, they eventually headed for the mountains. This time, when they left the gate, there wasn't much to see outside the walls. In front of all the previous gates he'd seen, there were plenty of building and infrastructure outside the walls. Yet, near the mountains, the exterior towns were almost barren. Aside from a few huts and camps, there wasn't a lot of activity. Almost immediately outside the gate, the terrain started getting rocky. The soil was gravelly, and the incline became sloped. There were still trees and some underbrush, but it wasn't really much of forest. It was now like the base of the Washington Mountains. He could see the tree line extending far up the mountain, and he wasn't looking forward to the hike. Luckily, the captain kept the pace light, and the trip was rather enjoyable. He was able to practice his mage armor and his scanning techniques without running into any issues. There were also far fewer monsters and beasts to deal with. Compared to the eastern wilds, this place was pretty tranquil. That wasn't to say that there weren't any threats. They just weren't nearly as many. Where their trip through the eastern wilds was a constant barrage of harassments and annoyances, here there were only a few monsters bothering to attack them every hour or so. Even that was only because their group was making so much noise. It got to the point where Nero hardly even noticed it. They marched at a steady pace, which, compared to their earlier run, wasn't at all tiring. And when they had eventually arrived at their destination, Nero felt like the entire trip was almost too easy. It made his neck itch, just waiting for the catch. Breaking out of the tree line, there was a small plateau that had been chosen for their base camp. Looking around, Nero couldn't help but classify it as a meadow. But the reality of what they were doing there quickly broke him out of his musings. After breaking into their teams, they were sent out for lumber. Nero followed Wesker and the others to their destination, and he looked over his shoulder to see the ground being ripped apart by spells. Lines of elites were walking along, churning and packing the dirt into a uniform surface in preparation of their new encampment. The spell was simple and usually used to clear brush and leaves from the ground. However, the effect in mass was something altogether different. He watched the flowers and greenery get mulched into powder and replaced with gray, rocky soil. It was kind of heartbreaking, in a way. Trying to shrug off the uncomfortable feeling, Nero chalked it up to humans being humans and focused on the job in front of him. Who knows, maybe the camp will look nice, surrounded by all the trees and mountain air. It wasn't like a serene meadow in the middle of nowhere was too much of a price to pay for a safe haven in what he was sure to be an annoying war. Looking around, he saw that the rest of the team was pulling out their axes, even Nick. "Hey guys, why don't we just cut down the trees with magic?" he asked, not understanding the point of pretending to be a lumberjack. Nick shrugged and replied, "You can if you want. It's just much more efficient to use tools imbued with your center. If you have applicable abilities, that would be even better. But I don't think you can adapt a tree into falling over." Nick chuckled at his incredibly stupid joke. Nero jumped a little as he heard Kathleen starting to chop down her tree. The sound of the axe biting into the 3-foot-wide tree trunk sounded like a hammer mixed with gunshot. He turned to see large chunks of wood being exploded from the base of the tree she was murdering. Holy crap, he thought. As a city boy, he wasn't really used to seeing civilization overtaking nature. Conceptually, he understood it, but it was surprisingly uncomfortable to see firsthand. Am I a closet tree hugger? He wondered. "Walker, stop standing there like a slack-jawed idiot and get to work," shouted Wesker. Giving one final look around, he saw the tree line was already being pushed back into the surrounding forest. Several trees were toppling over, and he could hear people calling out warnings to the surrounding soldiers. Pulling out his axe from his personal space, Nero stepped up to the tree in front of him and stared at the tree trunk. Cocking his head to the side, he tested a simple air knife spell against the bark. He didn't put much center into the spell, as he wanted to see how much effort it would take to do any damage. The spell funked into the trunk, slightly shaking the entire tree. Some bark split, and he saw a small gash appear in the wood. Not bad, he thought. Hefting his axe, he imbued some center into the axe head, and he took a solid swing at the tree trunk, aiming for the same spot. He felt the axe slam into the trunk, causing bark to shatter and eject itself out of the contact point, his weapon burying itself into the tree. Okay, yeah, that is actually way easier than using magic, he thought. With his increased stats, his skill at wielding a weapon, and with the aid of his center-imbued axe, he went to work. In no time at all, he heard the tree trunk crack, and he saw the top start to topple over. Not having given any thought as to where it might land, he immediately realized that he might have made a serious mistake. Seeing the tree start falling, he estimated where it was headed and turned to Nick and Rose, screaming, "Timber! Get back!" His two teammates looked up to see the descending tree, and neither of them hesitated for a second. Rose took off like a rabbit, while Nick, calming, waved his hand in the face of the falling monstrosity. Nero felt the essence shift, and he saw the spell carve itself into existence in front of the older mage. A moment later, a large gust of wind caught the falling branches, pushing the tree away from its current path. After it slammed into the ground around 10 feet in front of him, Nick turned to Nero and said, "Let me guess, you don't know how to cut down a tree either. Seriously, what did they actually teach you when you were in school? You can't cook, you've never tracked anything, you don't know how to clean a kill, you don't know how to build anything. I understand that you didn't have magic there, and the culture was different, but come on. You don't even—" Nero interrupted the old man's rant. "Shut up, Nick. I grew up in a city. Why the hell would I need to learn any of that? I learned plenty of appropriate skills for my environment." Nick stared at Nero, waiting for the young man to elaborate. Rose walked back over to them and asked, "Like what?" Nero looked at the curious girl and replied, "I was pretty good at a lot of stuff." Nick, still holding his axe in one hand, crossed his arms and demanded, "Give us an example that is relevant to the current world you're in now." Nero thought about his uncanny ability to parallel park, his skill at finding people through Facebook connections, and his respectable rank in League of Legends. Not coming up with a good answer, he sarcastically replied, I specialized in psychological warfare. Nick and Rose glanced at each other, and Mick replied, "Yeah, that makes sense." Rose nodded in agreement, not at all surprised. Nero's eyebrows rose in amazement at how easily they had believed him. "Come here. I'll show you how to cut down a tree and have it fall where you want it to," Nick said, waving Nero over. While Rose returned to what she'd been doing, Nero took another step forward in his quest to become a functional member of Dorchester's military. Soon enough, he'd learn how to build a wall, maybe a cabin, and if he were lucky, someone might show him how to properly make a functioning outhouse. Good times, thought Nero, with a smile. Chapter 145. That tree is lying. They were really there, just like he said they would be, thought mage adept Catherine Newbanks, impressed with the king's foresight. To be able to see what others missed, from so far away, was no small feat. Even with the aid of the local mage tower, no one in Dorchester was able to pierce the illusion the kobolds had put up. The army would be heading into combat, blind, a fact which no one on the leadership council was happy about. However, that wasn't her concern. She had a job to do. Technically, 2 jobs. 3 if her duties in service of the Archmage were to be included. She was ostensibly acting as the local court mage, acting on behalf of Archmage Jennings. Her duty was to run the mage tower, oversee operations, and streamline the communication flow toward the military and the council. She was also tasked with reviewing the conduct of the local mages and maintaining day-to-day operations. As she has no local ties, she has no responsibility to aid in the coming conflict, but only to monitor and manage the local resources and information found through the efforts of Dorchester's citizenry. As the aide to the Archmage, she is responsible for keeping him informed of local happenings, fulfilling his obligations to the local leadership council, and providing him with whatever he needs to do his work. As his current work is supposedly monitoring the local nobles to ensure their good behavior, she's essentially in charge of running the espionage arm of the local Tower of Magic. Yet her primary duty, the real reason she came to Dorchester in the first place, is her work for the royal family, the king himself. As she headed back to her office after drowning the Archmage in data, she reviewed her current progress with the task list she had been given. The local religions have been fed the conflicting and unverifiable rumors concerning both the Tower of Fate and the recently raised Lord Walker. The local mages have been pointed toward where their attention should have been all along, and the influence of the nobles has been expunged from the entirety of the tower. It hadn't been easy to dismiss, kill, or banish that many mages, but she'd done it. Her most recent success was getting the local gossips to question the nobles' competence and desire to actually protect the local citizenry. Having subtly pointed out the few noble houses that had run for the hills after the density shift had been discovered, and the attack on the one new noble who was currently fighting on the front lines, the job had practically done itself. Overall, it had been easier than she'd thought it would be. It had only taken one dinner where she mentioned a few facts too loudly, and the local thought hub was already buzzing with questions. Arriving at her office, she closed the door behind her and smiled at how things were going. When she'd spoken with the king, she wondered if things would actually turn out like he'd predicted. But seeing how the past few days have gone, she no longer had any doubt. The Archmage in the Mage Council was distracted with the Tower of Fate, and the kobolds were the primary concern of the local nobles. As long as she was careful, she should have no problem performing her duties and steering things toward the desired path the king provided. Even though in the end it won't really matter, I still hope everyone will play their games as he predicted. Otherwise, things are going to get a little out of hand, she thought to herself. Nero watched as the walls sprung up around the camp. He tried to help where he could, but there wasn't really time to waste teaching him how to be a carpenter. Everyone was moving with purpose, doing their part to get their camp ready as soon as possible. Glancing to his left, he could see that even Rose was finding something productive to do.
While straddling a log, she was using her axe to remove the bark and rough bumps that used to be branches. To Nero, she looked like she was on a rowing machine, stretching forward, then pulling back as long strips of bark curled up in front of her. There was a pile of those strips accumulating next to her, a testament to how much work she was getting done.
On the other hand, Nero hadn't been doing very much of anything. He'd been assigned strip a tree of its branches, and at first he thought he was doing fine. After dragging the trunk over, he started ripping off the branches. Everything was going fine, until he heard some sergeant's voice he didn't recognize shouting at him from 30 feet away. After being berated for a few minutes, he was reassigned to post placement and warned to stay away from the lumber. How was he supposed to know that he was supposed to cut the branches off and not just rip them out of the trunk? The chunks he'd taken out of the tree weren't that bad as far as he was concerned. He didn't last long with the post placement team either. All they were supposed to do was make round holes for the support pillars to go in. They said 5 feet deep and 3 feet wide. So that's what he did. If they didn't want him to use magic, then they should have said something. And the explosion wasn't that loud anyways. Did they expect him to actually dig the damn holes? What's the point of having magic if he couldn't use it to avoid physical labor? Now, Nero was acting as a hauler, reduced to dragging trees back to the work areas, while everyone else was provided the skilled labor. With a grimace, Nero hefted the base of a tree onto his shoulder and started heading back toward the center of the encampment. This is bullshit. Why don't they have spells for this? There has to be a way to just pull up rock from the ground and manifest a castle or something, he thought. At the edge of his perception range, he felt something catch his attention. Pausing, he turned his head to look back over his shoulder into the forest, his eyes narrowing in with suspicion. Something wasn't right. Looking back toward the camp, he saw Nick waving his hands around, probably giving a lecture to some poor bastard on the history of this particular configuration of wooden walls. Reaching out, he tried to connect with the man. Feeling the connection stabilize, they looked in each other's direction, too far to really meet each other's eyes. Before Nick could say anything, Nero's voice was full of urgency. Nick, tell someone in charge that there is something in the forest watching us. I can't see what it is, but it's like a fake essence signature, like that illusion mage used when we were ambushed. It's not exactly that, but it's like that. I can't explain it any better, but part of the forest behind me isn't really forest. Even while Nero was rambling, Nick was quick-stepping toward a group of sergeants who were squatting over some construction plans which had been laid out on the ground. Nero watched as they all looked up to listen to what Nick had to say. It was too far to hear what they were saying, but even at this distance, he could see Nick pointing off in his direction and animatedly passing on his message. From the looks of it, the sergeants didn't seem very interested in what Nick had to say. So it wasn't surprising when they all stood up in unison and glared in Nero's direction. One of them took a step forward and waved Nero over with an angry arm pointing at the dirt directly in front of him. The bastard looked like a soccer mum, demanding her kid get his ass in the car. Sighing, Nero dropped the tree he was still propping up on his shoulder and mentally took one last look at the lying section of the forest behind him. Yep, it looks like someone is holding up a big painting of a forest. This is like this world's version of using a photograph to fool a security camera, he thought. Forcing himself to not look back with his eyes, he jogged toward the group of sergeants, trying to make it seem like he wasn't in too much of a hurry. But he couldn't stop his heart from beating in his chest like a bass drum. If whatever was out there wasn't hostile, it probably wouldn't be hiding. Unless it was some weird fantasy beast that was both curious and completely stupid. He'd seen that trope enough times not to discount it. Arriving in front of the sergeants, Nero was greeted with harsh stares and dismissive attitudes. Some sergeant he didn't know said, "What's this about you seeing something in the forest that isn't forest?" His tone was subdued, trying not to be insulting, while simultaneously letting Nero know that he didn't believe a word of what he was hearing. Nero looked up at the tall man and replied, "It's like this. I'm good at seeing stuff with my essence field, and I can see pretty far with it. In fact, I'm getting better with it every day. And what I saw isn't forest. At first glance, it looks like every other part of the forest, but it's just a false image.
Cocking his head to the side, the sergeant replied,
So, you identified an illusion. Nero didn't want to say it, but he did anyway. Not really. I've seen an illusion before, and this isn't it. I don't know what I'm seeing. I haven't come across it before. All I can tell you is that something is out there, and it's hiding behind a picture of the forest showing an image of that exact area without them in it. The sergeant turned away to share a glance with all the other men who'd been looking over the construction plans with him. Each of their eyes made their disbelief as clear as day. Nero could even feel their individual skepticism in the ether building off each one another's in some kind of weird groupthink. Man, are people really this dumb? Just because one person doesn't believe something, does everyone else have to feel justified in their doubts? Okay, stupid question. Trying to convince a group of naysayers is just as impossible here as it was back home, he told himself. Nero looked around for options, ignoring whatever the idiot in front of him was saying. It was a skill he'd learned under a particularly useless manager he had when he was working retail in a mall when he was in high school. He's had years of practice at it, and if it were a skill, it would probably be master level. Across the way, he could see Specialist Howard standing next to Captain Angelton. They were doing something at the communications tower, which was currently being assembled much faster than the walls. Turning back to the useless sergeant, Nero interrupted the man. "Excuse me, I'm going to go over there now." Walking off, Nero ignored Nick's voice, which was currently wasting its breath apologizing for him. Suppressing a chuckle at his friend's attempts to politic with the critics, he jogged over to the two people who might actually listen to what he had to say.
Hey, Cap, Howie, we got a problem,
he said loudly, causing both men to turn and look over their shoulder. Arriving in front of them, Nero was about to speak when he heard Specialist Howard demand, "Don't call me that!" His voice completely devoid of humor. Nero held up his hands and said, "Sure thing, boss, but let's put a pin in that for now. I was near the tree line when I saw something through my essence field that you need to know about." While Captain Angelton maintained his blank stare, Specialist Howard corrected Nero. "You mean you perception field?" Confused, Nero turned to look up at the war mage and replied, "Yeah, sure, whatever. Listen, there is something in the forest over there that is watching us. It's covering a pretty good chunk of space, and it's hiding in a way I don't really understand. It's like an illusion, but it's not. It looks like forest, but it's not. I know that sounds batshit crazy, but it is what it is." Captain Angelton turned his head to look at Specialist Howard, and he raised one eyebrow as if he were waiting for the man's opinion. In response, Nero watched the war mage's eyes go glassy and just stare off into the distance. Seconds later, the man frowned and shook his head.
"I don't see anything out of the ordinary,"
he said. Captain Angelton still didn't speak. He just turned back to Nero and looked down at him from his massive height, waiting for what Nero had to say in response to Specialist Howard's findings. Nero didn't want to argue, as he kind of respected them both. However, he knew he was right. "I get it. I'm just some fresh recruit that is only here because of some weird political crap that's been shelved on account of an actual war with the lizard people. You've got more important things to do than to listen to what I have to say. But look at me when I'm telling you. There is something there. I don't know how I can see that the forest is wrong, but I can. Can either of you think of a technique, spell, skill, or ability that can hide someone like that?" asked Nero, doing everything he can to will them to believe what he was telling them. The two old soldiers turned to look at each other, having a full conversation with their eyes. Maybe they're actually talking to each other? Nick and I can do it, so it wouldn't surprise me, thought Nero. It can't hurt to check it out, Specialist Howard said, breaking the silence. Nodding once in agreement, Captain Angelton raised his head and looked out into the camp. Turning around, Nero saw several people perk up and look over at them. It was like seeing a bunch of cats hearing a tuna can open. After a few seconds, they all started moving at the same time. Like a basketball team heading for their coach at a timeout, they converged together and stared at their sergeant, who was looking particularly annoyed. "Where exactly did you see this false forest?" asked the captain, speaking for the first time. His voice was calm, seemingly not having an opinion one way or another on whether or not Nero was correct in his conclusion. Nero took a step to the side, but didn't point. He just faced toward where he'd left the tree he'd been carrying and said, "You see that tree laying in the middle of the cleared area? It's about 30 yards past that and a little to the left." Nero didn't see it, but the use of the word yard caused both the war mage and the captain to look over at him with surprise. The meaning of the word came across, so they understood what he was saying, but it was still one of the few words Nero's lexicon that didn't have a direct translation to something they were used to hearing. While Nero always spoke English, if they weren't paying attention, they didn't really notice. Although his word choice was always a little odd, they just chalked it up to him being a foreigner. However, when he said something that didn't exactly translate, his odd language became apparent. In particular, Captain Angelton chided himself for not realizing that Nero had never been speaking the local language, or any language he'd ever heard. People using different languages wasn't particularly uncommon, so most people don't bother to pay attention to what words are being used. But the captain was still not happy that he had missed it. In a way, it was a central piece of the puzzle that made up this strange young man. One he should have noticed immediately, back when he'd first found him in the middle of a caravan massacre on a road outside Dorchester's walls. Nero didn't know what was going through their heads, so he just stared out into the tree line, trying to reach out to see if he could perceive anything at this distance. Unfortunately, it was just too far. Rather than head directly there, the team that had been assembled sprinted off into the forest, perpendicular to the area Nero had indicated was suspect. Confused for a second, Nero didn't understand what they were doing. "Oh, duh. It's not like they'll run right at whoever is out there. Think, man! This is no time to be an idiot. Shit's about to go down," he chided himself. Chapter 146. Other People's Problems. Seeing as Specialist Howard was not in a particularly good mood, the last thing he felt like doing was building a communications tower. As far as he was concerned, maintaining communications with command wasn't exactly a priority at the moment. So, instead of being a good soldier and helping, he was making himself useful by taking out his frustrations on the tree in front of him. With his face set in a grim snarl, he mercilessly swung his infused axe into the trunk, over and over again. All too soon, the tree started falling, and he was forced to take a step back. Glancing up at the tipping tree, he saw that it was falling a little off his intended target. With a wave of his hand, he cast a quick gust spell and pushed it back where he wanted it. A flex of his mental muscles pulled his axe back into his personal space, and he stomped over to the base of the fallen tree. Reaching down, he lifted the tree trunk to his shoulder and started dragging it back toward the burgeoning encampment. As he passed the tree stumps of his former stress relievers, his thoughts returned to the conversation he'd had with Gate 22's army commander, the man currently directing their forces at the mountain gate. Commander Gallegos looked up from the report he'd been reading and said, "Look, Specialist, I've already got 5 war mages on site. It's not that I don't think you'd be an asset, it's just that I don't need you at the moment. It's not worth filing the paperwork until I have a place to assign you." With his fists clenched in anger, Howard replied, "And when will that be? I'm just wasting my time with the elites at the moment. Any surveillance or field mage could fill in for me. It's a waste of my skills to leave me where I am." The commander leaned back in his chair with a sigh, the stress of the situation getting to him.
The man clearly hated dealing with specialists, his prejudice clearly showing on his face. Howard could see that the man's restraint was beginning to fail. "I'm only going to say this one more time. I don't need you at the moment. For now, stay with whatever assignment you've been given, and when the time comes, I'll put you where I need you." "Is it that difficult for you to just follow orders?" he said, his voice filled with poorly contained scorn.
Howard could feel the commander's anger coming off him in waves, and he had to force himself to stay calm. His thoughts were broken by a connection request being carried through the ether. Absently tracing the essence signature, he looked into the distance to see Captain Angelton frowning in his direction. With a huff of annoyance, he reached out to firm up the connection and asked, "What?" The captain replied, "Stop wasting time with the trees. I need you over here on construction." The connection snapped, causing Howard to tilt his head back as if his forehead had been flicked. Hard. Grumbling, he continued dragging his felled tree. He'd drop it off before heading over to the captain. Without meaning to, he once again thought back to his conversation with Commander Gallegos. It just didn't make any sense. There were countless ways the war could benefit from his presence on the battlefield. He was a skilled war mage whose entire job was dealing with situations exactly like this. Leaving him out here with these fresh recruits, monitoring holes in the ground, was an insult. After dropping off the tree at the processing pile, he glanced over to see several elites stripping the branches and bark of the trunks. The pile of scraps was already nearly taller than he was. At least they're good for something, he thought. Taking his time, he eventually made his way over to the captain. Not saying anything, he just stood next to the man, waiting for him to acknowledge his presence. Several awkward seconds passed before Captain Angelton finally deigned to speak to him. "I understand how you feel. I'm in a similar situation. Many of us are. Don't you find it odd that you and I are both still here, watching over a fresh crop of elites? We have decades of experience between us. Our skills would be put to much better use on the front lines." Specialist Howard's brow furrowed in thought. That was a good point. The captain really shouldn't still be here either. There were thousands of better choices to lead a simple observation camp. With fresh eyes, he looked around the growing encampment. Most of the sergeants here were veterans, each with years of actual experience in combat, every one of them with the levels to prove it. Why were any of them here? Well, training a new crop of elites was important, and it made sense when there was just the density shift to deal with. The war should have changed the Army's priorities. The moment they'd been called back, they should have been reassigned to combat units. So why hadn't that happened? Looking over at Captain Angelton, Howard asked, "You're right. It is odd. You suspect some stupid noble plot or something? Or do you think they could have just forgotten about us?" Captain Angelton's face was carved from stone. Even his essence field was completely calm. Howard couldn't tell what the man was thinking. The captain said, "I think there is something we're missing. I don't believe for a second that the general didn't put us here for a reason. That's what I don't understand. If we'd been put here because he expects combat, then why are the recruits with us? But if not, then why gather Dorchester's best and keep them away from the war?" Howard didn't know what to say. Strategic thinking wasn't exactly his strong suit, and he knew it. Continuing on, the captain said, "The only conclusion I can make is that we're here for a strategic purpose, and that we'll just have to wait and see what that purpose is. Until then, I plan to fortify our position, do my job, and keep my eyes open." Turning to look at Specialist Howard, he added, "And I expect you to do the same." Their conversation was interrupted when they heard a young voice call out, "Hey Cap! Howie! We got a problem!" Looking over their shoulders, they saw little Lord Walker jogging up to them, with a grim look on his face. Figuring that if he wanted to see anything, he'd have to be much closer, Nero said to the two men, "Let's all walk over to where I left my tree, and we can watch what happens." Not waiting for a reply, he left the two men behind and started walking. Feeling them immediately catch up, he heard Captain Angelton's commanding voice say, "Keep your expressions light, and don't let on that you suspect anything. If something is really out there, and they aren't currently listening to what we're saying, then there is no need to alert them to our suspicions." Nero nodded, but still grimaced at the implication that whoever, or whatever, was out there could have heard his warning. "I should have thought of that. They may not have directional mics or spy equipment, but there are probably hundreds of ways for them to listen in on conversations from a distance," he told himself. Looking up to his left, he asked the captain, "You think it could be people? Or maybe kobolds? Why would they try and get this close? Couldn't they just scry on us or something? I don't really get how warfare works here." Sergeant Howard was the one to answer. "The density shift makes scrying outside the walls a pain in the ass. You can do it, if you're good, but it's not easy. Even my range is pretty weak out here at the moment." Confused, Nero thought back to his limited experience with scrying. He hadn't had a problem with it, had he? "How exactly does the density shift affect scrying?" asked Nero. Specialist Howard replied, "It's a matter of inconsistent ether density. Think of the ethereal plane as an ocean, but with pockets of inconsistent fluids. Normally, the ether is uniformly distributed, sectioned off by whatever environment is projected into the material plane. The area's identity is like a giant essence field, spread out and slowly influencing the reality that we see and interact with. But density shifts are like waves of new water coming into a lake, shaking everything up. The flow can get tangled up into knots, and that's where all the essence events come in. But when it comes to scrying, it makes following an essence flow really annoying. The farther away you try and look, the more difficult it is to get a clear picture. Unless you're looking at something within your perception field, it gets really difficult. And if you're close enough to use your perception field, it's not really scrying. Make sense?" Nero's mind worked. Captain Angelton interjected, "How about sandbanks under the water? Think of spawners, condensation points, planar events. All of them could be considered as different." Surprisingly, that made sense to Nero. In fact, that was the clearest explanation he'd heard so far. What an elegant and comprehensive explanation. He should give Nick lessons on how to impart information. Specialist Howard ruined Nero's moment by saying, "It's not really like that in reality. There is a lot more to it, but the analogy is good for explaining the density shift to uneducated people and children." Frowning, Nero remembered why he had almost killed himself trying to stab the war mage in the gut during training. The guy was kind of an asshole. The conversation had eaten up enough time, and they'd made it to the place where he'd dropped his tree. Being careful not to stare, he sent out his psychic presence to take another look at the weird part of the forest that wasn't forest. "It's still there," he said. The two men stood next to Nero, all three of them looking down at the tree as if it were the most interesting thing in the world, each of them pretending that it was the reason they'd been called over. "I'm looking, but I still don't see anything." "You sure your perception field has reached the potency threshold for visualization?" asked Specialist Howard, his voice tinged with skepticism. Nero snorted and replied, "Yeah, however you want to call it. I can see with my field just fine. In fact, in many ways, I can see better with my field than I can with my eyes. The flows are moving through the area, but they look weird the moment they cross some kind of invisible barrier." His voice full of interest, the captain asked, "I remember when you told me your thoughts before the Noble War. You saw what others didn't then, and I don't doubt that you might be seeing things that we're missing now. This very well could be another case of you just not having the requisite background information to understand what you're looking at. So how about you describe exactly what you're seeing, and let us try and figure out what it is." Appreciating the trust, Nero's eyes glassed over as he focused on his other senses. "I'm not really sure how to say this, so I'm just going to start talking, and hopefully it makes sense to you." Both Howard and Angelton shared a look, each curious as to what the odd young man was seeing, and simultaneously deciding to take him at his word. Normally, an area is full of thousands of little streams of essence crisscrossing all over the ether. However, there are some things that affect the flows. People's essence fields dim the flows, making them thin and hard to see. If I stare too hard, all I can see is the person's essence field and not the flows. It's like a big empty bubble. Monsters, beasts, anything with a mind seems to work the same way. But other things, like spawn points and stuff like that, they bend the flows, making them distort a little. If there is a connection to another plane, I think I can see the feedback from whatever is happening on the other side of the corridor. Usually, I can get an idea of what I'm looking at by context clues. But this forest thing, it just doesn't make sense to me. Nero wasn't looking, but both Howard and Angelton's eyes were wide with shock. For most people, that just wasn't how it worked. Even people skilled in perception tended to only perceive the material plane around them. Seeing into the ether was usually confined to feelings and interpretations. It was like trying to get a picture of what was happening by listening to how the sound bounced off the objects in a room. It took a lifetime to master. The idea that someone could actually see the essence flowing through the ether was incredible, and a more than a little improbable. Nero kept talking, oblivious to their doubts. When I look at that area of the forest, I see the essence flowing, moving through the area just like everywhere else. But in that one big area, the essence snaps into place, no longer being affected by anything around it. It's like a moving picture, relaying the idea that everything is like the rest of the forest. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's like a mirage, or a reflection of what the forest should look like. I can see it at the edges. They're wavy and don't line up right. I think if I... Both men watched as Nero spoke his thoughts out loud, seemingly talking to himself, having forgotten that they were listening. As he trailed off, they saw the blood drain from his face. Nero's attempts to probe the area had proven more fruitful than he'd hoped. By examining the edge, he'd been able to slip in behind the false projection and see what was happening on the other side.
There must be over 100 kobolds in there,
he hissed, keeping his voice low. Both the captain and specialist straightened up in surprise, exchanging grim looks with each other. Nero, his eyes still unfocused, kept talking. Cap, you need to call back your scouts. They're going to get themselves killed if they go in there. While Nero narrated what he was seeing, Captain Angelton sent out a connection request to the team he'd sent out to examine the area. Trusting Nero for the moment, or possibly just fearing that the young man could be right, he called them back. He ordered them to carefully return and bring back some more trees so it looked like they were sent out for more lumber. Most of them are the little kobolds, like 4 feet tall at most. There are a couple big ones, though, maybe 6 or 7 feet. I can't tell. And there are 2 robed guys that look like magic users. Also, there's a group of bare-chested bastards that are wearing headdresses and covered in bone jewelry. Their staffs are glowing, and they are all staying together in the middle. It looks like the big guys are trying to herd the little dudes into lines, maybe preparing for an assault. Wait, there's a kobold that is all hazy. The staff guys are surrounding him. Uh-oh. I think he sensed me looking at him, Nero said, his eyes returning to normal after he immediately pulled back his psychic probe. Specialist Howard had been splitting his attention between listening to Nero, sharing glances with Angelton, and using his perception field to monitor the area and see if he could notice anything. The moment Nero stopped talking, he saw the mirage fall, and a large area of the forest revealed itself as an illusion.
Oh shit,
He cursed, then sent up a spell flare into the sky and sounding the alarm. A pulse of essence shot through the ether, causing most of the recruits to snap to attention. Anyone who'd served in the military recognized the signal, and aside from a few people like Rose and Nick, they all dropped what they were doing and armed themselves. The kobolds, almost as one, started screaming. To Nero, it sounded like an unholy mix between a goat's bleat and a hissing snake. As a group, they started running through the forest, their auditory assault loud enough to shake the ground. Nero turned around, shocked at how quickly everything had gone to shit. His eyes were drawn to the sky, as numerous arrows, spears, and blobs of colors were launched into the air, all heading for encampment. An encampment which was currently without walls or defenses, filled with mostly recruits and hunters who were primarily used to fighting monsters and beasts. Frozen, Nero stood there in a daze. He could feel Captain Angelton moving around behind him, shouting orders in a voice loud enough to make his ears hurt. And to his right, he felt Specialist Howard begin to cast something. But he couldn't tear his eyes away from the incoming rain of death bearing down on him from above. I told those fuckers that there was something out there, he thought lamely. If I die because of this, somebody better res me. Chapter 147. Poorly Controlled Chaos. Nicholas Salvatore Verena had never considered himself much of a physical person. He'd always preferred to handle things at a distance. Even when performing experiments, he disliked having to do any sort of field work. He was also well aware that this preference was a direct result of his upbringing, but he never really cared enough to address the shortcoming. It wasn't as if he couldn't do physical labor, or that he thought it was somehow beneath him, or any other such nonsense. He just didn't like it, and he was fine with that. Despite all that, he was delightfully surprised to find that he was truly enjoying building the wall. Even cutting down trees wasn't as bad as he'd remembered it being. Perhaps he'd grown as a person in the last 50 years. Stretching his arms up high, he helped his fellow elites guide the large log into place. He looked over to see the man on his right cast a simple spell to temporarily fuse the joint, securing the log to the support post. Stepping back, he placed his hands on his hips with a smile, a proud look on his face. While some of the others started hammering in the large wooden dowels to finish the section off, he made his way over to the lumber pile to help bring over the wood for the next section. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Nero off in the distance, dragging another freshly felled tree back from the edge of the forest. He felt his smile die on his face. It really was a shame. The young man had so many talents, but they were all so random. How could he seem so world-wise, yet so unbearably ignorant at the same time? Wherever he came from must have been completely different and undoubtedly savage. Seriously, how could Nero have gone through his entire life never having learned how to chop down a tree? That's something children learn on their first school camping trip. Turning away from the rather pathetic sight of his friend, he returned to what he was doing. Nodding to the woman next to him, together they hefted the large log to their shoulders in tandem. Following along, he stared at her back while mentally recalling the numerous jobs Nero had failed at since arriving an hour ago. The poor guy couldn't even remove a tree stump, although it was a particularly good explosion when he'd tried. Letting his mind wander, he thought of his wife and what she might be up to at the moment. Reaching out to his link, he checked to see if Dorchester's Thought Hub was contactable at the moment. Nope, we must currently be under an oscillatory essence wave. We're not even that far away, and the density shift is already causing problems. Maybe I can convince the captain to have someone deliver a wave analyzer with the next supply drop. Either way, it's too bad I can't ping Vera, he thought to himself. Thinking back to how she'd been when he'd seen her after the fiasco at the Hall of Leadership, he couldn't help but smile. It was nice that she was enjoying being a noble again. He had always known he'd have to return to the nobility, but he'd hoped he would have had a few more years before it became an issue. It wasn't like he was aware of how much Vera had missed all the intrigue and danger. Well, at least she's happy now, he thought. After helping place another support post, he turned around to go help bring over another log. Glancing at the rising communications tower in the center of the camp,
he saw Nero standing by the captain and that war mage, Specialist Howard. That man is really overqualified for his position. Despite being terrible at theoretical work, his practical magic is surprisingly good. I wonder who he pissed off to get this assignment, he thought to himself.
While he waited for one of the supervising sergeants to finish trimming the logs to the required lengths for the next section of the wall, he frowned at the sight of Nero leading Captain Angelton and Specialist Howard back toward the tree line. What is he up to now? He wondered. His curiosity was interrupted by a light slap to his arm. Turning around, he saw the woman he'd been working with gesture for him to pick up his end. Nodding, he joined her in hefting the freshly cut log onto their shoulders. As they made their way back toward the slowly assembling wall, this time with him in the front, he ran his eyes across the progress they'd made. It really did feel good to build something with his own 2 hands. Magic would remain his first love, but he had to admit that reality had a charm of its own. Maybe I should spend some time working on enchanting, combining reality and magic to create something new and unique, he mused. Feeling a large pulse of essence slam into his essence field, he almost dropped the log. When the woman behind him let her end go, he almost tipped over. Releasing his grip, he let the log finally fall. Turning around with a confused look on his face, he mumbled, "What's going on?" He had a vaguely remembered reading that an essence pulse like that was supposed to mean something. Seeing the woman behind him already running off back toward the center of the camp, he looked around to see everyone else following suit. He stood for a second, a little confused, and raised one eyebrow in surprise. Figuring that they all probably had a good reason, he followed along like a good soldier. After only a few steps, he heard the forest cry out, the horrific sound setting his teeth on edge and giving him goosebumps. Feeling a primal fear rise up in his belly, he picked up his pace. Letting his perception field expand, he tried to get an idea of what was happening. Unfortunately, whatever was going on was too far away for him to get a read, and he had to be content with the fact that he was currently running in the opposite direction. Seeing that everyone who'd made it near the backpacks and supplies was already gearing up for a fight, the realization of what was happening hit him like a bolt of lightning. "Of course it's an alarm, you idiot! You're in an army encampment. Did you think you were being called in because it's time for lunch?" he scolded himself. Looking over his shoulder to see if he could see anything with his eyes, he felt his blood run cold, as arrows and spells were launched into the air. Well, that rules out a monster or spontaneous beast wave. Best guess it's either kobolds or more nobles trying to kill Nero, he thought, unable to turn off his analytical brain. It was only a few seconds ago that everything had gone to hell, and as a novice in the arena of war, it was understandable that Nero's brain was misfiring. A veritable horde of kobolds burst through the tree line. Even from around 50 feet away, their war cries were loud enough to drown out the sound of Specialist Howard ordering him to retreat. Or perhaps it was the sight of hundreds of arrows and spells falling from the sky that had frozen him in place, too stunned to do anything of use. At least the landscape was working to his advantage, as the kobolds were forced to run up the rocky soil interspersed with loose dirt from where the elites had dug out tree trunks. The slope wasn't terrible, as the relatively flat terrain was the reason they were setting up an encampment here in the first place. Yet, it was enough to give Nero time to get his head in order. Luckily, Nero's limited experience kicked in, and he applied his tried-and-true method of dealing with incoming threats. Like it was instinct, he brought out his shield from his personal space, setting the bottom against the ground in front of him and ducking his entire body behind it. The Wall 2.0 was deployed before Nero realized what had happened. Hidden behind the 4-foot tower shield, his brain started working again, and the first thought through it was the memory of an arrow clipping his lower leg in this exact situation during his fight with the assassins in the wilds. Grimacing at the memory, he pulled his extremities in and tried to come up with a plan. The situation was not ideal, and he couldn't stop staring at the felled tree which he'd been carrying when all of this had started. The damn thing was sitting right next to him, slightly vibrating in the face of all the noise going on around him. Shaking his head at the distracting thought, he focused on what was about to happen. His adrenaline pumping, his mind worked fast to come up with a course of action. The kobolds had realized their illusion had been seen through, and were now charging in early. Their ground forces were being preceded by a volley of arrows and giant balls of light, which were probably spells, and not simply flares, considering the sun was still up. He hadn't gotten a good look at where the volley would land, but one thing for sure was that he was currently the closest elite at the moment. While he was trying to figure out what to do, the sound of the kobold's charge was drowned out by an explosion large enough to shake the ground under his feet. But the sensation didn't feel right. There was no rattling of his bones or fire coating the ground around him. As he was still staring at the felled tree, he could see that it was perfectly fine, as if whatever happened had no effect on it at all. Confused, he peeked his head over the top of the wall 2.0 to see what was happening. His jaw dropped at the sight of a 20-foot-wide curved barrier glowing in front of his position, its light blue hue gently distorting the sight of the kobolds rapidly closing in. Seeing the magical shield prompted him to instinctively let his essence field out, so his mental probe could give him a better idea as to what he was looking at. The rush of information let him know that Specialist Howard was standing tall, just to his left. The man's legs were locked in a horse stance, and he held his hands up, palms forward, like a boss. Nero could see Howard's face set in a feral grin, ready to unleash hell onto the enemy. At the edge of his range, he could also feel the other elites already assembling into battle teams in the middle of the camp, each group under magical shields being pelted by arrows and exploding fireballs. The realization that he and Specialist Howard were totally out of position hammered him in the face like a third-grade teacher in the Middle Ages smacking him with the dumb stick. It had all happened in just 10 seconds, but his brain had finally caught up, and his confidence that he could handle the situation was beginning to return. It was like his essence field was providing real-time understanding of what was going on around him, and he kicked himself for having pulled it back when he'd been caught peeping on the kobolds under their nifty illusion. From behind him, he heard Specialist Howard's steady voice, tinged with annoyance, say, "There are a lot more than 100 out there, Walker." Nero stood up, pulled out his blade, and switched out the wall for one of his smaller bucklers. Turning to face the man, he retorted quickly, "I didn't exactly have time to count them. I just meant there were a lot. Are we really just going to stand here and wait for them?" Right as Nero said that, he felt Specialist Howard complete another spell. The area in front of the shield lit up with a small ball of light, its green and red roiling flames quickly growing bigger. "Don't talk, just run," said the man, then followed his own advice and took off back toward the assembling defensive line, while a small blue shield floated above his shoulders and upper back. Nero took one last look at the kobolds. They were still charging in without fear, their little legs pumping in excitement. They were now close enough for him to see actual froth accumulating around their snouts while their faces were being lit up by the spell growing 5 feet away from him. Deciding that running was probably not a bad idea, Nero turned around and took off as fast as he could. Howard's shield, and whatever spell that looked like it was about to go off, would hopefully slow them down enough to give him a head start. Although he needn't have worried. Despite being incredibly agile, kobolds didn't have a very impressive top speed. As he ran, his hands held tight to his sword and shield, while his mind began the process of activating his mage armor. He'd practiced the technique enough that it didn't even make him stumble, part of his consciousness smoothly isolating itself to maintain the armor's identity. Almost as soon as he started running, he felt an arrow slam into his upper back. The force was completely blunted by his shield, but it still felt like a gong ringing in his head. Gritting his teeth, he kept running, but put a little more focus on maintaining his mage armor.
He could see that Howard had already closed the distance to the rest of the elites, and the small bubbles of shields were already collapsing into a line, the elites behind them readying to face the charge. Behind each group, 1 or 2 people were returning fire at the kobolds with spears, arrows, and the occasional spell. Their firing arc was sending the attacks high into the air to make it over the defensive shields.
Nero covered the approximately 100 feet between him and the rest of the elites faster than he'd thought possible, his adrenaline and fear urging him to wring out whatever he could from his body stats. In a way, he was lucky that the forest's tree density around here was so low it had prompted them to clear a rather large amount of area and forced the kobolds to begin their charge from a much greater distance than if they'd been attacked at their old encampment. Of course, Nero hadn't actually ever spent any time at that encampment, so the thought didn't occur to him. Squeezing in between the collapsing shields, Nero stuttered to a halt and looked around to see where he could be of use. What caught Nero's attention first was that the shields weren't actually spells, or at least not just spells. Every 5-man team had a sergeant holding a shield that was projecting the magical half-bubble in front of them. But some of the teams had up to 8 people using the shields as cover. Even though the situation was dire, he couldn't help but take a quick count and try and figure out how many people were actually part of their little war camp. I should have really taken a head count before we left Dorchester, he thought to himself. Figuring that it would be easiest to just start by counting the shields, his eyes swept along the line until he saw his team near one of the flanks, preparing for battle. Running over, he finished his count by taking advantage of his perception field. There were 10 shields, so he figured between maybe 60 or 70 troops. Stuttering to a stop next to Nick, he saw Rose and Kathleen standing a few feet away, shooting arrows and launching spears up into the air like rapid-fire turrets. Where the hell do they store all that crap? Kathleen might have a personal space filled with spears, but Rose's quiver just never seems to run out, he thought to himself. Nero, what in the hells were you doing standing out there? Did you plan to fight the entire kobold charge all on your own? Shouted Nick, causing Nero's head to snap toward the man in surprise. Nero cringed at the rebuke, but changed the subject to something he actually wanted to talk about. I thought there were only 20 recruits, including us. Even with the team leaders, aren't there too many people here? He asked. As the sounds of combat were all around them, the crisp snap of bowstrings, grunts from the spear throwers, and cracks of kobold arrows breaking themselves against the shields, Nick stared at Nero in total shock. What are you talking about? We're in the middle of a battle. Focus on the enemy, Nero, he shouted. Nero shrugged awkwardly, his adrenaline making him a little jumpy, while the multiple things he was paying attention to was causing him to suffer from distractions. Turning to face the charging kobolds, he tried to force his thoughts back onto what he needed to do to prepare for combat. Don't let your mind wander. You don't want to die to midget lizards. That's not how you get into Valhalla, he told himself. Seconds passed as Nero watched the little kobolds climb up the hill, running over each other when they slipped on the loose ground, during what, to them, was a breakneck charge. He laughed a little when he saw that the spell Howard had cast was still up and running. It had turned into a giant ball of green fire, which was occasionally launching red streaks of flame in random directions. There must have been 10 or 20 kobold corpses currently acting like mini bonfires all around it. Nero jumped when he heard Captain Angelton's loud voice ring out over the battlefield. Post! As one, all the shield-bearers raised their shields at the same time, tilting them up into the air and allowing the bottom to rise up so the rest of the soldiers could meet the charge while still being under cover. Sergeant Wesker shouted, Walker, get up here. You and Everett are the line with me. Taking out another shield, Wesker left the one providing their overhead cover just floating in the air. Nero could see the shield anchoring itself in the ether. Perhaps it was an enchantment holding its place. Forcing his attention away from the interesting magical phenomenon, Nero rushed up next to the sergeant and readied his own buckler to face the charge. Each shield bubble had 3 or 4 people under it, all in a line, ready to meet the kobold's charge. Nero held his breath, as the first few kobolds were already just a few feet away. His heart was pumping like crazy, and the sight of the incoming mob was making his palms sweat. The kobold lines hadn't held together very well, and it looked more like a loose swarm making its way up a hill. The elite's higher ground was giving him a great view of what was happening behind the shorter enemies. He heard the first of the kobolds being cut down a few groups to his right, and soon enough his first enemy made it into range. Like an insane child wielding a cleaver, the kobold jumped forward wildly, swinging its jagged sword at him. Swiftly moving his shield into position, he received the blow at an angle, like Kathleen had trained him to. The sword moved past him, and he swung his hip to give the little bastard his counterblow. His own sword shot out, stabbing the kobold directly in its chest. The lizard's eyes widened. It dropped its weapons and gripped the blade with both of its claws. Nero finished the move, pulling the blade back and returning his shield to the ready position. As the blade ripped itself free of the kobold, Nero watched its eyes go dead and its legs give out. Just like that, his first fight of the war was over. All around him, the elites were ripping into the kobolds. The enemy's charge wasn't nearly coordinated enough to cause them much of a problem. It was actually kind of pathetic to see the kobolds being executed one after another. To Nero, it looked like they were just too stupid to realize how screwed they were. But before Nero's thoughts could fool him into thinking this was going to be an easy victory, his attention was caught by another kobold, screaming bloody murder and charging at him, brandishing a short spear like he was charging a dummy. Over the little murder lizard's shoulder, Nero saw the entire area up to the tree line, filled with kobolds making their way forward, eagerly rushing to their death. Interspersed throughout the horde were the other types of kobolds, some of which were casting spells, organizing the charge, and dismantling Howard's spell. He couldn't see the end of them, and the ones in the back weren't nearly as stupid as the ones in the front. Yeah, Howie was right. There are definitely more than 100 of them. I must have forgot to carry a 0 or something. My bad, he thought, not remotely considering the possibility that he just didn't look around enough. Chapter 148. An uphill battle sucks for a reason. Specialist Howard felt at the moment the illusionary barrier went down. What was once just another random piece of the forest in the mountain suddenly became a staging ground for an invasion. The sporadic trees allowed for an impressive number of kobolds to congregate in a relatively small area. Not that the area was all that small to begin with. He forced his perception field to thin, allowing it to cover more area, and he was shocked to discover a tunnel hidden near the back of the kobold's formation. Not good, he thought. There could be thousands of them hiding down there. What we see above ground might only be the tip of the spear. Realizing the implications of what a tunnel might mean, he distractedly muttered an, "Oh shit," then turned to lock eyes with the captain. Seeing the curious tilt to the man's head, he sent a connection request to show him what was coming. In less than a second, he shoved the images of what he'd seen into the captain's mind and watched as his face paled. Without even getting a response other than a sense of determination radiating from the man's psyche, Howard felt the connection snap shut. As the captain turned to look back at the rest of the troops, Howard cast a signal flare into the air, the red orb slowly rising into the sky. Holding both of his hands together, he condensed an essence pulse to grab everyone's attention. He needed to sound the alarm quickly, and it wouldn't matter if the kobolds noticed. It wasn't like they weren't already on their way. The feeling of anticipation rose in gut, and the familiar sense of imminent danger caused him to smile. It had been months since he'd had a good fight, and a battle against a horde of vicious kobolds was just what he needed to wipe away the stress of the last few weeks. The memory of the little lord's cheap shot during training, the pain from the stone spike slamming into his gut, caused his smile to dim a bit. The captain shouted, "Howard, you're the only real mage we have at the moment. So you're on shield synchronization and aerial support.
Without waiting for a reply, he took off back toward the center of the camp to coordinate their defense.
The realization that he wouldn't be able to fully let loose tempered his enthusiasm a little, but he was still excited to see what the enemy had in store for them. Looking down, he saw the little lord still standing there, with a look of shock on his face. Although understandable for a fresh recruit, he wouldn't have thought the young man was the type to freeze under pressure. His smirk grew a little at seeing the magical prodigy acting so normal for once. Besides, this gives me an excuse to leave them a few welcoming gifts, he thought to himself. Quickly casting a defensive shield to counter the enemy's rather unimpressive opening volley, he shouted, "There are a lot more than 100 out there, Walker." He couldn't stop himself from scoffing when he saw the little guy hiding behind a tower shield, carefully tucking his legs in, making sure nothing was sticking out. Shaking his head at the adorable sight, he began carving a small, flaming whip mine, as he didn't have enough time for much else. Seeing the young lord peeking over the top of his shield, he almost burst out laughing. The young lord changed weapons, finally putting away that ridiculous shield. He said, "I didn't exactly have time to count them. I just meant there were a lot. Are we really just going to stand here and wait for them?" Howard let the little idiot chatter away, as he was busy finishing his spell. Feeling the spell form stabilize, he pumped a little more center into it, and then tied it to the local ether, locking it in place. "This is going to be great," he thought with a smile. Turning around, he shouted over his shoulder, "Don't talk! Just run!" He took off back toward the rest of the troops, while casting a simple shield spell and anchoring it to his shoulders in order to hold off any incoming arrows or spells. It wasn't worth casting an essence shield to deal with an enemy this pathetic. It looked like they'd be relying on their numbers, not their skills. He sensed the little lord was finally coming to grips with what was happening, so he figured the young man would follow along soon enough. Keeping the little shit alive wasn't his responsibility anyways. When he got back to the center of the encampment, he took his place to the left of the captain. Looking out onto the troops, he could see them falling into an acceptable defensive line. It wasn't perfect, and he would prefer it if they had more troops, but the few sergeants they did have seemed to know what they were doing. He held out his arms, letting his control field seep into the ambient essence. He carefully carved an essence post and anchored it to the ethereal plane within his essence field. Then, he reached out through the ether to tie the shield enchantments together, merging them all into a cohesive network. Normally, this would be the responsibility of a support mage, but he still remembered how to do it. In fact, this whole scenario was reminding him of his early days in the army. Even the horde of incoming kobolds looked a little like the goblins he'd spent years massacring. The memory of the battles made his smile grow even wider with carefully controlled bloodlust. While the captain called out orders, Howard completely released his restraint on his essence field, flooding as much of the area as he could with his will. Feeling some pushback on the edge of his range, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. "So the kobolds have some skilled mages of their own. Let's see what you have for me," he taunted them within his mind. Nero felt the recoil in his wrist as his essence-infused blade slammed into the edge of a lucky block by the kobold in front of him. Grimacing at the subtle pain, he stepped forward to slam his shield into his opponent. The little lizard didn't have the body mass to stand up to him, and Nero took advantage of the opening he caused to slash the kobold's throat, spraying the poor bastard's blood into the air like a fountain. Turning his head away, he felt the sickening warmth coat the left side of his face. At least monster blood evaporates after a while. This is disgusting, he thought. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw Nick's grim visage snarl as he speared a kobold while taking advantage of the gap between Nero and Elite standing next to him. Among others, Nick was acting as a secondary line, aiding the first line with arrows, spears, and the occasional spell. They were also in charge of pulling the dead bodies out of the way. Not letting himself get distracted, He tightened his mental hold on his mage armor and resumed killing whatever had the balls to show up in front of him. It's just like the trees, he thought. Spells are awesome, but sometimes it is just so much more efficient to do it manually. Nick is probably just trying not to waste his center. I wonder how Howie is doing. They'd been at this for around 20 minutes already, and the kobolds' numbers didn't seem to be letting up at all. In fact, if it weren't for the secondary line occasionally pulling bodies away from the battlefield, they'd all be fighting on top of a pile of kobold corpses. Luckily, it didn't look like there were any casualties on the human side of the battle just yet, but that could change if the battle continued for the rest of the day. Looking into the distance, he saw the field in front of him overrun with kobolds making their way up the hill. Meanwhile, arrows and spells still exploded on the hovering shields above him. All in all, this didn't look like the battle was going to be ending anytime soon. Sidestepping, he let a kobold spear slip past his hip while he slashed another throat open with a backhand sword slash. Snaking his shield arm over the dying kobold's head, he yanked the little bastard behind him, trying to make sure he didn't end up clogging the area with the lizard's soon-to-be corpse. Through his essence field, he felt Rose pull the kobold back behind the lines and stack the body on top of the rest of corpses he'd made. From over his shoulder, he felt Rose launch the dead kobold's spear back toward the enemy. He cringed a little at the sight of the spear headshotting a charging kobold in the distance. Considering how many times he's done that, it's definitely not luck. That girl is freaking brutal. I wonder if she's finally out of arrows, he thought. His breathing was surprisingly steady. As he fought, he couldn't help but compare the battle to his time training with Kathleen. After thinking about it for a bit, he realized that this was all rather tame compared to what she had usually put him through. While that thought bounced around his head, he kicked out gently with his foot to move his current enemy's leg a little out of position, causing the kobold in front of him to lower his shield a little too far. Like he'd done countless times before, Nero stabbed forward with his blade. Seeing the strike nearly remove the kobold's head by severing its thin excuse for a neck, he looked around to see how everyone else was doing. It didn't seem like the kobolds were much of a threat individually. From what he could tell, the elites were all handling them just fine. Some of them even looked a little bored. Even the pace of the battle wasn't too bad. They'd probably be able to keep this up for hours at this rate. So why did he feel like he was missing something? It's because any idiot would know that this type of assault would never work. Fresh recruits would be able to handle this, and they aren't even trying to get around the line to force us to turtle up. They can't be this stupid, can they? I mean, we have the high ground, he thought with a chuckle. Figuring he'd need the brain power, and considering it was currently doing nothing other than sapping his mental strength, he let his mage armor dissipate into the ether. As he fought, he let part of his mind reach out through the ether, trying to get a better sense of what was happening from a wider perspective. His mental presence slid along the lines, watching the elites rip apart the enemy, while the bodies continued to pile higher and higher behind them. He had to admit that what he was seeing was, without a doubt, rather impressive. The coordination among the teams was nothing short of outstanding. Not to mention, seeing Captain Angelton walking behind the troops, shouting orders and offering support as if he were some kind of Roman general demanding his troops to hold the line, was kind of awesome. Surprisingly, he had no trouble paying attention to the fight, while half his attention was busy taking a look around through the ether. This must be what Nick meant when he talked about splitting my mind. The part I've been training to maintain my armor is now being used to spy on the battle. Nifty trick, he thought. If he had to describe it, he'd say the skill was similar to holding a conversation while cooking. Or better yet, watching TV while working out. However, it was also so much more than that. He felt like he was fully paying attention to two entirely separate things. In a way, it was rather amazing, but also kind of a letdown. It didn't seem remotely magical.
It just felt like he was getting really good at paying attention to multiple things at the same time.
I don't think I'll be able to play a riveting game of chess against myself anytime soon, or hold an intense mental debate in my head. This isn't anything like the mind partitions I read about in the stories, he complained, while slamming the edge of his shield down onto the throat of kobold he'd tripped up. While the fight went on, he sent his mental probe deeper into the kobold horde.
There has to be a reason they're sacrificing themselves like this, he thought.
Back near the tree line, almost at the edge of his perception range, he saw several of the larger kobolds shoving the foot soldiers into haphazard lines and sending them off to their deaths. Even though the farther he got from the battle lines, the fuzzier everything looked, he could still kind of hear them shouting orders in their weird, hissing, guttural speech.
Move in groups! Attack together! Force the smoothskins to earn their kills!
Yelled the towering lizards. Nero frowned. The ether was shaking so much it was taking a lot of focus to maintain his connection to his probe. It didn't seem to be wasting his center so much as it was simply sapping his concentration. It wasn't really like scrying at all, since it was entirely within his field of control, but it was still oddly difficult. The worst part about it was that he didn't know why he was having so much trouble with it. While he slaughtered more kobolds, he let his mind chew on the problem.
What the hell is causing all this interference?
I thought I had gotten pretty good at seeing through other people's essence fields. I still can't cast anything within their zone of control, but I should at least be able to see what the hell is going on. And why does the essence out there look like that? It's so dense that it's more like mist or fog than any kind of essence flow. Could it be the emotions or something? No, it's got to be something else. That's just too idiotic to consider, he thought. Fed up, he slammed his sword hilt down onto a kobold's head, feeling the recoil all the way up to his shoulder as the skull shattered. When the lizard went limp, he hooked his hilt behind its neck and let the body fall past him. Turning his attention to the next enemy, he used his shield to knock its spear up into the air. The kobold stumbled back, hissing in annoyance at his failed attempt to kill him. Nero didn't pursue, and just maintained his position among the line, exactly like he was supposed to. The battle raged on, with Nero lost in thought, while almost mechanically eliminating enemies, one by one, over and over again. Meanwhile, half his attention stayed focused on how the ether was roiling with thick clouds of essence, and mulling over the implication that he was, in fact, missing something important. While spells and arrows continued to explode on the shields above him, Nero wondered, where are all these bastards coming from? And is there a plan to end this any time soon? Chapter 149. Combat Simplified. Captain Angelton ran a critical eye over his troops' preparations. He knew most of these men and women were hunters, having spent years honing their skills to primarily kill monsters and beasts. Their only experience fighting in a battle of any significant size would be if they were actually facing a beast tide. Unfortunately, even those battles were fought at distance and under the relative safety of the city's walls. These elites just didn't have the background to deal with the sentient foes currently heading their way. And it showed.
Post! He shouted,
signaling the sergeants to raise the shield layer and receive the kobold's charge. Glancing to his left, he saw Specialist Howard anchoring another spell shield for his personal protection. The man's eyes were closed while he concentrated on his duties, but Angelton could see the slightest hint of smirk on his lips. At least I have a competent war mage. If it comes to it, he might be able to cover our retreat, he thought critically. Feeling a response to the emergency signal he'd sent to command, he mentally reached out through the communication crystal residing in the pouch on his hip. Angelton felt the connection open, and he heard an annoyed voice immediately start talking. Survey Team Number 24, if you're attempting to report the successful activation of your base camp, then you're on the wrong frequency. This connection is only to be used for emergencies. I suggest you... Angelton's stern voice cut the technician off. ST-24 reporting contact with a significant enemy force. We need reinforcements and mages to provide real-time intelligence. Our location is at the proposed site of our base camp, but they attacked before our defenses were finished. Currently, we are in melee with their forces, relying on skirmish shields and a singular war mage for aerial control. Ranged spells are in play, but no tactical magic has been used at this time.
This wasn't the first time Angelton has had to deal with this kind of thing. It was both a blessing and curse to have such ironclad control over his essence field. Very rarely could anyone get a read on his emotions, and over a connection link, it was practically impossible. The technician clearly wasn't expecting an emergency when he felt the connection request, which explained why he hadn't immediately answered the emergency signal. Our forces are out of practice and totally unprepared for what we're facing, he bitterly thought to himself. Unsurprisingly, he felt the shocked technician being replaced on the other end. The new mind seemed much calmer and significantly more powerful. Before long, he heard a strong feminine voice come through the crystal. ST-24, relay composition of enemy forces and provide a situation update, she ordered. Captain Angelton watched as the elites butchered the first wave of kobolds without mercy. He offered them a firm nod of appreciation, even though they couldn't see it. Closing his eyes, he isolated the memory specialist Howard had shown him, then sent it through the communication crystal toward command. Our initial sighting showed a relatively small force, but there is a tunnel supplying them reinforcements from underground. Enemy numbers are unknown, but visual confirmation confirms at least over 500. Enemy units include mages, shamans, battle leaders, and grunts. Possibly there are additional units that remain unidentified. Battle is currently at the melee stage. No tactical spells or summons in sight. How long until we can get some support? He asked, the entire time keeping his voice steady. Command replied immediately. 4 hours minimum. There is no point sending fire teams individually. We'll have to gather a significant force before they head toward your position. Units are already being called in, and they'll be heading your way in an hour at the earliest. Even at best speed, it will still take some time before they can get to where you are. I'm sorry, Captain, but you're on your own for now. If you can, maintain this connection and report any and all intelligence that you can gather. You are the first survey team to encounter a unified response to our presence in the mountains, and information you can give us is crucial to our ongoing strategic planning efforts. Captain Angelton's visage almost cracked, a hint of a frown nearly showing on his face. You should know that this attack was preceded by one of our soldiers accidentally breaching the illusion hiding their forces with his perception field. The moment they were seen, they started their attack. I'm not sure if they were actually planning to ambush us, or if they even intended to attack us at all. It's entirely possible that more kobold troops and tunnels are currently hidden behind similar illusions. Point of fact, not even our war mage was able to break their illusion, so I can't offer any suggestions on how command should proceed. The communication crystal stayed silent for more than a few seconds, and Captain Angelton's attention returned to the battle going on around him. He made his way up and down the lines, observing the elites diligently maintaining the line. The choice to place the encampment at the top of a plateau was a good one. It was also lucky that they'd had enough time to clear so much of the surrounding forest. The sight lines were good, and the open space forced the enemy's ranged forces to attack from quite the distance. Plenty of space to see what we're up against, he thought to himself. The communication crystal came alive again, and he heard the impatient voice on the other end say, "The surveillance mages are saying that they don't see anything to corroborate your theory. They want to talk to the soldier who breached the illusion. You can connect him to the communication crystal, and we'll link it to the mage tower on our end." The captain paused his steps in surprise. The sounds of battle faded into the background as he turned around to look for Walker. Several teams over, he could see the young man cutting down a kobold and dismissively tossing the body behind him. The young lord's skill at using a sword and shield was better than he thought it would be. Weighing the pros and cons of pulling the young man off the line,
he decided against it. From what Walker had said, he wasn't able to explain how he did it, and it would be a waste of time to have him try. Besides, they were currently in the middle of a battle, and the young man was of more use killing kobolds than having an argument with mages who have been increasingly useless, in his opinion at least.
The soldier in question is currently locked in combat. If the mages want to speak with him, you'll have to come get us. I'll be sure to let you know if anything changes with our situation, but I have a battle to fight. ST-24 out, he said, then pushed the connection to the back of his mind.
Hopefully whatever intelligence they think Walker has is important enough to warrant some extraordinary measures, he thought, while looking out into the distance and seeing the never-ending line of grunts stumbling up the hill to their deaths. We're probably going to need it.
For the most part, Nero's attention remained evenly split between whatever enemy was directly in front of him and the mental probe he was using to monitor the battle. The fights themselves weren't all that difficult, and the effort to maintain his mental probe was almost non-existent. Luckily, his efforts with the mental probe proved far more interesting than his fights with the stupidly rabid lizard children. At first, he tried focusing on what the kobolds were doing, but there really wasn't much to see. Within his perception range, he was limited to the open space between him and the tree line, and that was completely filled with kobolds falling over themselves to get to the top of the hill and swing whatever pathetic excuse for a weapon they had at the first human they saw. Even the kobold mages had retreated behind the trees after they'd dealt with Specialist Howard's fire whippy ball thing, or whatever the hell that spell was called.
In Nero's experience, spell form naming conventions tended to be rather literal. Regardless, eventually he started observing how the rest of the elites were fighting. He was able to see numerous basic skills at play, but mostly they were confining themselves to basic weapon forms. He supposed it made sense. It would be idiotic to tire themselves out by wasting center when they didn't have to. As the battle wore on, he ended up focusing on what Specialist Howard was doing. That was when he hit pay dirt. It took a while to filter through everything that he was seeing, but eventually Nero realized how much the man was actually doing. All of the shields that were hovering above the soldiers, every one of them was being supported by a single spell. Somehow the man had created a static area of essence in the ethereal plane, and then built a framework to hold the shields in the air. That one spell was holding back hundreds of arrows, tens of spells, and whatever else the enemy was throwing at them. It was incredible. Nero had no idea how Howard was doing it. If he hadn't noticed the very slight connection leading back to the man's center, he would never have realized the man was responsible for the spell at all. After adding it to the list of things he would eventually get around to learning, he turned his attention to what the man was casting. From what Nero could tell, Specialist Howard was standing under a large bubble shield, similarly tied to the ether, but possibly powered by his center. The man's eyes were closed, and his hands were at his sides, palms facing forward, while his fingers danced around crazily. Nero could see several strings of essence connecting his fingers to hovering spell forms floating above his shield, while some flew off into the distance. Like charging turrets, the spell forms hovering in the air would slowly build up essence until they reached critical mass. When ready, they would launch balls of green fire into the air, off into the tree line. During their flight, smaller balls of fire would rain down onto the charging kobolds, exploding into glorious displays of destruction like a bomber strafing the battlefield. Nero studied the spell carefully, but at this distance he couldn't get a picture clear enough to fully copy the spell form. While he was able to get the general idea, the part that actually controlled how the spell would charge, then fire, was complete gibberish to him. Although he really wanted to head over to the man to get and take a closer look, he knew now wasn't the time. In addition to his ranged bombardment, Specialist Howard was also disrupting the ambient ether somehow, while combating the enemy's magic. When the kobold casters launched their own spells, one of the strings from Howard's hands would lock onto the spell, and slowly corrupt it while it was still in flight. By the time their spells hit the shields, they were barely holding themselves together.
Nero thought he figured out how the man was doing it, but until he had a chance to try it, he couldn't be sure.
Occasionally, Howard would change out the hovering spells, and Nero would do everything he could to memorize what the man was doing. To Nero, seeing such interesting magic was completely worth the threat of being eaten alive by kobolds. Or at least, that's what he told himself. As Nero was going through the motions, killing kobolds left and right, he imagined what it would look like to have lines of mages casting spells into the air like Howard, filling the sky with powerful magics. Rows and rows of competing mages who would be the defining factor in a large-scale war. I wonder how long he can keep up this level of casting, thought Nero.
An arrow clipped Nero's cheek, causing his mental probe to snap back to him like the end of a tape measure.
What the hell was that? He wondered, as he felt blood starting to drip down his face.
Refocusing on the battle in front of him, he saw groups of kobolds holding up little bows and firing into the lines from, at most, 30 feet away. They didn't seem to care that almost all of their arrows were slamming into the backs of their comrades.
Looking around, Nero could see several of these archer groups firing at point-blank range into the melee. Although most of the arrows didn't do much, some of them made it through to the elites, and Nero could see the secondary line switching positions to replace the injured soldiers. There was even a soldier's corpse being resuscitated near the back of the formation. The first real casualty on our side, he thought, his face adopting a grimace.
Turning back to the kobolds, he could see that they fully intended to continue the suicidal practice of firing into the backs of their soldiers, hoping that one or two arrows might make it through. Without a doubt, this proved to Nero that when he had called them rabid lizard children, he was not wrong.
Figuring that he should do something, he was about to cast a spell when he heard Sergeant Wesker, on his left, relay the exact same orders the sergeant on his right was saying. All along the line, the sergeants all shouted the same thing. "Secondaries, take out those archers!" Nero thought it was incredibly weird to hear the orders happening in surround sound. Immediately, spears and arrows were launched into the archer groups, punishing them for standing still in the middle of the battlefield. As the elites were able to shoot from an elevated position, they had no issues obliterating every one of their targets. While it was arguably a clever idea for the kobolds to avoid the hovering shields by firing at the humans from a closer position, thereby negating the firing arc issue, ultimately Nero thought it was a dumbass plan. All the kobolds had managed to do was kill tons of their own troops and annoy the elites a little. Even their one successful kill was already being brought back and would soon be returning to exact his revenge on the little buggers. Soon enough, everything returned to what was rapidly becoming the new normal. Kobolds would charge up to the line, trade a few blows, die, then get pulled off to the side. By this time, Nero felt like he'd killed at least 100 kobolds, all on his own. But they still kept coming. Is this really how battles work in this world? He wondered. Suddenly, he felt the ambient essence pull taut, like a bowstring. For a moment, the entire ethereal plane seemed pause, in anticipation of something. Nero absently kicked the kobold in front of him, forcing it back to give him some space, allowing him a moment to focus on what was happening. Then he heard it. Both in the ethereal plane and the material one, it sounded like a gigantic sheet of construction paper tearing next to a microphone. The auditory assault made the hair on his head stand up, and a shiver shot its way up his spine. Whatever was happening was completely wrong, and he could almost hear the voice the world growling in annoyance at the slight to nature. Nero heard Captain Angelton's firm voice ring out over the field of battle. "Enemy summons incoming. Stand fast and maintain position." Nero looked at the kobolds on the field in front of him, and the feeling of incoming danger got so much worse. They had all paused what they were doing and were staring back toward the tree line, clearly anticipating something worth seeing. Through his essence field, he could feel the combination of hundreds of kobolds all feeling giddy, and it was causing his hands to sweat. Off in the distance, behind the tree line, he could see the tops of several trees being pushed aside, like something was forcing its way into the world. Although he couldn't see what was happening in the ether, as the distance was too far for his field to reach, he could guess. Somehow, they'd opened a connection to another plane, and something was coming through. I bet that is what it looks like when a spawn point converts to a planar tear. This is going to suck, isn't it? You know, when some asshole writes the story of my life, this is totally going to be a chapter-ending cliffhanger. I can feel it, he told himself, trying to inject some humor into the situation. Chapter 150. Is that a freaking kaiju? While Nero and the elites were fighting for their lives in Dorchester, the Council of Mages was embroiled in a heated debate in the Tower of Magic's council hall in Hennings. Archmage Mathers rubbed his temples with his palms. His eyes were closed tightly in pain. The argument going on around him was just too stupid for his mind to process. As usual, his fellow archmages were wasting time pointlessly debating a topic that was, at best, academic. I'm telling you, it's not that you can't address him as Scholar Jenkins, it's that you shouldn't, said one archmage, while leaning back in his chair with a look of complete confidence on his face. His main opponent in the debate, Archmage Tully, slammed her hand down on the table and yelled across the room. Just because he is only at the rank of adept does not mean that he isn't a scholar. The man leads an entire team in the archives, primarily responsible for peer review and theoretical proofing. It's his hells be damned job title, for heaven's sake. There is no reason not to call him Scholar Jenkins. Not even remotely unsettled by her outburst, the man replied, I'm not saying that he isn't a scholar. I'm simply saying that addressing him as one is inaccurate. He is first and foremost an adept. His job title is immaterial to who he is. While he can change jobs, he cannot change his rank. A supporter of the other Archmage replied, just because he never applied for Magus testing to attain the rank of Archmage doesn't mean he isn't entitled to receive the respect he deserves. It's insulting to refer to a scholar as a mere adept. I don't see why we can't just refer to him as a scholar and make everyone happy. Another mage piped in, angrily shouting, because that would imply that he is an archmage, which he is not. One thing has nothing to do with the other. In support, another person shouted, that's right. If you look at the identification records filed with the personnel department, you'll see he is listed as an adept. Therefore, that's the only title he is entitled to. An older archmage, currently fed up with the argument, shouted, does this Jenkins even care what title we use when we talk about him? One of the original debaters slammed her hand down on the table again, nearly screaming, that's irrelevant. A confused archmage chimed in, the sincerity of his question causing everyone to stare at him for a moment. What is? The fact that he doesn't care what he's called? Or that he does? A timid voice spoke up. Why can't everyone just be referred to as whatever title they want? We can just have them choose their preferred title and register it with the local hub. Won't that solve everything? Seeing this as a good opportunity to join in on the debate, one of the newer archmages shouted, I've always wanted to be referred to as Supreme Magus Extraordinaire. I don't see a problem with it. Shouts for and against the proposed policy erupted in the room. Some people derided the idea as completely unscientific and a waste of time. Others shouted out their own preferred titles, eagerly trying to stake their claim on whatever title resonated with their personal philosophy. There were those that tried to stick to scientific arguments, while others stated that there was no harm in adopting a cultural convention that covered every eventuality. Mathers was at his wit's end. He slammed his palm down on table with essence infusing his hand. The resulting sound was loud enough to silence the entire council chamber. This is obviously a question for the Cultural Department of Standards. Someone fill out the query and register it. Anyone interested in the topic will have the opportunity to present their arguments to them. This is not something that falls under our purview. For the official record, you're all idiots. Did anyone not understand who Archmage Thule was referring to when he referenced Jenkins's findings? He asked, while pointing at the large report still being projected above the table.
No one.
I thought not. So what does it matter what you call him? He finished, nearly growling by the end of his rant.
After taking a few deep breaths to clear his mind, he continued.
Now, let's get back to the original topic. How do we feel about the findings? Are we happy with this proposed strategy? Do we think this is the best way to go about reducing the influence of the Tower of Fate? The silence was broken by one of the archmages grumbling a little too loudly.
I don't think we should follow the recommendation of a man who doesn't even know what title he should use. Several guffaws and chuckles burst out, while a few gasps were heard.
Archmage Mathers shot to his feet, screaming, "That's it! You and me, Bertrand, in the arena, right now. I'm gonna pummel you so bad the only title you'll be using is Victim." Once again, the council hall erupted in shouts of support and dissent. It was hours before they finally decided to go with Jenkins's plan for their shadow war with the Tower of Fate.
Tone. As the kobolds all stared back at the tree line, eagerly waiting to see what their overseers had summoned, most of the elites took the opportunity to cast cleaning spells and prepare for the next stage of the battle.
However, Nero stood there, transfixed by what he was happening. Although whatever was going on behind the tree line was too far for him to perceive with his mind probe, he was still able to see the effect it had on the ambient essence in the ethereal plane. And what an effect it was. All of the essence that had been slowly accumulating in the area was being pulled toward whatever the kobolds had done. It looked like a hole had been poked in reality, and everything was leaking out through whatever opening it had made. To Nero, it was like the colors all around him were getting a little bit dimmer. He hadn't realized how much the ethereal plane affected the material one. Like a bomb going off, the trees that were being disturbed by the event were ripped out of the ground and pushed aside. Even from as far away as Nero was, he could see a bright light come into existence and start expanding. The ground shook, and a wide open area was being revealed along the tree line. When the final tree fell, Nero was able to finally see what the kobolds had done. There was a large, jagged portal leading to what looked like another world. Taking a guess, he thought it must be at least 30 feet wide by 20 feet tall, and it was still growing. Through the shimmering hole in reality, he could see cracked red soil and an orange sky. Are those mountains or volcanoes in the distance? He wondered. He couldn't really see all that much, as the view was blocked by a large snout weaving back and forth on the other side of the portal. Despite being over 100 feet away, Nero could tell that the damn thing's head was at least the size of a train car, maybe a house. He could see its large yellow eyes, brimming with intelligence, looking through the portal, trying to judge what kind of environment it would be invading. Nero shivered a little when its gaze ran over his position. From what little he could see, the beast looked like a gigantic Komodo dragon crossed with a crocodile. Nero stared blankly at the soon-to-be emerging reptile and asked the only question that mattered at the moment. Is that a dragon? Nick, as usual, was the one to answer Nero's question.
Of course not. A dragon looks nothing like that. Why in all of the hells would you think that is a dragon? His voice full of mockery, as if the question itself were somehow insulting to him.
Nero turned his head and pointed with his sword at the portal in the distance. All right, smartass, then what the hell is it? Nick glared at him and replied, I have no idea. It's obviously an extraplanar lizard of some kind. Sergeant Wesker's voice was full of worry as he said, It's a siege worm. Kobold armies summon them when they want to assault cities. At least that explains what they were doing out here. This must be their intended invasion point, or at least one of them. Nick asked curiously, How did you come to that conclusion? Sergeant Wesker snorted. Because a summoning of that scale requires a great deal of preparation, not to mention a lot of sacrificial magic. That must be what the shamans were doing back there. Nero looked over his shoulder at all the kobold bodies that had been piled up over the past hour, or maybe 2. I really should keep a closer watch on the time, he thought wryly. Shaking his head at the waste of life, he looked back to see what was happening with the portal. It was now much larger, and the beast seemed like it was eager to come through. When it pulled its head back from the portal, it tentatively shoved one of its massive feet through the opening. The moment it crossed the threshold, all of the kobolds all started cheering. Their hissing screams of excitement made Nero's ears feel like they were bleeding. The beast was so large, even its leg filled the entire portal. How much larger is the portal going to grow? The thing must be the size of an apartment building at least, he thought to himself, in awe of what he was seeing. Firming his grip on his weapons, he asked, Is that portal permanent? Shrugging, Sergeant Wesker replied, No idea. It might be that we'll have to go down there and close it ourselves. Nick snorted at the idea, saying, Yeah, that's a wonderful idea. There's only like 1,000 kobolds between here and there. No problem at all. Before anyone could reply, Sergeant Wesker stiffened in place for a second. Nero looked over at the man, confused as to what was happening. When the man started moving again, the first thing he did was dismiss the shield he had been using. Reaching up, he pulled down the shield that had been hovering above them, dismissing the glowing bubble that had been protecting them since the beginning of the battle. Luckily, the kobolds were still busy ogling the summoning portal and weren't attacking at the moment. In fact, it looked like they were completely ignoring the elites for the time being.
Perhaps they only attacked us so that they could fulfill the requirements to open the portal.
Is that why they were so eager to die? Makes sense, I guess. We don't really matter much in the face of that city-killing monstrosity, he thought grimly. All along the line, the sergeants were pulling down the shields and switching out their weapons. Nero looked around with no small amount of confusion, completely lost as to what the plan might be. Are we taking the opportunity to run away? He wondered, hopefully. While Nero heard Sergeant Wesker bark, Everyone, on me! Captain Angelton's essence-enhanced voice called out, Collapse! The order was loud enough to make Nero jump a little in surprise. Following along with the rest of the elites, he stumbled a little as everyone converged into the center of the camp. He was quickly pushed into a position and then told to stay put. He watched as the burgeoning formation arranged itself all around him, his confusion evident on his face. For a moment, he was able to share a look with Rose, who seemed just as out of sorts as he was. It looked like she was being placed somewhere in the middle, most likely because she was white-knuckling her bow. Opening his senses, he took a look around to see what their new formation looked like. It turned out that they were being arranged in the classic arrow maneuver that geese do in the sky. But this time, the middle was full of ranged fighters, while the edges were filled with shield-bearers and melee fighters. All the way at the front stood Captain Angelton, his stone-like face surveying the preparations with a practiced eye. Before long, Nero was standing next to 2 elites he didn't recognize. He found himself on the outer edge of the left side, not liking the conclusions he was coming to. Are these crazy sons of bitches really planning on charging into all that? Downhill, through a field of kobolds? Toward the building-sized monster that is emerging from some kind of hell plane? Yeah, this has good idea written all over it, he thought to himself, filing the mental complaint in his head. Feeling the essence around him shift, Nero looked up to see a new set of shields forming above them. Instead of being supported by floating physical shields, these new magic shields were made up of overlapping squares of blue-tinted glass-like energy. He was able to trace the shields back to their casters, seeing a group of soldiers in the middle of the formation huddling around each other with looks of concentration on their faces. Recognizing one of them, Nero thought to himself, Isn't that chick one of the healers that always rezzed me during training?
Captain Angelton's voice shocked him out of his thoughts, as the man's impromptu speech was loud enough to shake the ground under their feet.
We move as one. If someone falls, hand them back to your comrades behind you. We don't stop. That portal cannot open. We end this here and now. Reinforcements are coming, and we just have to hold out until they get here. Our lives, the lives of Dorchester's citizens, every one of them is in our hands. We must not. We will not fail. This is our duty. This is our purpose. Soldiers of Oglevark, forward! For Dorchester! He shouted, causing the entire formation to surge as one down the hill.
Nero felt like everything was happening too fast. It hadn't even been 5 minutes since the portal opened, and already the entire tone of the battle had completely shifted. 1 minute he was happily ripping apart kobolds, and now he was charging down a hill toward his doom. Is this how the kobolds felt a few minutes ago? He wondered. It didn't take long for the kobolds to realize what the Smoothskins were doing. Almost immediately, they stopped staring at the summoning portal and resumed their attacks. Like a competing tide, the lizards all started charging the formation. But due to the speed of the elites, some of the kobolds ended up having to turn around and follow them from behind, their little legs unable to keep up. As he ran down the hill, Nero fended off incoming arrows with his shield and slashed at anything that got close to him. He wasn't bothering to try and kill anything. He was just forcing any kobold that got close to jump back and tangle itself up with the kobolds behind it. Hopefully, by the time we get to the portal, we'll be able to reform the line. But without the advantage of the terrain making them spread out, this is going to suck hard, he thought to himself, while pushing a kobold back with a sword slash to its snout. Through his perception field, he was trying to pay attention to what was happening near the front of the formation, and he was really liking what he was seeing. Captain Angelton was like a force of nature. The man had created some kind of floating golden panels that were acting like a cow catcher on the front of a train. Rather than being vertical, they were aligned horizontally, so as the formation moved down the hill, the panels were kneecapping the kobolds one after another. It was brutal. The elites around the captain didn't even bother to pause as they stepped over the downed lizards, stomping them into the dirt while they marched over them. To Nero, it looked like the man was using a giant magic weed whacker to mow down his enemies. Looking closely at the golden panels, Nero realized that they must be the captain's ability at work. If Nero remembered right, the man had a defensive pillar. Or maybe it was protection? Either way, it was something like that. Regardless, whatever it was called, the way the man was using the glowing shields was definitely not very defensive. I guess that proves what Nick said about pillars. They really are loosely defined and open to interpretation, he thought. Behind the captain, Nero could see Specialist Howard forming some kind of spell as he jogged down the hill. The essence was pooling around the man, but Nero couldn't understand what he was seeing. Most spell forms looked like symbolic writing, but this one looked almost 3D. It wasn't at all flat, it was more like a cube. Even though Nero was close enough to get a good look, it still didn't make any sense to him. All too soon they were at the tree line, and the fighting became a little more hectic than Nero was comfortable with. After feeling an arrow clip his shoulder, he decided that his mind probe wasn't very important at the moment, and dismissed it in order to free up some mental muscle. Using his newfound ability to multitask, he quickly summoned his mage armor and condensed a new layer of protection. The blood and gore blended together into one giant blur of carnage, and Nero's entire world shrunk to the small bubble of violence going on around him. With no one to clear the bodies, their speed began to falter. Perhaps the front of the formation made it to the portal, because eventually their pace slowed to a walk. That was until Nero bumped shoulders with the elite on his right, and then their forward progress came to a complete halt. Hacking and slashing, Nero fought with everything he had. Before long, technique took a back seat to expedience, and he felt like he was once again chopping down trees. His enemies were stumbling over their fallen comrades, eventually forming a makeshift wall of dead kobolds at their feet. In order to get closer, the kobolds had to drag their dead out of the way, leaving pools of blood in the dirt. The stench of combat was making his head swim, and the essence in the air was like sludge filling the ethereal plane, dulling his senses.
Suddenly, the enemy in front of him wasn't a tiny kobold. It was a 7-feet-tall lizard man, frothing at the mouth and hurling understandable insults. Receiving an overhead swing directly onto his shield, Nero heard the giant kobold's hissing screech.
"You'll die screaming, smooth skin. This is our mountain, and there is no place for your kind here."
Nero felt the strike all the way to his ankles, his entire body shaking with the contact. Holy shit, this dude is strong, he thought. Not wanting to fight the giant lizard head-on, Nero did what he always thought about when he was getting his ass kicked by Kathleen. He cheated. As his essence field was strong enough to allow him to cast near his body, he carved a stone spike spell directly on his own chest, facing out. With a smirk on his face, he angled his shield to let the kobold's sword fall a little off to his side, then used his shield to further push it out of position. The result was him presenting his chest like he was firing a chest laser directly at the bastard in front of him. Considering the difference in height, Nero's plan worked. Kind of. The lizard man did, in fact, allow his sword to fall a little off to the side, and he did allow himself to be pushed a little out of position. He probably didn't think that a small, smooth skin, one who was barely tall enough to reach his chest, would be able to reach him at their current distance. Unfortunately for him, Nero wasn't using his sword to attack him. The glowing circle on Nero's chest went off, his personalized stone spike spell launching a rapid-fire series of spikes, one after another, each one shooting forward at the speed of an arrow. Nero's grin turned a little sour as he saw the first 2 spikes hit the giant lizard in the lower gut. Then the last 2 ruined whatever was between the kobold's legs. Luckily, whatever was down there was hidden by a primitive loincloth and what could pass for chainmail leggings. The sight of the kobold's knees locking together in pain made Nero involuntarily cringe. The kobold dropped his sword, his clawed hands shooting to his crotch. After freezing like a cat being noticed, he collapsed to his knees right in front of Nero. Now at eye level, Nero looked into the lizard man's eyes. While it was unnerving to feel empathy for an enemy, the look of pain on its face after getting hit in a lizard's most sacred place was all too familiar to Nero. Even worse, the pathetically whining hiss that came out of the kobold's mouth made Nero want to gag in sympathetic pain. Wanting it to end, Nero stepped forward and stabbed the kobold in the throat, saying, "Don't start none. Won't be none." He watched the kobold bleed out in front of him, the large corpse giving him a moment of respite in the insanity going on all around him. Looking up, he saw that there were still plenty of enemies trying to force their way into melee range, and he knew that it wasn't going to get any better anytime soon. Did I just get to deliver a badass line after killing a bad guy who was way out of my league? Like a boss? Yes. Yes, I did. I'm really living the dream, aren't I? He told himself, trying to see the silver lining in the cloud of kobold souls clogging the ether. Chapter 151. The Adventure of a Lifetime. It's a summoning! They're opening a planar connection just past the tree line, screamed Specialist Howard. Captain Angelton could feel the essence in the ether shifting. The battlefield suddenly felt like it was holding its breath. The charging horde of kobolds halted their assault, and were now just standing there, looking back toward the tree line, waiting to see what their leaders had called forth. The captain turned to Specialist Howard and asked, "How?
That shouldn't be possible without a great deal of preparation and countless mages working in concert for days in order to charge the spell array.
Although his voice was devoid of emotion, his iron will was struggling to contain his shock.
Specialist Howard met the captain's eyes and said, "It was their shamans. They used their own dead as the fuel for their ritual. I recognize the spell scripting. It's a vile type of soul magic."
The captain's face twisted into a rare grimace. He had played right into their hands. He should have realized that the battle was going too well. He had known kobolds were capable of strategic thinking, and treating them as simple-minded monsters had been a mistake. Infusing essence into his voice, he shouted, "Enemy summons incoming! Stand fast and maintain position." Mentally widening the connection to command he still had active through the communication orb, he said, "ST-24 situation update. Enemy forces have activated a ritual summoning using their own dead as a sacrificial component. Shamans capable of soul magic have been confirmed through scrying. Request immediate reinforcements."
He felt the mind on the other side of the connection almost recoil in surprise. Reinforcements are still at least 2 hours out, probably closer to 3. Teleportation into the area is impossible. The essence currents are too strong to risk it without an Astra platform to target at your location. For now, wait 1, the voice said. Then the mind on the other end of the connection dimmed, as if it were paying attention to another conversation.
The captain grit his teeth, unsure of what he should do. Every second he hesitated was another second the ritual had to complete its purpose. It wasn't like he didn't know what was at stake. Depending on the severity of the planar event, the portal could be anything from a singular beast summon to a towering rift capable of altering the local essence signature for years to come. He didn't even have enough experience with these type of situations to know how long he had before the ritual finished. If they were really unlucky, the kobolds had coordinated with forces on the other side, and this was a prelude to an extra-planar invasion. However, that was extremely unlikely. As if the world were mocking him for his ill-advised hope, he felt the ground shudder as an explosion toppled several trees, allowing him to see the ritual happening off in the distance. Like a glowing beacon of doom, he saw reality tearing as a portal to another plane began to take shape. The sound of its arrival rattled the entire area, and all too quickly he saw the newborn rift beginning grow.
Not 2 seconds later, he heard the voice from command resume talking. "ST-24, your orders are to do whatever you can to disrupt that ritual. We have confirmation that it is, in fact, a rift. Reinforcements are on the way, but they will be called back if that portal opens. The force heading your way is not prepared to face an organized invasion, and I repeat, they will be called back to the walls if that ritual completes. Do you understand?"
He could hear the woman's poorly hidden panic being projected through the connection quite clearly. Obviously, alarms were blaring all over the place in Dorchester. Taking a deep breath, Captain Angelton processed what he'd just heard. Command was sending them to their deaths. It made sense, and he didn't fault them for it. It wasn't like they'd live if the rift opens and the mountainside was overrun with kobolds. They couldn't run away, and perhaps this way their death could serve a greater purpose for Dorchester. "I understand. We'll get it done. ST-24 out," he said, then closed the connection completely. Any more talking would be pointless, and a waste of his limited time. While part of his mind reached out to his sergeants in order to start organizing the assault, he locked eyes with Specialist Howard. He could see the man eagerly waiting for orders. "If we get you close enough, can you stop that rift from opening?" asked the captain. Specialist Howard's eye widened in surprise. His voice sounded a little unsure when he replied, "Possibly, if you give me enough time to study it. But stopping it before it fully manifests? Not likely. I'd feel a lot better about our chances if we had someone familiar with interplanar essence He paused abruptly, then grinned widely and continued,
Verena should be able to do it. The man was a director at one of the center research facilities. I'm sure he's at least read about the procedure.
Captain Angelton nodded in agreement, but didn't bother replying. Turning to face the rift in the distance, he pulled his sword, hefted his shield, infused essence into his voice, and loudly ordered, "Collapse!" The chaos all around him was making his head spin. The elites on both sides were so close that he was having trouble not bumping into them. At one point, by reflex, he removed the sword arm of a kobold currently in melee with the elite on his right. After resuming his fight with the kobold in front of him, Nero thought to himself, "No, it's cool. Don't bother to thank me." If it weren't for his mage armor, he'd have definitely been clipped a few times by enemy weapons. Luckily, it didn't seem like any of the kobolds were very skilled at essence infusion, and his protection was more than capable of handling a few hits. Though that didn't stop them from trying to stab him to death. He'd lost count of how many times he'd rebuilt his mage armor after it had started falling apart under the pressure of the enemy's blades. It felt like it was getting easier to form it, but it was also taking more concentration to keep it running. The balancing act between how much focus he was dedicating to the technique was delicate, but he felt like he was handling it well enough. Nero was careful to not impede his fighting ability or allow himself to get too distracted. Luckily, it wasn't like these kobolds were any more skilled than the ones he'd been fighting before, but down here there were just so many more of them. Every time he killed one, another one was right there, eagerly waiting to take its shot at killing him. Occasionally there was some better-equipped kobolds, even ones who had actual armor. He even saw one with a chainmail shirt so big that it went down to its knees. Had the ridiculously dressed kobold not been trying to kill him at the time, Nero might have laughed at the sight of the little bugger. As far as he could tell, there were only two positives about the situation. One, there weren't too many of the giant lizards around, so he didn't have to worry about being physically overpowered. And two, between the shields protecting the elites from the spells coming down on them from above and how dense the fighting was, he didn't need to worry about enemy spellcasters. Despite having promised himself to pay closer attention to his internal clock, he had no clue how long this particular stage of the fighting had been going on. It could have been 10 minutes, or an hour. But one thing was for sure, there was no way they could keep this up indefinitely. Eventually, they would start taking casualties. In fact, they already might have, and he just hadn't seen it. Between managing his mage armor and killing kobolds, he didn't have the available brain power to monitor what was happening with the rest of the elites. His entire focus was split between the fight in front of him and the upkeep on the mage armor. The longer the fight went on, the more effort it took to hold his mind together. So it came as a complete shock when he felt the back of his tunic ball up in someone's fist, and he was yanked back into the center of the formation. Feeling his feet leave the ground, he saw another elite smoothly step in to take his place on the fighting line. Stumbling a little, he had to stop himself from lashing out with his sword at whoever had just grabbed him. What little control he had over his attention span snapped like a thread, and he felt like he had been dunked in a tank of stupid juice. Luckily, he was able to understand whoever it was that was currently shouting loudly enough to be heard over the sounds of battle directly into his ear. "Walker! You're needed up at the front! Let's go!" All around him, he felt the elites participating in the battle. Every one of them was shooting arrows over the heads of the melee fighters, tossing spears, and some were even casting spells. He felt himself being dragged by his neck through the crowd, barely able to keep his feet on the ground. Whoever it was that was leading him clearly wasn't concerned about Nero's comfort. Had he been more aware, Nero would have found it extremely humiliating to be manhandled like a bully being dragged to the principal's office. The trip didn't take long, and Nero managed to repress the urge to hamstring the bastard, mostly because he didn't really understand why he wanted to. He could feel his thoughts becoming more and more scattered, but he couldn't remember what to do about it. The last time this happened was with the butterflies, right? Something is screwing with my concentration, I think, he thought to himself,
vaguely recalling one of his initial attempts to control his essence shield. With his head still forcibly pointed at the ground, he heard the elite escorting him shout, "Captain, I found him!" Nero felt himself being shoved forward, and he waved his arms to stop himself from falling over. Luckily, he was able to keep hold of his sword and shield when he felt his shoulders being gripped by hands large enough to crush his head. Feeling himself come to a complete stop for the first time in a while, Nero looked up to see the towering Captain Angelton staring down at him like an all-powerful war god about to pass judgment. All thoughts about what was causing his brain to misfire were pushed to the back of his mind at the sight of the man. The captain's gray eyes and blank expression nearly made Nero's buckle in fear. Completely ignoring what the man was saying, Nero looked the man over. He couldn't help but note the ripped tabard and nearly destroyed armor. From head to toe, the man was covered in blood and mud. It was obvious that the man had been through hell, yet from his posture, the captain totally looked ready for more. Holy shit, this dude's a badass. I wonder how many kobolds he's killed today. I bet... His thoughts were interrupted by the captain. Nero felt the man shake his shoulders and lightly slap him across the face to get him to focus. Unfortunately, a light slap from a man like the captain was more than enough to completely obliterate Nero's mage armor. The mental backlash he felt from the spell being overpowered nearly sent him to his knees. After a second or two, Nero came back to his senses and realized that the captain was trying to get his attention. "Walker, can you do it?" he shouted directly in Nero's face, his tone demonstrating how serious the situation was. As his mind was rebooting from having over half of his available brain power dedicated to maintaining his mage armor, he was still a little confused when he asked, "Can I do what?" Leaning back as far as possible, Nero marveled at the fact that the man was so tall it was hard to make eye contact without straining his neck. The captain held the young man's shoulders in a vice grip, nearly tipping him over, forcing Nero to look him in the eye. "Verena says you can disrupt an active rift. If we get you close enough, can you do it?" he asked sternly. Nero felt his butthole pucker, like he was being asked to defuse a nuclear time bomb. The sounds and smells of the battlefield once more started to make sense, and the reality of the situation started bearing down on him. The life and death stakes were once again something he had to contend with. I guess I could take a look," he said, trying and failing to offer his patented smirk. Apparently the captain was done talking, and Nero felt himself being dragged forward again. This time, the captain had actually lifted him up by his combat leathers, and Nero could feel the edges of his armor digging into his armpits. He felt like a toddler being picked up by his father, holding him at arm's length due to a diaper incident. Luckily, the extra height provided him an actual view of the battle. Where before he was too short to see much of anything, now he was able to look over people's shoulders, to see a massive hole in reality, filling the surrounding area with a hostile red light. With his mind running at full power once again, he was able to start taking stock of what was going on around him. Looking up, he estimated the top edge of the portal to be at least 100 feet tall, and the edges were so far apart that he couldn't see the sides. The view through the portal showed him a completely different world, an alien world. He could see volcanoes far off into the distance, an orange overcast sky, and red soil and ash billowing outward through the portal like hot air from a kiln. He hadn't realized that the red light he had been seeing all around him had been coming from the rift. He'd thought it was the blood and death affecting his perception of reality, but it was actually just a massive hole in space, connecting them to what he will now and forever refer to as the reason kobolds are so willing to die. I'd probably do the same if my homeland looked like that. What a shitty place to live. It's like people that choose to live Ohio, he thought to himself, remembering the time he had to drive through the entire state. Never in his life had he seen so little for so long. Then he remembered driving through the middle of Illinois, his home state,
and suddenly felt like changing the subject.
Pushing aside his instinctual, sarcastic response to intense situations, he grit his teeth and focused on the situation at hand. He realized he was viewing the rift through blue-tinted panes of energy, all the while seeing arrows and spells being held back, the spell shields floating above him. The pace of combat hadn't diminished in the least, but now that he was being carried through the formation like a baton, he was given the unfortunate chance to really take in the insanity going on all around him.
This is a real full-on tower control scenario. Invading monsters coming through a magic portal, being held back by the soldiers of humanity with nothing but spells and steel. Their only hope for victory is taking over the portal and reclaiming the zone, he thought to himself. Even though he fully recognized the danger, he couldn't help but feel some excitement at the idea of a dork like him being given the opportunity to experience something he'd always fantasized about. While Nero was appreciating the fact that he was living his dream, he was dragged closer to the rift. The closer he got, the more he could see. Eventually, he was able to look out onto an endless horde of kobolds trying to force their way through the portal. The rift was so wide, the elites weren't able to stop the edges from coming through. From what he could see, they were barely stopping a third of the kobolds from making it through the rift. Even worse, he could see more of those kaiju-sized lizards being herded in the distance, along with several groups of the larger kobolds, mages, and shamans, all of them making their way toward the portal. Suddenly, he felt gravity reassert itself as the captain let him go. Dropping to his feet, Nero shook his shoulders to loosen up the bunched-up leathers, while looking over at the captain and glaring at the man's shoulder. Angleton had already turned away and was currently shouting orders to the rest of the troops.
Feeling yet another person grab him by the shoulders, he snapped his head around to see Nick's panicked face staring at him with hope in his eyes.
Not 2 feet from Nero's face, Nick shouted, "Nero! You have to disrupt the essence tether connecting the planes. I'm almost positive it hasn't had time to solidify, so I think you can do it. Just concentrate and do your best. I believe in you." Nero grimaced at his friend and replied, "Look, man, this is not where our story ends. Stop being a bitch." Nick's grip on Nero's shoulders faltered, and he looked at Nero in shock. A second or two passed, and then Nick burst into laughter. The wonderful sight of the blood-covered man laughing like a madman as spells exploded overhead was enough for Nero to remember how to grin. Swatting Nick's hands off his shoulders, Nero said, "All right, give me a sec, and don't let anyone bother me. Or kill me." He then closed his eyes and let his essence field expand with the aid of his full concentration. The sight of the battle suddenly became clear in his head. It was like switching an overhead POV in a game. All at once, he was perfectly aware of how badly they were fucked. It was like the elites were a small huddle of giants surrounded by an endless army of screaming children hell-bent on killing them. Seeing how many kobolds were able to come through the sides of the portal, he remembered that he hadn't seen the first kaiju that was there when the rift was first opening. Had he missed it when it emerged? I really need to work on keeping my IQ above 50 while I'm using mage armor. The damn thing is useless if it saves my life while turning me into a robot, he told himself. He looked over at Nick and asked, "What happened to the first big-ass lizard?" Nick's face twisted in a grimace, and he replied, "We weren't able to stop it. At least 10 of those siege worms have already come through, and who knows how many foot soldiers, mages, and shamans. All we can do now is close the rift as soon as possible, cutting off as many as we can, and then hope for the best. The only reason we're still alive is because we're surrounded, and the kobolds are more interested in getting more troops through the portal than killing us at the moment. But that doesn't matter right now. Nero, can you see the tether?" Shocked at how much he had missed, and how bad things were going, he replied, Yeah, give me a second." Closing his eyes and refocusing on his perception field, he thought to himself, "Okay, So when I close this bitch, I don't think the kobolds are going to be very happy about it. I'm sure we've been fighting long enough for the reinforcements to get here before the little bastards managed to finish us off. As the great Malcolm Reynolds once said, something about being too good-looking to die. God damn, do I miss the internet. Chapter 152. Nero has a very particular set of skills.
Nick jogged forward, moving with the team to join the rest of the elites. He kept one eye on the kobolds, hoping they stayed preoccupied with the portal. The entire field full of immobile enemies reminded him of some of the open-air lectures he'd attended. Hundreds of students just waiting for the guest speaker to arrive.
Specialist Howard caught his attention with a mental push against his essence field, and he turned to see the man waving him over. The thought didn't even occur to him to tell Wesker that he was leaving, before he made his way toward the front of the quickly assembling formation. The moment he approached the specialist, Nick asked, "Are we retreating up the mountain? How can I help?" Howard shook his head, his face grim as he replied, "No, we're going in. Do you know how to interrupt, or better yet, close a ritual summoning?" Nick didn't think about what the question implied, as he was a little preoccupied with the fact that they were not going to be retreating. So he replied completely by instinct. "Of course I do. There are countless methods to disrupt a planar event, regardless of the causal event preceding it. The most—" Midway through his sentence, Specialist Howard grabbed his arm and started dragging him toward the R right behind the front of the formation. He frowned at the back of the man's head, unhappy with the fact that Howard's rude behavior almost made him bite his tongue. Suddenly, the understanding of why the specialist had asked that question occurred to him, and his mouth dropped open in shock. As they took their places behind the first line of elites being led by Captain Angleton, Nick turned to Howard and hissed, "Wait just a damn minute. Just because I know the theory doesn't mean I'm practiced in the application. I've never interrupted an active ritual, and I've certainly never disrupted a planar rift while it was forming. Are you out of your mind? We have to get out of here. Do you understand what might be coming through that thing?" While he was complaining, the rest of the elites were ignoring him and doing their last-second equipment checks. By the time he finished his rant, everyone was ready to move. Specialist Howard looked him in the eye and said, "We're going down there, and you're going to do what you have to do to disrupt that ritual. We cannot let them open that rift, and if we happen to fail, then we're the ones who are going to close it. All of Dorchester is counting on us, and I'll be damned to the hells if we let them down. We're soldiers of Oglivark, and you had better remember that." Nick didn't know what to say in response to the specialist's tirade. He was having trouble remembering why he was out here. Everything over the past 2 months had just been one thing after another that caused him to constantly be re-evaluating his life choices. How did he, a researcher, end up on the front lines of a war against an interplanar invasion? Before Nick was able to come to terms with his internal musings, they were moving. He gripped his spear tightly and watched as the elites around him made their way down the mountainside at a jog. The melee fighters in the front were ripping the kobolds to shreds, while the support corps was maintaining poorly constructed shields over their head. Looking up, he cast a critical eye over the blue panels of spell-wrought essence construction. It was lucky the kobolds were so primitive in their application of magic, or he and the rest of the elites would really be in trouble. He made sure to keep his feet under him, as kobold bodies were beginning to appear on the ground, and he was forced to hop over them at a jog. He could see that most of the dead kobolds were a result of the captain's ingenious use of what was obviously some type of defensive pillar shield ability. That man is incredibly talented. To be able to apply a defensive ability with the intent to cause damage is a rare achievement. The fact that his ability maintains cohesion under these conditions is a testament to his willpower and personal beliefs. He must believe that his actions are truly in defense of something for the shields to work like they do. Seeing a divergent ability application is indeed fascinating, he thought. Not wanting to waste his spear by throwing it into the horde, he occasionally cast a plasma bloom whenever he saw the kobolds grouping up. It was surprisingly easy to get through their essence fields, and he could only conclude that these kobolds were all incredibly young, and as a result, incredibly weak.
As they got closer to the ritual site, he could see the rift growing quickly in the material plane. Depending on how large a rift the kobolds intended to grow, they most likely weren't going to make it in time to stop it. On his left, he saw Specialist Howard launching some personalized version of liquid fire lances from several hovering spell forms he'd anchored to his essence field. To Nick, it was an impressive bit of war magic. Not many mages were capable of maintaining multiple spell forms like that, and even fewer were able to anchor them to their essence fields. The strain on his reserves must be immense, he thought to himself, as he watched the man mow down tens of kobolds at a time.
Seeing as they were almost at the rift, he could see several shamans holding up their staffs and chanting in a half-circle in front of it. However, between them stood several rows of the larger kobolds and several robed spellcasters. I believe the large ones are called commanders, and the spellcasters are referred to as arcanists, if I remember correctly, he remarked to himself with some interest.
Like a hammer slamming into an anvil, the front wedge of the elite formation collided with the kobolds' defensive line. The fighting was very different than what they'd gotten used to. Nick could see that the elite's forward progress had been completely halted. While part of his attention was on helping the melee fighters in front of him by using basic support spells like healing, flash shield, and confusion, most of his attention was on the rift currently growing behind the kobold lines.
As they were only 20 or 30 units away, he was just close enough to get a relatively good read on what was happening. He could see the shamans funneling the potential from the dead kobolds into the spell array on the ground in front of them. Even though he couldn't see the runic script on the array, he was surprised to see that it was laid out on what looked like large paving stones. They must have etched the spell array by hand into the stone tiles, and then spent months imbuing them with essence in order to prepare for this ritual. How long have they been preparing? He wondered. Using his perception field to feel around the growing rift, he tried to get a sense of how it was connected to the material plane. Ignored the sensations from the foreign essence, he completely focused on finding the approximate location of tether point. If he was lucky, it would still be weak enough to be disrupted by an isolative ether shock. His efforts were hindered by his essence shield being hit by an arrow, and the resulting mental poke was enough to cause his attention to drift. Mentally growling in annoyance, he reinforced the shield's identity matrix, then returned to his examination of the rift. He was forced by circumstance to trust the elites around him to protect him while he was working. There it is, he thought in excitement. Now all I have to do is divert the incoming stream of essence from the shamans. Then I can begin inverting the weave projected from the spell array. As long as I'm able to isolate the section where the tether originates, then I shouldn't have any problems, he said to himself, mentally planning his next few steps. Alas, his efforts were in vain, because just as he touched the shaman's ritual stream, he felt the spell array emit a feedback pulse, signaling the completion of the spell. Oh no, he said. He could feel the essence around the tether grow wilder, as it was now pulling essence from the other side of the rift, as well as the ethereal plane on this side of the portal. It had become self-sustaining, and he could no longer disrupt it on his own. Without a group of mages working together to suppress it, the tether would continue to grow until it solidified. Looking up at the now giant portal, he saw the siege whim that had been itching to come through finally make its appearance. At least 70 units high, it ducked its head in order to fit through the growing portal. Lucky for them, it didn't seem to care that they were there, its only interest being crossing over so it could head off somewhere to cause havoc. He watched the massive beast lumber forward, the side of the beast large enough to fill his entire eye line. Nick heard Specialist Howard shout, "Damn it, Verena! Close the damn portal!" Turning to look at the man, Nick replied, "I'm sorry, Howard. I'm not sure that I can." The spell array completed the spell form. Everything happening now is fueled by the planar connection. It's too big for me to disrupt at this point. It's going to take at least 5 mages to isolate the area around the tether, and I don't think there are any mages here skilled in combination casting, are there?
Specialist Howard's face fell, and his floating spell forms went silent.
No, there aren't any combination teams here. I might be able to follow the pattern if you are in charge of weaving the flows, but it's not really my area of expertise. Is there really nothing we can do?
Nick looked around, seeing the elites fighting for their lives, and he felt like screaming in frustration.
He knew how to fix the problem. He just didn't have what he needed to do it. It was infuriating. He refused to believe there wasn't a solution to be found.
His eyes were hard when he stared at Specialist Howard, saying,
"You just keep killing kobolds, and give me some time to think."
Specialist Howard pointed up at the portal and said,
"Every minute we delay, that portal grows bigger, and more enemy troops come through. So, think fast, researcher."
Nick grimaced at the sight of another large siege worm making its way through the portal, likely heading off to join its brethren in preparing their assault on Dorchester's walls. All he could do was take a deep breath, close his eyes, and focus on the problem. He reached out with his perception field and tried to find the best path forward. Nero's perception field stretched out, showing him the ethereal plane in all its glory. He could see the essence flows from the ethereal plane on this side of the portal, mingling with the flows coming through the portal. If he mentally backed up and looked at the bigger picture, he could almost see the surrounding identity of the mountainside changing, in response to the new identities being injected into the local environment. Not letting himself be distracted, he focused on trying to locate the tether Nick wanted him to find. He didn't exactly know what to look for, but it seemed rather self-explanatory, so he started by following the flows. He discarded any flow that wasn't being pulled or manipulated by exterior forces. Then he eliminated anything that was calling out for attention. He figured that if the flows were actively being used, they wouldn't be radiating an identity for him to look at. After all, it wasn't like he could analyze a spell after it was cast, so he figured the theory was sound. Next was the hard part. He felt like he was trying to follow tracks on cement, looking for what wasn't there. In the middle of the battle, surrounded by elites, he stood there with his eyes closed and concentrated. He ignored everything going on around him and put all his focus into his mind probe until it almost took physical shape. If he were a hippie, he'd say that he was actively ignoring the concerns of the flesh to focus on the metaphysical. But he wasn't. Besides, he was too busy concentrating to be philosophical.
"There you are," he thought, his mental voice almost absent of emotion. Nero saw the large web of invisible essence radiating out in spokes toward the edges, while large trunks of hidden flows led off into the distance all around him. The abnormal essence flows looked like hollow tubes disrupting the standard flows throughout the ether. Following them back to the center, he saw the whole in reality for what it was, an incredibly dense knot of essence imbued with a singular purpose. Its identity was so strong that it was like a law written into the ether, forcing the material plane underneath it to bow to its will. His mental probe approached the knot carefully, trying to get a sense of the essence that was knotted so tightly it almost looked like empty space. Yet, the closer he got, the better he could see it, until, finally, he touched it, and his entire world fell away. He once again found himself in that space between realities. Yet this time, he was protected from the void by the tunnel around him. Even weirder, he could still feel the connection to his body. Ah, I get it. Both ends of the tunnel are open. I'm looking at the connection between the ethereal planes. I bet I only lost the connection with my body at the spawner because there wasn't a portal component there. I wonder what would happen if I broke the tunnel from the inside. he wondered, and then promptly chided himself for considering something so stupid. The sight of the blackness all around him was off-putting. It wasn't dark, there was just nothing to see, even though he could also tell that the entire place was filled with nothing but essence and potential. It was like being inside a clear straw, surrounded by invisible jello. He was sure that if Nick were here, the man would get a kick out of it.
Dismissing the thought as irrelevant, he turned around and returned to reality. While not fully returning to his body, he let himself feel enough to connect back to his physical senses. As he suspected, his body was still standing there like a post, completely static, and with a slack-jawed look on its face. After taking a moment to clear his throat, he kept his eyes closed but asked loudly, "Hey, Nick, I found the connection point. Now what?" Nick's voice sounded excited and a little in awe. "What's it look like?" "No, don't answer that right now. But that's amazing. You can actually see the connection point?" Not wanting to get into it, Nero replied, "More or less. What do I do with it?" Nick didn't waste any more time with his questions and said, "All right, first you have to squeeze the essence flows that are powering it. If you're doing it right, you'll see the tether begin to shrink and lose cohesion. Once that happens, there are a lot of ways to go about it, but your ultimate goal is to burst the tether. You need to break the connection point. How you do it is up to you. I don't think the method of essence flooding or even localized disruption are worth explaining to you. Both of them rely on ancillary effects that cause the tether to destabilize as a result of the technique. I'm hoping you can act on the tether in a more direct fashion, thereby bypassing the need for multiple mages working in concert. Do you understand?" he asked. Nero had started working the moment Nick had told him to squeeze the essence flows. As a result, Nero was barely listening to the man by the time he stopped talking. It wasn't difficult to find the connection points around the tether's knot. The problem for Nero was that he didn't understand which points were going in and which ones were going out. To him, the flows were nearly invisible, and he didn't feel like it was all that necessary to waste time investigating them one at a time. So, instead, he just gripped all of the essence around the tether and tried squeezing. At first, it felt like he was stepping on a fire hose. The pressure was so strong his efforts proved futile. Refusing to be deterred, he shrunk the area he was mentally gripping and confined his efforts to a thin shell around the tether. Curious as to what would happen, he compressed some of the ambient essence into a smaller sphere, and he was surprised to feel like he had somehow firmed up his grip. Hearing Nick ask, "Nero? Can you hear me? Are you having any problems?" Nero replied with a smile, "Yeah, I heard you. I got it." All at once, he collapsed his grip as hard as he could, and he felt the flows connecting the tether snap like they'd been clipped by a pair of scissors. It was like a flailing spaghetti explosion in the ether. The flows that were leading to the tether whipped around like the ends of a taut bowstring after it snapped. Hundreds of essence flows became visible in the ether, and he watched as the entire rift lost cohesion. He didn't close the rift. He shredded it. The edges of the rift blew apart like paper, and the hole in reality seemed to forget what it was doing there and decided to go home. Viewing what was happening through the material plane, the sight was almost unbelievable. The 100-feet-tall portal seemed to explode into dust, as if it were nothing but a delicate piece of glass hit with a massive sound wave powerful enough to atomize it. On the physical plane, the area around the tether seemed to shrink like a suction bomb went off. The kobolds in the area screeched like they were being pulled apart, and the resulting area returned to the pristine forest it was before the ritual. There were even a few trees and bushes which reappeared as if they had always been there. The entire battlefield paused. The whole event had taken only a second, and no one seemed to understand what had just happened. Gone was the red-tinted sunlight. The ash in the air was already dissipating,
and even the scent of the forest seemed to be returning.
Nero, having seen the event from the perspective of the ethereal plane, realized what he'd done. By severing all the connections on this side of the tether, the connection snapped back to the other side. He wasn't sure how he knew, but he was sure the other side of the portal would be receiving all of the portal's energy in an explosive wave blasting into their plane of existence. He could almost imagine the gigantic explosion reminiscent of a nuclear bomb going off. Opening his eyes, he turned to see Nick standing there in complete shock, staring at the empty space which used to have a giant portal in it. With a grin, he said, "Nick, you're not going to believe what I did to the kobolds back in the I don't want to live here anymore plane of existence." As if Nero speaking out loud reminded everyone around him that they were still in a war, several elites that were standing around him began murdering the stunned kobolds. Before long, the battle was back on, and the elites found themselves surrounded by thousands of kobolds, all of whom were incredibly pissed about their portal being closed. Without being on the front line, Nero couldn't see much of what was happening with his eyes, and he wasn't really sure what he should be doing. However, seeing Nick casting spells, he figured he could finally start contributing to the fight in the manner he always wanted to. Time to be a mage, he thought with a smile. Chapter 153. They did what now? General Branson strode into the conference room with a grim look on his face. The situation was rapidly becoming more than they could handle. How are they already prepared with invasion rifts? How long have they been planning this? He wondered. Taking his place at the head of the table, he glared at the commanders retaking their seats. Normally, the respectful atmosphere was appreciated, but wasn't currently in the mood for it. As a result of his poor mood, his voice was unusually harsh when he barked, "All right, I've read the reports, but I want to hear what happened from the beginning. Explain to me, in detail, what in the infinite hells is happening outside our walls." One of the commanders shot to his feet, then waved his hand and several holographic screens appeared hovering over the large conference table. Below them, a 3D model of the mountain appeared, complete with a rendering of the city near the bottom. The model seemed to zoom in until only one area was highlighted. The commander's tone was devoid of levity as he began his presentation. Approximately 3 hours ago, Survey Team 24 began construction on their primary base camp. At that time, everything checked out fine. The location, potential Site A, was confirmed empty of enemy forces, and the team's captain proceeded according to his orders. 2 hours later, as the team was still working on the preliminary wall and communications tower, one of ST-24's soldiers was somehow able to perceive an enemy force hidden behind an illusionary field. Once they... General Branson's voice interrupted harshly. That right there! I want you to elaborate on that. How did some soldier manage to scry through the kobold's damn masking spell when our very own Tower of Magic can't? The commander's professional mask didn't crack in the slightest, and he replied simply, "We have no idea, sir." Not liking the answer at all, the general rubbed his temples and tried to calm down. Whatever the kobolds had been doing to hide their forces was something that had been giving him a headache ever since this all began. The Tower of Magic didn't have any answers, and that damn archmage refused to offer any insights without an official request for aid. Although he understood the principle behind the separation of city and kingdom, he didn't have to like it. Despite the legalities involved, the fact that the man was willing to sit on his ass and watch as the kobolds played them all for fools, all the while refusing to provide any answers, was almost more than he could take. After seeing that the general wasn't going to say anything else, the commander continued. When the enemy realized that their deception had been seen through, they attacked. The captain on site, Captain Angelton, reported contact and requested support. As ST-24's location was rather close to the walls, reinforcements began gathering. The general's eyebrows rose in surprise. He hadn't bothered to read the details of ST-24's troop complement. It was Angelton's team. Howard was with them, wasn't he? Perhaps a war mage in close proximity to the illusion was enough to disrupt it. It's too bad we'll probably never find out, he thought to himself. The commander's presentation continued. The Tower of Magic was immediately informed of what was happening, and our surveillance mages activated the scrying apparatus at full power, providing real-time intelligence at ST-24's location. Even with all the essence disruptions causing some problems, we were able to get a good idea of what is happening. As you can see, the enemy force is significant, he said, while gesturing to the recorded images being shown on the holographic screens. One of the screens grew in size, and the commander said, "If you look here, you'll see that the enemy forces were hiding in an artificial tunnel they had dug out from the mountain. We currently are unable to see how far down it goes, but we have reason to believe it was their intention for their forces to specifically reach the wilds." The general examined the screen closely, frowning at how many kobolds were streaming out of the mountain's depths. He once again interrupted the commander by asking loudly, "Why were they trying to get to the wilds?"
The commander seemed to be expecting the question, and promptly switched out the primary screen's image.
"We believe it was because of this," he said. The holographic screen now showed an overhead view of several large paving stones, being arranged with some difficulty by the kobolds. On the stones, clearly displayed, were runic carving, indicating some sort of spell array. We cross-referenced the completed array with the records of previous kobold sightings in the archives of the Tower of Magic. It was determined that the spell array closely resembles other arrays intended to form a planar gate. We believe the original intention of the array was to link the mountain city with their ancestral home, he said. The general pointed at one of the screens, which now showed a giant rift portal to one of the fire planes, and said harshly, "That is not a planar gate." Replying quickly, the commander said, "No, sir, it's not. The spell array isn't viable as it is. We believe that the kobolds intended to take advantage of the region's ethereal instability in order to make up for their limited magical capabilities. With the aid of their shamans, they siphoned off the souls of their dead to provide enough potential to activate the array. As the wilds were primed for it, the array was able to open a rift. It may not be the gate they'd hoped it would be, but it serves their purpose well enough." Changing the projection once again, he continued. "As you can see, their forces on the other side were not prepared for the rift to open at this time, and they are currently just trying to come through as fast as they can. This is in no way a coordinated invasion, and their forces are wasting a lot of time attempting to get themselves in order now that they've arrived on our plane." Nodding at the commander's conclusion, the general asked, "I see what you mean. This whole situation seems either poorly executed or possibly unplanned. I don't think they prepared for their invasion to start like this." The commander replied, "No, sir. After careful analysis of what we've seen, we believe we've figured out their endgame." Interested, the general asked, "Which is?" Folding his hands at his waist, the commander stood up straight and said, "Most likely there are several of these exit tunnels currently being hidden outside the walls. At some time in the future, the kobolds were planning to unleash their forces all at once. Instead of dealing with one invasion point, we'd be dealing with several. It's possible that they already have a gate open in the mountain city, and these rifts are just a means to terraform the surface and deliver their siege troops without having to fight through our defensive lines currently guarding the mountain gate." The general sat in thought, unhappy with what he was hearing. The possibility of enemy troops hiding in the mountains was the last thing Dorchester needed at the moment. Tapping his finger on the table as he thought through what he'd heard, he looked up at the commander and asked, "What does the Tower of Magic have to say about their inability to pierce the kobolds' illusion spells?" The commander replied, "They say it's not a spell, it's a technique. Somehow the kobolds are able to display a false identity over an area. In reality, they are just displaying a delayed view of what used to happening. What the illusion is showing is only what used to be there. Currently, they are working on an upgrade to the scrying apparatus in the tower, which should compensate for the false essence projection. Adept Newbanks promises that it will be complete within 3 weeks' time." The general recalled what the Archmage had told him. Dorchester already has all the tools needed to overcome this challenge, but if you'd like to request aid, then I'll back your play. However, I'd seriously recommend waiting to see how this little game progresses before you make any rash decisions. After all, the last thing you want to do is to sacrifice the city in the hopes of saving it. The commander gasped in shock and muttered, "That's impossible." His thoughts interrupted. The general looked up to see what the commander was talking about. He looked at one of the screens, showing the final moments of the rift breaking apart like a monster corpse diffusing into the ether. Confused, the general asked, "What happened? What am I looking at?" The commander stuttered a little, unsure of how to respond. "I'm not sure, sir. It seems that ST-24 succeeded in their mission to close the rift, I think." The general checked his link, quickly referencing the reports he'd been given, then replied, "In my summary, it says that ST-24 was wiped out after the rift opened." The commander was still staring dumbly at the holographic screen and replied without looking away, "We issued orders for them to try and prevent the summoning from happening, and just assumed that they died during the attempt. But it looks like they're still fighting. And maybe winning?" The general took control of the screens with his link, then expanded the current view of the battlefield. He could see a small contingent of humans surrounded by a sea of kobolds. There were so many kobolds it was hard to see ST-24, and if it weren't for the spell blooms and shields covering their position, he probably wouldn't have been able to locate them at all. Zooming in, he watched them obliterating the kobolds in droves. All of the sudden, the amount of magic being unleashed caused the image to flicker. When it stabilized, he saw a hole in the kobold horde. As the smoke cleared, he could see an entire section of the horde had been wiped out. Seconds later, he saw another explosion occur on the other side, once again blurring the screen and making it hard to see what was happening. He couldn't help but grin at the sight of all the dead kobolds, and the entirety of ST-24 making their way up the mountain and away from the site of the former rift. "Howard really is one hell of a war mage," he thought to himself. With a satisfied grin, he said, "Never write off the soldiers of Oglivak. At least not until they've been dead for a week and you've thoroughly tested the body." Nero was about to start unleashing his personal brand of death when, through his perception field, he noticed some of the kobolds acting strangely. He could see several of the staff wielding lizards grouping up together, and whatever they were doing was beginning to affect the ambient essence. It was a lot like what happened before the rift started opening. Looking to his right, he saw Nick holding his hands palms up with his eyes closed. Above his head there was a spell form weaving itself into existence slowly. Fascinated, Nero took a moment to examine what the man was doing. At this distance, Nero could see the spell form clearly, and it was marvelous. The spell form's shape was completely unfamiliar to Nero, but he could tell by some of the flatter parts that it had some basis in elemental magic. Instead of the standard two-dimensional spells, this one looked like a pyramid, with the base facing outward toward the kobolds. Nero watched as the spell form snapped into place, then began slowly spinning. The flat base of the spell began emitting a beam of green light that raked across the kobolds like a scythe. While it moved slowly, the kobolds were packed so tightly that it didn't really matter. Nero was in awe of the destructive power, and turned his attention back to Nick, with excitement dancing in his eyes. However, his enthusiasm dimmed a bit when he saw how exhausted Nick looked after his singular spell. Unfortunately, Nero watched Nick's eyes widen at the thought of another rift opening. Not bothering to reply, Nick forced his way through some of the elites, heading off to talk to someone, probably the captain. Nero watched him go, confused and a little annoyed at his friend's rude behavior. But when it came down to it, he wasn't especially worried about it. After all, he had better things to do than deal with all the tactical bullshit. He was a mage,
and his job was to kill the enemy. Rubbing his hands together, he looked around to make sure that he was still surrounded by the much taller elites. Okay, I don't want to say that you are all nothing but meat shields, but you guys keep standing there, between me and the kobolds while I take care of business, he chuckled to himself. Closing his eyes, he surveyed the battlefield, watching the violence going on all around him with a cruel smile. His attention was caught by Specialist Howard and the man's spell forms firing like turrets above him. Now that he was close enough, Nero spent a good 10 seconds just studying the new examples of combat casting. A lot of what he was seeing didn't make sense, but he could tell that most of it was unimportant. He probably didn't need to copy anything other than the energy projection and essence conversion sections. Oh, that section is probably the directional part. Okay, that's important. Definitely need that, he thought to himself, as he pieced together what he needed for his spell. Before long, he'd copied much of the specialist's spell work, or at least enough of it to try casting one of his own. He took his time and made sure that his new and brilliant spell form looked right, before adding his center and attempting to fire it. Running his mental senses over the center-infused runic carving, he decided that it should most likely work as intended. Reassuring himself that his plan was a good one, he thought to himself, I don't see why they waste time making things so complicated. With his personal cannon floating above his head in the ether, its tube-like shape resembling a giant Pringles can, he grinned like a maniac and shouted in his head, Fire! He filled the spell form with his center and watched as the surrounding essence was pulled in like water being sucked up into a shop vac. His plan to utilize the same weird essence that the shamans were using seemed to be working exactly as he'd hoped it would. In less than a second, the collected essence solidified and shot out in a bowling ball-sized orb of death over the heads of his fellow elites and into the kobold horde. He watched with glee as the white-orange ball of light smacked into the snout of one of the leader-type lizards and then exploded. The resulting ball of elemental destruction had all the flavors he'd practiced with. There was steam, stone chips, fire, and even wind. He really hadn't put much thought into his spell. He just concentrated on copying the containment sphere from good old Howie, filled it with as much of the usual suspects as he could, then funneled in a bunch of the shaman's special essence to provide the power, and hoped for a positive result. After all, if all he is looking for is destruction, there wasn't much reason to focus on creation. Giggling, he checked his center reserves and saw that he'd not even touched them. By only using what was required to weave the spell, the only center he was really losing was in the spell form, and all of that center he'd be able to recapture, provided he was careful. Whatever the dead kobolds were spewing into the ether was proving just as effective as his own center for imbuing his spells with potential. These guys are really weak. I knew it! He cheered in his head, while charging another shot. Now that he'd tested the prototype, it was time to let loose. Taking a good 5 seconds to charge before each shot, he started firing the tank-like rounds into the enemy with abandon. The resulting destruction was everything he'd hoped it would be, and more. Through his perception field, he watched as groups of kobolds were launched into the air, their body parts bathing their compatriots like rain. The ground shook under his feet every time one of his shells went off. As more and more kobolds died, the ether became saturated with what he could only assume was their unused soul potential. This, in turn, provided him more ammo, which then provided more deaths, which then provided more ammo, and the cycle continued. The battlefield was reeling with his assault, and the fighting at the lines had died down significantly. No longer were the kobolds a dense sea of enemies. They were once again a haphazard mob of scattered lizards throwing themselves to their death. After a minute or two, he decided to up his game. Perhaps it was a little reckless, but he carefully imbued more center into his spell form, watching it grow in size until he was having trouble holding it together. Taking a deep breath, he reactivated the spell
and watched as it sucked in torrents of essence, lighting up the ether like a small star hovering above his head. Right before he lost control, he released the payload into the distance. This time, he'd made sure to aim a good distance away from the lines, as he wasn't entirely sure what was going to happen. That turned out to be a good call, as the explosion was large enough to rattle his teeth, even from over 100 feet away. Since it was so far away, he was forced to cast a simple mud wall spell under his feet to raise his head high enough to be able to see the results of his handiwork.
Even though it was few seconds later, he could still see the fires burning in the distance and the giant divot he'd carved into the mountain. His jaw dropped in awe of what he'd accomplished. In addition to the 100 or so dead kobolds, there were countless others rolling around on the ground in pain. The entire flank had been cleared, and that side of the battlefield seemed to pause in anticipation of another volley. Even though he knew it was stupid to keep his head poking above his meat shields, Nero still maintained the construct under his feet as he charged another spell. As he was now running 2 spells, he wasn't able to charge his cannon as much as last time, but he needed to see it fire at least once. Turning to the other side of the battle, he fired another round. He watched as the beanbag chair-sized ball of death launched into the distance like one of those giant inflatable balls at a concert, eagerly waiting to see what would happen when it landed. And sure enough, the explosion didn't disappoint. His ears rang with the sound of the explosion. Then he felt the wind hit him in the face and blow his hair back. The light was enough to make his eyes hurt, but what really made him feel proud was the mini mushroom cloud which appeared over the area for a second before the air currents broke it apart. "Beautiful," he muttered, his eyes almost tearing up with pride. His moment didn't last long, as he heard the captain's voice overpower the sounds of battle going on all around him. "Elites, prepare to move. Stay in formation and follow the soldier in front of you. Keep those shields up and leave no one behind. For Dorchester!" While everyone cheered and screamed in reply to the captain's declaration, Nero grimaced in annoyance. His spell was powerful, but he didn't have the mental strength to move with it. Therefore, he'd have to dismiss it. Luckily, it wasn't hard to recover the center he'd imbued it with. In less than a second, the mud construct under his feet had vanished, and he found himself hidden under a sea of elites once again. Muttering to himself in irritation, he dismissed the spell. "I'm gonna have to figure out how Specialist Howie is anchoring his spells to his essence field. I'm not sure I can go back to casting stone spikes after perfecting what shall be forever hence known as the glass cannon. On the plus side, we might actually survive this shit show. So I've got that going for me," he told himself, trying to look on the bright side. Chapter 154. Retreating when you're not on the front lines. After quickly locating the captain using his perception field, Nick took off like a shot. Not knowing how long he had, he recklessly ducked under the firing arc of one of the archers as he headed toward the front of the formation. Seeing the captain on the front lines, he hesitated only a moment before shouting, "Captain Angelton! We need to destroy that array!" While distracting someone during a fight was usually a terrible idea, Nick really didn't have much choice. Every second he delayed, the kobolds could be getting closer to reinstating the rift. He impatiently watched as the captain skillfully dispatched a giant kobold with a backhand sword swing across its throat, then kicked it back into the horde. Nick locked eyes with the captain when the man looked over his shoulder. Almost immediately, he felt the captain's mind reach out to establish a connection. Not surprising that the man was trained to visualize communication protocols through the material plane. The Army's training is nothing if not rooted in the fundamentals. It's both reassuring and yet incredibly limiting, he complained to himself, then banished the distracting thought. Feeling the connection solidify, Nick didn't have a chance to say anything before the captain prompted him. "How in the hells did you and Walker close the rift? And did you two cause that damned implosion?" Nick knew they didn't have time for this, so he completely ignored the man. "Captain, we need to destroy that spell array as soon as possible.
Otherwise, the kobold's shamans will just open it up again. Even worse, if they destabilize the local ethereal plane any more than it already is, we're going to start having random rifts opening all over the place.
The captain had returned to the fighting after having established the mental connection, so the only one to see his rare grimace was the kobold in front of him. Not that it mattered much, as the kobold didn't live long enough to tell anyone about it. The captain replied, "Yes, that would be bad. Can you at least give me directional heading? I can't see anything at the moment. The essence is so dense around here, it's like looking through fog with my perception field." Nick didn't reply with words, but he transferred the feeling of where the array currently was. Around 30 units in front of them, and a little to the left. The captain took a moment to process the information before he replied, "Do you have a visual on it? What will it take to destroy it?" Nick wiped his sweaty palms on his mud-covered pants and said, "I can tell that it's there, and in order to destroy it, we'll have to get right on top of it. To make sure it's no longer usable, I'll have to disenchant the slabs before we can break them. Currently, they are infused with potential, and will be almost impossible to destroy from range." Right as Nick pronounced his dire verdict, he shivered at the feeling of the ether shaking above him. It felt like a ball of insanity was intent on giving him a haircut, threading the needle between the shields and the top of his head. Even though he had only had a brief look at whatever the spell was, he could tell that it was, at best, something only an insane person would cast. Before he was able to fully process what he'd felt, the entire area in front of them exploded in a glorious display of destruction. As he was currently focusing his senses on the ethereal plane, his eyes widened in shock at what he was seeing. That spell was nothing but a bunch of unrefined elemental essence, charged with the souls of dead kobolds and wrapped in a simple delivery spell he recognized from a simple water ball spell. That should not have worked, he told himself. The scale of destruction was completely disproportionate to the size of the spell. Nick was by no means a practiced soulcaster, but he was relatively sure that a spell form for a spell like that would require intense study into fields that were frowned upon even among the darkest of soul mages. How familiar would one have to be with death in order to manipulate multiple souls' potentials at the same time? And even if they were capable of that kind of magic, why would they choose such an asinine spell to charge with that type of potential? With that much power available, they could alter the very fabric of the material plane. Nick's thought process was shattered by the captain's voice ringing in his head. Wasn't the spell array we need to destroy somewhere around there? Blinking a few times in surprise, Nick realized that the captain was right. Before replying, he used his perception field to look over the area and double-check. Sure enough, what little was left of the spell array was sitting there, smoking. Barely a hint of the spell array was left. Instead, he saw the paving stones twisted into stone spikes, puddles of bloody water and mud, and lots of body parts. With how much unfocused elemental essence the spell had unleashed, it wasn't surprising to see randomized constructs covering the area. Without a doubt, the spell array had been destroyed. Thoroughly destroyed, at that. Nick's mental voice was filled with shock as he stuttered, Captain, the spell array has been taken care of. The kobolds won't be using it to open another rift, that's for sure. In fact, most of the shamans are very dead at this point. As a matter of fact, I'm not even sure if they can be resuscitated. I think we're in the clear. Nick sensed that the captain's mental projection had the slightest undertone of vicious satisfaction when he replied, "That's good to hear. Now we just have to get out of here before we're overrun." Nick gulped at the prospect of actually surviving this suicide mission. It hadn't occurred to him that they might make it out of here in one piece. Now that the possibility had presented itself, whatever fear he'd been repressing was bubbling up from the recesses of his mind and causing him to panic. Nero came to the unfortunate conclusion that there were both positives and negatives to having such a powerful perception field. On one hand, he had a pretty good view of the battlefield, and the entire area resembled a Hollywood movie. However, as a counterpoint, his entire visible world was confined to one gigantic bubble. Even worse, he couldn't pay attention to everything all at once, so he was limited to focusing his mind probe on one area at a time. It was like having a wonderful 360-degree field of view, but only being able to focus in one specific direction at a time, and anything over 100 feet away was completely imperceptible to him.
Of course, even with all those drawbacks, it was still better than what he could see with his actual eyes. Considering that, for the most part, he was at least a foot shorter than everyone around him, the dust-filled view of backpacks was getting old. After the destruction of the rift, the captain had ordered an organized withdrawal. To Nero, it was simply the very logical decision to run away and hope the kobolds decided killing them wasn't worth the effort. Unfortunately, for the past hour, they'd been under constant assault as they'd made their way up the mountain. In fact, the only reason Nero knew they were going up the mountain at all was because the slope was getting steeper. At one point, they'd even had to climb up a small rock face to continue on their way. Even that hadn't stopped the kobolds from following them. As far as he could tell, the kobolds were willing to follow them until their little legs gave out, or they managed to finally kill all the smooth skins. It wasn't all bad, though. Despite not being able to help much with the battle, being in the middle of the formation gave him the perfect opportunity to study the spells being cast by the few mages and support staff. He had even been able to figure out the cool giant shield that had been hovering over his head since the beginning of their suicide run. The bad news was that every time he cast that version of the shield spell, the construct would just hang there in the air, unless he dragged it with him, and moving something that size was damn near impossible. He'd even had the clever idea of trying to anchor the construct to his spear, and tried carrying it like an umbrella. "I still don't understand why that hadn't worked," he complained to himself. Recalling how poorly that debacle had gone, he remembered casting the shield spell, and how proud he was when at first everything seemed fine. However, the farther he'd gotten from the initial casting site, the more the tip of the spear had begun to deform. After only 10 feet, the entire spell had fallen apart, and the resulting shock of losing the spell had felt like he'd taken an ice pick to the forehead. He decided then and there that he would hold off on the experiments for a while. Nero's internal musings were halted when he heard the captain's loud voice project itself throughout the entire formation. "Hold!" Captain Angelton shouted. By this point, he could tell that the elites were all pretty tired, so it was surprising to see them still managing to be relatively coordinated by successfully stopping all at once. Nero could see the front of the formation begin doing something along a cliff face. He really hoped they didn't intend to climb up the actual mountain. To him, that seemed like an incredibly stupid idea. All the kobolds would have to do was pelt them with arrows while they climbed, then wait for their bodies to fall down so they could be hacked to pieces. It took a few minutes, but Nero finally figured out the captain's plan. The front of the formation had pulled out pickaxes and were carving into the rock to manufacture a cave for them to defend. Chucking, Nero thought. Only in a fantasy world is this a valid strategy to defend against a pursuit force. But what's stopping the kobolds from just widening the damned hole? Now that they were no longer moving, he at least had the opportunity to blow off some steam. Cracking his knuckles like he was getting ready to do some serious work, Nero pulled on his center to weave his new favorite spell. However, he quickly came to realize a massive flaw in his plan. There wasn't nearly enough essence from the dead kobolds floating around to charge his spell. The moment he started pulling in essence, he nearly fumbled his grip on the spell form due to the uneven essence distribution. Not willing to lose all the center he'd allocated to the spell, he allowed the accumulated essence to just dissipate into the ether. Taking a second to think through his options, he frowned at the conclusion he was forced to come to.
The spell form required way too much potential to be a practical war spell. He could charge it with his own potential from his center, but that would be moronic. Looking around with his perception field, he could see that the kobolds were still dying in large numbers. So, if the battle stayed in this area for a while, he might be able to start casting his glass cannon again. But for now, he'd have to try something else. Therefore, while everyone else was fighting, and the front of the formation was digging, Nero spent his time standing there with his eyes closed, examining the spells everyone was using, and trying to decide which one he'd most enjoy appropriating. Eventually, he decided on a personalized variation of what he'd chosen to call the Boulder spell. It was based on the spell form used by one of the support mages who occasionally used it to fire a 3 feet wide round stone off into the distance. From what Nero had seen, the boulder construct would roll down the mountain, crushing kobolds until whatever potential had been infused into it depleted itself. To Nero, it seemed like a brilliant idea to use gravity to his advantage. Also, the fact that the spell form was exceedingly simple might have been a factor in its favor as well. Nero's first cast had not, in any way, been a success, considering he'd almost killed himself by dropping the constructed boulder on his head. Yet Nero persevered, his determination unwavering in the face of adversity. His second cast, for the record, caused no friendly casualties, as he'd managed to dismiss the construct before it had landed on anyone. By only his third cast, he was able to successfully launch a boulder into the enemy forces. His pride was immeasurable, and he couldn't help but come to the startling conclusion that he was, in fact, a genius. Over time, his proficiency in the spell improved drastically. It took some effort, but he managed to fine-tune how much center he was using to create his constructs at maximum efficiency. Even better, as he was able to cast his spells from a protected position, he was able to fully concentrate on maintaining his center. As a result, he became lost in his casting, and didn't realize how much time was passing outside his mental bubble. Over and over, he'd slowly build a hovering rock before hurling it into the distance. He'd then mentally follow its progress through the advancing kobolds until it eventually got out of range of his mind probe. Then, he'd build another one and send it off on its journey. His casting time wasn't very quick, but it was steady. And the best part about it was that he felt like he could do it forever. It was slowly becoming a form of active meditation for him. But all good things come to the natural end, and eventually he felt a hand on his shoulder, bringing him out of his trance. Looking over his shoulder, he raised his head to see an elite he didn't recognize, telling him it was time to head into the cave. After shaking his head a bit to clear his mind, he used his perception field to check on the bigger picture. It looked like the stream of never-ending kobolds was finally petering off. He could now see them trying to wait for others to show up so that they could attack in larger groups. In his opinion, at this point, they barely registered as a threat. After taking a deep breath, he turned around to make his way into the freshly carved cave. He walked past a few shield-wielding elites that looked like they were preparing to hold the entrance. Upon entering, he was surprised to see how large a space they'd cleared out, and that cooking pots and lights were already being set up alongside tents and water barrels. Unfortunately, he could tell they might be staying here for a while. The wilds really do refuse to be anything other than a camping trip from hell, don't they? He complained. He felt a slight tap on his mind, as if someone thought about opening a connection to him, but decided against it. Turning his head to see who caused the sensation, as it was too brief for him to identify the culprit, he saw Nick waving him over. Around the man was the captain, Howie, and a few other people. Each and every one of them was staring at Nero with serious looks on their faces, and he realized that they all wanted to have a word with him. Well, crap. They're probably going to ask me about the rift and how I closed it. Maybe also the spell I was using to blow up the little bastards en masse. This is either going to be really annoying or really funny, he thought to himself as he made his way over. I wonder if they'll take a rain check and let me catch a few hours of sleep, he wondered. Chapter 155. I thought I was here for an award? Specialist Howard rubbed his chin in thought while he replied, Yeah, I managed to get a pretty good look at their tunnel. It didn't look good. Nick looked over at the man and asked, You were able to regulate your perception field well enough to see through the essence disturbances. That's impressive. Even as a researcher with little to no combat experience, he was well aware that during engagements of any significant size, the ether tended to become saturated with highly charged essence streams. The cause, of course, being the numerous essence fields pushing conflicting identities into the ether. As a result, the information acquired through perception fields tended to become very difficult to interpret with any degree of certainty. Not to mention the added difficulty of being in the middle of a density shift to contend with. The ether here was filled with the most turbulent essence flows he'd ever seen. Remembering how bad it had gotten during the battle, Nick was very impressed with the specialist. It took an enormous level of skill to see through that degree of essence disruption. Waving away the compliment, the specialist replied, It wasn't all that impressive. When the rift closed, shut down, maybe disappeared? Yeah, let's go with disappeared. When the rift disappeared, the backlash in the ether was strong enough to freeze the ambient essence in its place. At that time, I happened to be trying to figure out where all the kobolds were coming from, and I just got lucky. Captain Angelton wasn't too interested in the how. His only concern at the moment was the what. Describe to me exactly what you saw, he ordered. Everyone standing around the makeshift command table listened closely to what the specialist had to say. After taking a deep breath, Specialist Howard began his report. The kobolds must have been intending to use the tunnel as an invasion point, because they were able to widen it a great deal while we were fighting. The opening was twice the size it was when I first saw it. That speaks to a great deal of preparation and planning. Also, there were hundreds of kobolds pouring out onto the surface. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure why they even needed the rift. Interrupting the specialist's report, Nick added, It wasn't about the troops, I don't think. From what I could tell from the limited look I had at their spell array, the troops were most likely just a matter of convenience. I think the real goal was to alter the landscape and convert the area into their domain. The captain turned to Nick and asked, What makes you say that? Nick replied, Simple. Nowhere on that array was a single rune set dedicated to diffusive identity mitigation. Seeing the confused looks in the soldiers all around him, Nick decided to clarify his statement a little. You see, normally, planar gates and intersections are naturally limited to the material plane, especially those which are created on purpose. A surrounding area's identity is usually not influenced by their presence. In that way, portals are usually very different from planar rifts, spawn points, and other typical essence events. Yet, the kobolds chose to deliberately open a planar rift rather than a portal. So, I can only conclude that their purpose was the main difference between the two types of planar connections. The captain listened to what Nick was saying, but didn't think it really mattered in the grand scheme of things, so he decided to move the conversation along. Turning back to Specialist Howard, the captain asked, All right, so that explains where all their reinforcements were coming from. Did you have any trouble with their spellcasters? The specialist shrugged lightly and replied, Not really. For the most part, it was a slugfest. Their essence control wasn't all that much better than ours, and I didn't see any evidence of unfamiliar magic. Aside from their shaman's disturbing proficiency at soul magic, that is. Everyone at the table grimaced at the mention of the uncomfortable topic of discussion. Yet they were too professional to let it stop them from facing the reality of the situation. Nick scoffed and replied with some heat in his voice, That's surprising to hear considering how many souls were burned to fuel your spells during our escape. While everyone raised their eyebrows in surprise at the accusation, no one looked more shocked to hear it than Specialist Howard. What in the hells are you talking about? He demanded. Nick looked at the specialist,
his head tilted to the side with some skepticism. "You mean you weren't the one doing all that soul magic?"
Specialist Howard shook his head in denial and said,
"I thought that was you. I wasn't going to say anything, as it really isn't my place to judge what type of research you do, but I should have known better than to think that poorly of you. After all, those spells were pathetically simple for a mage of your caliber."
The two men shared a mutual look of insight, and then both shouted at the same time, "Nero! Walker!" Tone.
Nero made his way toward the group, avoiding eye contact with the men and women standing around the foldable table. "Might as well get this over with," he told himself, resigning himself to what would most likely be a thinly veiled interrogation.
When he got close enough, he smiled widely and said, "Mission accomplished, eh, guys? We closed the portal, killed a bunch of flesh-eating kobolds, and escaped to fight another day. Good times all around. How about we put a pin in this Q&A, then touch base tomorrow?"
No one cracked a smile, and the vibe he was getting was decidedly not one of appreciation for his efforts. If he didn't know better, he would have thought he was in some kind of trouble. However, considering all his recent successes, he figured something else was going on. Running his eyes across the frowning group who didn't seem interested in answering his question, he tried another angle.
"So, is this cave going to be our new base? I'm just asking because I couldn't help but wonder what's stopping the kobolds from just making another hole, or even just widening the tunnel. Are we expecting them to just forget about us?"
Nick was the one who decided to broach the subject on everyone's mind, completely ignoring Nero's inquiries.
"Nero, were you the one doing soul magic?" he asked, his voice full of ice. To Nero, the question was so completely out of left field, he had no idea how to respond. Cocking his head to the side in confusion, he replied, "I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." When Nero heard the term soul magic, the translation he received was about the manipulation of a person's soul. To his mind, he not only hadn't done any soul magic, he wouldn't even have the first clue how to do it if he tried. Specialist Howard joined the conversation by asking, "When we were falling back from the site of the summoning, someone was using the souls of the dead kobolds to fuel their spells. While I appreciate that we were in a tough situation, there is no excuse for discarding our humanity just to live another day as a lich." By the time he finished speaking, the man was nearly growling with repressed rage at the thought of this reckless young man messing with magic he couldn't possibly hope to control. The subject of their poorly veiled accusation dawned on poor Nero, and he responded in the only way he knew how. He laughed in the man's face. The entire table froze as Nero burst into hysterical laughter. The young man gripped his sides in mirth, and everyone could see Nero was starting to tear up from how hard he was chortling. Trying to catch his breath, Nero held up a hand to try and calm down the specialist. Nero could feel the man's essence field vibrating in what he could only describe as righteous indignation at Nero's flippant behavior. "Calm down, dude," he said, barely able to get the words out while he regained his composure. Finally coming out of his impromptu, mirthful episode, Nero grinned up at the man and asked, "You think I was using the souls of the dead in some dark ritualistic casting or something? That is the stupidest thing I've heard all day. And just this morning I heard that guy." He paused as he gestured over at the captain before continuing. "Order less than 100 soldiers to charge into a horde of kobolds and try and stop an invasion with nothing but our can-do attitude and a few fresh-faced recruits." Nick rejoined the conversation, his tone completely devoid of humor. "Are you saying that you weren't the one to cast that soul magic?" he asked for clarification. Nero shook his head in amusement and replied, "I think I understand your confusion. Once again, you are all just wrong. I didn't use souls to power my spells. I did the same thing those kobolds were doing. I used the leftover potential from the dead bodies to substitute for my center." Almost everyone at the table shared a complicated look with each other. However, Nick and Howard's eyes remained on Nero, not even remotely swayed by what he was saying. Other than them, the only person who remained unfazed was the ever-stoic Captain Angelton, who watched over the argument with his arms crossed and his steely gaze constantly judging everyone around him.
Nick put his hands on his hips and hissed,
"Nero, we're perfectly capable of recognizing soul magic when we see it. What you and the shamans did is considered borderline illegal in Oglevark. And that is only when the person doing it has the relevant background to survive the disgusting years of research required to master that vile field of magic." Specialist Howard added his own 2 valens. "As a soldier, I understand the tactical advantage of using what's available to gain an advantage, but using the souls of sentient creatures is a dangerous game for a caster. 99 times out of 100, soul mages end up turning into vile undead things, which become nothing more than a blight on the land around them." Nero's mirth vanished as they kept talking. It was obvious to him that they weren't understanding what he was saying. "They think I'm some kind of necromancer or something?" he thought, shocked at the surprising evidence of idiocy from his normally intelligent companions. Running his fingers through his hair, he tried to clear up the growing misunderstanding. "First, let me just say that I'm not going to turn into an undead by doing whatever it was I did. Or at least, I can't see how that would be remotely possible. But I'm sure you've all studied the subject thoroughly, so I'm probably wasting my time explaining myself. However, I'm going to give it my best shot regardless. The fuel, as you so colorfully put it, was not souls. As I said before, it was just the stuff left over from when the soul goes off to wherever it is that it goes after someone dies. For God's sake, people, can't you see the kobold's souls still clinging to their bodies after they're dead? I didn't touch a single one of them. What kind of a monster do you think I am?" Nick spoke up, surprise evident in his tone. "You could see their souls waiting to be reattached?" Nero looked over at the man and replied, "You can't? It took a while to understand what I was looking at, but yeah, I could see them. There is a little bubble or dent in the ether that I'm guessing leads to wherever it is they're going. When the thread that connects the soul to the body snaps, the soul just kinda slips into the bubble and disappears. What the kobolds and I were using to cast was the stuff that was falling off the souls while they were waiting for the string to snap. I'm calling it potential because that's what it is. I'm guessing you could say it was the unused experience or whatever." Nick and Specialist Howard shared an uncomfortable look, neither knowing what to think about what they were hearing. Yet, Nick was nothing if not a dedicated scientist, so he tried to figure out what Nero was trying to say. "So, you weren't using the souls, just the experience that was attached to their souls?" he asked. Nero shook his head, annoyed that they weren't getting it. "No, not at all. I wasn't touching their souls at all, and neither were the kobolds. Can't you see what happens when a person dies? The soul starts releasing whatever potential it was holding on to into the ether. If you're looking for it, you can just treat it as another essence flow that is floating all around us. You had to have seen it. There was so much of it floating around that the essence in the area was shaking like a plucked guitar string." Nick frowned in thought, while Specialist Howard adopted a confused look while he tried to figure out what the hell Nero was talking about. Unfortunately for the rest of the command staff, they didn't have the relevant magical knowledge to understand the subject at all. To them, it sounded like a typical scientific argument that probably boiled down to how each party wanted to define something. Although without one side accusing the other of being an idiot, they couldn't really be sure. Nick was hesitant to expose Nero's unprecedented skill in essence perception, especially since it seemed to be so incredibly versatile, not to mention powerful. But he just couldn't help himself. "So, when you look at the ether through your perception field, you're actually able to see the individual essence flows, not to mention the souls and the experience coming off them. Can you see that dimensional film as well? Are the individual essence streams identifiable to you?" Nero didn't immediately reply.
as the looks he was getting from the command staff were starting to make his palms sweat.
Yeah. I'm getting pretty good at seeing what's happening in the ether. We just spent all day providing me with dead bodies to look at. Is it so hard to believe that I figured out how to see souls? It's not all that difficult if you just try. It's like squinting to see the hidden image in a magic eye picture. Although no one understood Nero's reference, they were able to get the general idea of what he was trying to say. No one at the table was unaware of how extraordinary the ability to perceive the ether like that would be. The tactical advantage alone would be nothing short of phenomenal. Each of them took a few seconds to imagine all the possible advantages the skill could provide. Surveillance, teleportation anchoring, spell work, even social skills like lie detection and essence field interpretation. There wasn't a single field that couldn't be mastered with the aid of that kind of ethereal perception. Specialist Howard broke the silence by muttering, "You could be the greatest surveillance mage of this age. How is that possible?" Nero wasn't unaware that he was better at seeing through the ether than everyone else was. However, what he'd failed to realize, up until now, was how much better at it than them he actually was. Surprisingly, it was Captain Angelton that got the conversation back on track. "I'm assuming that's how you were able to disrupt the rift. You were able to locate, isolate, and destroy the tether directly. That's a powerful skill, young man. Don't worry about the question of whether or not you were doing soul magic. I'll personally see to it that you get the relevant study materials so that you can avoid the fate most soul mages resign themselves to. For now, go set up your tent and get some rest. Remember to eat. We'll talk again later," he said, then gestured off to the rest of the cave and ordered, "Go on now, you're dismissed." Nero didn't fully understand what fate the captain was referring to, but he recognized the out the man was giving him. Figuring that he should take advantage of it while he could, he replied, "Thanks, Cap. Let me know if you need my help with anything. Good luck with your planning and whatnot." After offering a cheeky two-fingered salute as a goodbye, Nero took off to find a spot to pitch his tent. Well, as long as I didn't accidentally get myself labeled as some kind of black mage or something, I'm sure I'll be fine, he thought to himself. As he made his way through the cave, he thought about the singular cleric he'd met, and couldn't imagine a guy like that leading a crusade to root out evil liches and expunge their wickedness from the world. However, it might be best to not rely on his glass cannon spell in the future. There was no accounting for how stupid prejudice could be. Even though he'd explained it was all just a misunderstanding, didn't mean they would believe him. Whether or not he was right wouldn't stop them from burning him at the stake if they really decided to go all witch hunter on him. With those happy thoughts bouncing around his head, he skillfully put up his little tent while chewing on a ration bar. There was really no point worrying about it, not to mention that this society didn't exactly scream Middle Ages to him. At worst, they'd probably assign him to a remedial magic class and force him to renew his magic casting permit or something ridiculous like that. With that amusing notion relieving his tension, he decided to think about something else. Tomorrow is going to be interesting. Are we planning a counterattack? Guerrilla warfare? Fortifying our position? Are we even going to bother with the spawn points that are no doubt growing in number? He wondered to himself with some excitement. Who am I kidding? I'm just glad I'm still alive to worry about it, he thought to himself with a smile. He really was enjoying being an adventurer. It was all so exciting and random. Chapter 156. Self-reflection with the benefit of a lifetime of clichés. General Branson sat comfortably in his chair at the War Room's conference room table, ignoring all the bustling soldiers attending to their duties in the background. With his brow furrowed in concentration, his hands folded in his lap, he carefully studied the holographic screens in front of him. He had brought up recordings of every confrontation between his forces and the kobolds since the beginning of their conflict. Several screens displayed the events that had occurred under the mountain, starting with their first contact
and ending with a current view mountain gate defenses. But it was the screens displaying their most recent engagement that kept drawing his eyes. If this wasn't even their main force, then how many kobolds are actually down there in that mountain? He wondered, the question causing his jaw to clench in anger.
Once again, he saw the rift the kobolds had opened evaporate into the ether, as though it had been nothing more than a simple construct. Every single time he saw it, he felt a chill run up his spine at the completely unprecedented sight. Not a single mage they'd consulted had a single theory as to how ST-24 had managed to do it. If the rift had closed or been disrupted, he'd have applauded them for their success. But this he didn't understand, and that feeling was not something he was used to. He'd been surprised to find that it was Captain Angelton's group who'd poked the hornet's nest. From what he remembered, he'd specifically ordered them to an area that was projected to be a safe place for the elites to gain some much-needed experience and to hone their skills before they were thrown into the front lines. But, to be fair, he hadn't paid much attention to the postings, as he'd had more important things to deal with than the training program he'd implemented to help deal with the essence shift. He didn't even want to think about Lord Walker and all the nonsense he'd caused over the past few weeks. He'd hoped the young man would stop causing him headaches, but it seemed like that wasn't going to happen. His attention snapped to one of the commanders who called out, "They've made contact! The mages in Gate 22 have isolated the essence stream and reopened communications. We have ST-24 reporting in as we speak." General Branson sat up in his seat. "Finally," he mentally growled. He'd been waiting for this. "Put them through. I want to talk to them," he ordered. The entire room quieted down while the commander relayed some orders through his link, and everyone got ready to hear what the unlikely heroes of Dorchester had to say. The commander leaned over the table and said, "ST-24, are you hearing me?" The central control crystal on the table lit up, and the room heard an audio-processed voice reply, "Yes, sir. The connection is stable." "General, this is General Branson. Who am I speaking with?" he asked, his tone carrying every inch of command he could muster. The voice replied, "This is Captain Angelton, sir." The general, "Give me a comprehensive after-action report, Captain," ordered the general. Over the next several minutes, the entire Dorchester command staff listened to Captain Angelton relay the events of the recent battle from the captain's point of view. There were shocked gasps and incredulous stares in equal measure. It sounded unbelievable, to say the least. Not a single lost soldier. A fresh crop of recruits, led by a few seasoned sergeants. Total troop complement of measly 103 soldiers fought off an army and performed a raid to close an active portal. While every major topic was covered, very little detail was actually given. The captain highlighted the enemy numbers and how he organized his troops. However, he made no mention of how he broke the kobold illusion, closed the portal, or cleared enough of the enemy to retreat after being completely surrounded. With those questions unanswered, the report was lacking to the point of being nearly unbelievable. The captain finished his report, adding, "For now, the kobolds are leaving us alone. It doesn't seem like they consider us worth the effort of trying to kill us. From our cave exit, we can see several groups watching and waiting to see what we'll do, but they've stopped actively attacking us for now." When the captain abruptly stopped talking, the silence from the command staff immediately filled the room. Several people exchanged looks, wondering how everyone else was feeling about what they'd just heard, many of them sharing condescending looks of disbelief. As no one was saying anything, the captain's stern voice seemed louder than usual when he asked, "Do you have questions, or require any clarifications, sir?" The general almost chuckled. Even though the captain wasn't in the room, he could still almost feel the man's pride, warring with his anger at having been given such an impossible mission. While the general understood how the man felt, there were things he needed to hear that the man wasn't saying. I'd first like you to explain how one of your elites managed to pierce the kobold's illusion technique, Captain, said the general, his voice leaving no room for misunderstanding what he was asking. Seemingly expecting the general's interest, the captain immediately replied, "In order to answer that, sir, I'd have to respectfully request protection for my soldier under the unique service accords." The entire room gasped, as if the captain had just told them the populators themselves had intervened. The unique service accords govern how the Kingdom of Oglevark treats people with mutations or skills that put them at the level of a national treasure. No one in Dorchester has ever qualified for that privilege, and as such, the captain's demand seemed so ridiculous it was almost insulting. However, the general was perfectly aware of who the captain might be talking about. He'd known there was something off about that young man. It's why he put a natural observer right next to him. It wasn't like the head of the Hennings Tower of Magic showing up to watch over the young man wasn't enough to rouse his suspicion. In fact, as he looked around the table at his commanders, all of whom looked angry at the implication that they weren't trustworthy enough to hear the captain's report, he felt like sneering at the fools. At least one of them should have been able to piece together the clues that were right in front of them. "Very well, Captain. A dedicated line will be opened to through a scry connection. Expect someone to contact you within the hour," he said, then closed the connection. The commanders all looked at him in confusion. Standing up from the leaning position he had taken over the table, he looked them all in the eye and said, "If anyone feels like their familial or social responsibilities would force them to divulge what might be information protected under the relevant accords, I'd suggest you figure out a way to avoid being in the room for that communication." "Am I understood?" he asked icily. Seeing as the general seemed to be taking the situation seriously, they all nodded in unison. After all, violation of the unique service accords was considered treason against Oglevark. The only reason most people even knew of the accords was due to the fact that, in the past, one of the kings of Oglevark executed 3 of his own children for ignoring them. Completely oblivious to the repercussions his casual remarks had caused, Nero collapsed onto his bedroll. Not even having bothered to take off his armor, he let himself fall into the pillows he'd borrowed from Nick and Vera's house. While he was mentally congratulating himself on his foresight, he closed his eyes and let his mind wander in anticipation of finally getting some sleep. Unfortunately, his rest was put on hold by an uncomfortable sensation radiating from his center. After his mind delicately poked his metaphysical insides to figure out what was wrong, he eventually recognized the problem. He was surprised to find that he was overflowing with experience and needed to level in order to release the soul bloat. Even with how much has happened over the past few days, this seems a little faster than what I was expecting, he thought to himself. Reaching out to connect with his soul space, he once again found himself on his cobblestone path, now surrounded by new memory clouds filled with images of battle and blood. Unlike last time, the sky was now overcast and filled to the brim with storm clouds. Looking up, he could see the occasional flash of lightning, each of which gave him an uncomfortable feeling of something being wrong, or possibly unbalanced. Considering how little he knew about this place, he wasn't liking the implication of his inner world being so uncomfortable. Yet, as he wasn't one to worry about things too much, he figured he'd start going through the memories, hoping that it would fix whatever metaphysical bullshit was wrong with him. Like always, he ran into the standard self-realizations he'd come to expect. His interactions with Nick showed him that he was finally learning to ask for help. However, the fact that Nick used that trust to probe Nero's secrets reminded him why his typical level of cynicism and caution were a completely valid life choice. He chuckled at the memory of the flaming squirrels, winced at seeing himself getting punch-drunk by overusing his brain when he was practicing his mage armor, was once again confronted with uncomfortable fact that he found Rose so damn attractive, chided himself for taking Kathleen for granted, despite the fact that the woman continued to do everything in her power to fade into the background. But mostly, he watched the battles
and judged himself on his performance.
Seeing the war happen from a third-person perspective was enlightening, to say the least. He was confronted with the fact that it was just so much easier to swing a sword than it was to overcome someone's essence field with a spell. Yet he couldn't deny the utility of magic in the arena of war. Large-scale destruction and defense were essential to their success in the battle. Unlike what he'd expected, there was no clear division between spellcasters and fighters. It was all just a mishmash of techniques, trying to find the most expedient way to perform an action.
Magic was almost like a cheat code that borrowed a person's inner strength in order to alter the world around them.
But it was far from perfect. In fact, for the most part, magic was nothing more than an illusion so powerful that the person getting hit with it believed it was real. There didn't seem to be spells which directly affected reality at all. Aside from rare cases where a spell caused a secondary effect, everything magic did was temporary and overly complicated. The fact that it was easier to chop down a tree with an axe than it was to cut it down with a spell was kinda depressing. For an aspiring mage like Nero, he felt like the world's magic system was rather weak.
On the other hand, it really fit with the aesthetic of a fantasy world. Eccentric mages, whose views on reality were a little skewed, made a lot of sense in a world like this. Nero couldn't help but imagine wizards in towers, playing with spells, altering reality to create alchemical creations which were able to contain the fleeting wisp of impossibilities. While he was unhappy with the fact that he wouldn't be raising towers of stone with his magic, he was able to appreciate the almost ethereal quality that the magic of this world seemed to embody. Speaking of the ethereal, Nero took some time to isolate the memory cloud where he started being able to perceive souls. It turned out that it was after he figured out what the shamans were doing. After isolating and understanding the soul stuff they were using to power their portal, his visual range seemed to expand to allow him to see the souls still clinging to bodies all across the battlefield. It happened so naturally, he hadn't even noticed it at the time. His perception field was really becoming powerful. He was even starting to be able to tell the difference between his various fields. There was perception field that was like a third eye, perceiving the world around him. Then there was his essence field, which was more like a bubble of his personal reality, which he was projecting onto the physical plane. But there was also a third field he couldn't put a name to just yet. The mysterious field was like a combination of fields spread out across the dimensions, anchoring him to all levels of the world. While his mind's eye worked through his perception field, it was this third field that seemed to give him the ability to understand what he was seeing. It was like a tuning knob on a pair of binoculars, which allowed the user to clear up the image. But it also seemed to enhance his physical presence, making his essence field denser or realer than it should be. Even with all of Nick's lectures bouncing around in his head, he still couldn't figure out what to call it. Before long, he was finished with his personal review. After blinking a few times at the fact that he'd run out of memories to integrate, he examined the path below him and the forest around him, not liking what he was seeing. The shadows looked a little too dark, and the stones below his feet seemed more like rocks. What used to be an idyllic path toward his future was more like a half-arsed representation of an adventurer's path on the road to the big bad. It just didn't seem as real as it used to be. By now he'd come to realize that everything in this world had some sort of corollary to the spiritualism of his old life. So he tried to look at it through the lens of a hippie. Standing on the path, he hopped a few times while shaking out his hands to get into the right headspace. Okay, so my inner world is possibly all screwed up. What's my inner world? It's my projection of who I am. Am I not happy with myself? Nope, that's not it. I'm still awesome. Maybe I'm not being true to myself or something. Oh God, am I becoming a caricature of myself?
Is this some stupid learn to be my true self thing? He wondered, then looked around at the cliched fantasy forest all around him.
Taking a deep breath, he tried to come at it from another angle. He let his mind blank and just tried to listen to his soul space, just like he would listen to the world around him when he was back in reality. Almost immediately, he felt sensations and hints assault his mind. He could feel his hopes and dreams about being an adventurer, his desire to be a reality-altering mage with a tower of his own, and his unhappiness with being forced into situations that he was entirely uninterested in. It was almost like his soul was complaining that it didn't get the Christmas present it had asked Santa for.
His eyes snapped open, and he saw the soul space for what it really was. This was his soul. It was disgustingly obvious now that he thought about it. Nick and Jennings had told him that his soul was influencing his personality, and that he needed to align his mind, body, and soul over time.
The irrefutable conclusion he came to was that his soul was currently at odds with his circumstances, and it was up to him to tell it to grow the hell up. He'd made some great strides in adapting his body to the new world, and his mind was growing at a decent pace with all the new information he was getting. However, his soul was acting like a kid whose parents moved to a new town, and it was starting to act out because it didn't like its new school.
Adaptive die, Nero, he told himself, doing his best to embrace his new identity with every fiber of his being.
Closing his eyes, he felt the block disappear and his level adjust to his new reality. Embracing the choice in front of him, he channeled his new star into his pillar and felt his adaptability make him a little more open to change. Name: Nero Walker. Race: human. Tier: 1. Age: 14. Body: 4. Soul: 2. Stars: 0. Level: 15. Growth: 0%. Condition: 100%. Center: 100%. Mind: 5. Confluence: 11. Pillars: 2/1.
Body, 4. Presence, base 22. Operative, 39.6. Level stress, 1.2. Durability, base 26. Operative, 46.8. Level stress, 0.1. Recovery, base 47. Operative, 84.6. Level stress, 6.4. Speed, base 25. Operative, 45. Level stress, 7.9. Adaptability, base 47. Operative, 84.6. Level stress, 3.9. Power, base 24. Operative, 43.2. Level stress, 5.2. Mind, 5. Weight, base 32. Operative, 64. Level stress, 14.1. Control, base 39. Operative, 78. Level stress, 19.2. Field, base 36. Operative, 72. Level stress, 36.4. Precision, base 55. Operative, 110. Level stress, 29.2. Endurance, base 65. Operative, 130. Level stress, 26.1. Focus, base 61. Operative, 122. Level stress, 43.2. Soul, 2. Size, base 29. Operative, 40.6. Level stress, 6.1. Density, base 101. Operative, 141.4. Level stress, 8.2. Intensity, Base 76. Operative 106.4. Level stress 3.3. Pressure Base 27. Operative 37.8. Level stress 7.5. Harmony Base 24. Operative 33.6. Level stress 36.8. Adaptability Base 270. Operative 378. Level stress 6.5. Not only had all of his stress levels grown, he felt like all the extra potential found little pockets of his soul to slip into, almost as if there was more than one use for the experience he'd collected. If it's really just potential, who knows what all it can do, he told himself. With a smile on his face, he watched the surrounding forest's feeling of improbability fade, and once again become the perfect embodiment of the unknown. Below him, the path became solid once more, and the stones gripped his feet like they refused to let him slip. Above him, the clouds parted, and shafts of brilliant sunlight broke up the shadows and filled his inner world with a peaceful feeling of upcoming adventure. Shaking his head at the ridiculous cliché he was living, he tried and failed to hold back his grin. This world is such a otaku/nerd paradise. I'm really hating myself for loving it so much, he half-heartedly complained in his head. Looking off into the distance, he promised himself that he would stay true to his path and embrace the craziness of the world around him. There was so much to understand, so much see. He wouldn't let himself be held back by anyone's preconceptions, his or anyone else's. The world may be stupid, and the people here just begging to be mocked, but that doesn't make it any less real. I'll focus on the way this world actually is, and not just what they tell me. That's how gamers find hidden quests, speedrunners find exploits, and Einsteins develop relativity, he reassured himself with a grin. Mentally patting himself on the back for his productive session of self-reflection, Nero closed his eyes and finally drifted off to sleep. Chapter 157. A new class designation changes nothing. Lord Sarah Bennings has been the director of Dorchester's Central Tower of Law for almost 65 years. Yet, for her, that was only a recent development. As a 356-year-old woman, she's been through many phases of her life, and this was only the most recent. After coming from the city of Bennings, where her family still ruled, she sought to find her own way and develop her own branch out in the wider world of Oglevark. While working her way up through the Tower of Law, starting with a career as a lawbringer all the way through a brief stint as a tribunal judge, she courted and married into the Masters family. She and her husband, Kyle Masters, eventually founded their own house, taking the name Bennings as a tribute to her dignified history. As the head of the house, she directs the course for her children's 4 branch houses, and all of House Bennings' myriad endeavor across all of Dorchester. Needless to say, she's seen a great deal, and overcome countless personal challenges to achieve the success she currently enjoys. Though there have been periods of difficulty, for the most part, her life was turning out exactly as she had hoped. However, recent days have been troubling, to the point of exhaustion. Poorly thought-out noble plots, assassination attempts on a new noble protected by the crown, legally gray business practices that required the oversight of the capital, a density shift promising beast tides of unprecedented size, and now, formal petition to invoke the unique service accords for one of the citizens of Dorchester. She sat in her office, staring blankly at the hologram showing the petition in front of her, with a pronounced frown on her face. She carefully reviewed the paperwork, checking the authenticity of the general's psychic signature and cross-referencing the first-hand reports of eyewitnesses. Everything seemed to be in order, and she saw no reason not to pass it along to Hennings. With a sigh, she approved the petition for further review and closed out the file. Whatever happened now was out of her hands.
Standing up, she went to pour herself a cup of tea while her thoughts worked through the various topics of immediate interest that plagued her daily schedule. There was just so much work to do, and so little time to do it in. Approaching the large window in her office, she looked out onto the city and took a moment to appreciate how far she'd come. She idly thought of her husband, Kyle, sitting at home and painting, or maybe producing another one of his silly historical character profiles that he liked to upload onto the Thought Hub. Perhaps one day, someone like Kyle will be making a character profile of Lord Walker. In a way, all of this change was heralded by his coming to Dorchester. Maybe like the other unique talents of history, he'll earn a moniker of his own. What will they call him in 1,000 years? Will the trials of his time in Dorchester even merit a mention in his saga? Of course, all of this presupposes that the petition goes through, and the kingdom actually comes to collect him, she thought to herself with some amusement. Sighing at the sight of the currently turbulent city, she couldn't help but feel a little powerless with all that was happening. Yet she knew she had to move forward, reaffirm her inner drive to carry on, or, like many others, she'd fall to the perils of age creep and fall off her path. Squaring her shoulders, she released the tension on her face, reacquiring the blank expression she'd become known for. Once again in control, she turned around and returned to her seat. She had work to do, and this wasn't the time to indulge in distractions. Nero still had many traits that carried over from his previous life on Earth. He hasn't lost his appreciation for coffee and sweets. His penchant for causing trouble and screwing with people hasn't dimmed in the least. Though he wasn't nearly as lazy as he used to be, there were still echoes of his preference for procrastination that were easy to see. But above all, the one trait he was glad had followed him through his reincarnation was his tendency to dream in the third person. It wasn't like he didn't dream in the first person. He'd still occasionally have the standard flying dreams, or that one nightmare where his teeth started falling out. But from time to time, he'd get to watch a mental movie where characters played out their scenes as if he were an observer watching them go about their day. Sometimes he'd see his favorite characters from television shows or animes going through absurd situations that brought nothing but joy when he woke up and recalled them. One of his favorites was when he got a chance to see superheroes living their lives when they weren't in the middle of a crisis. He once had a wonderful dream where he got to see Superman in his Clark Kent persona at the DMV. The poor guy was stuck in a line like everyone else and had to listen to the two people next to him having a heated debate on whether or not Superman, as an alien, had the same genital shape that humans did. When Nero had woken up after witnessing that hilarious episode of Dream TV, he'd went out of his way to write down what he remembered from that dream, just so he wouldn't forget anything when he posted it on his social media account. Though that was just one dream he'd had, there were countless examples that provided Nero with endless sources of amusement and thought-provoking ideas. While he rarely remembered the details of these dreams, he always had a better chance at recalling the substance of the dreams when he was forcefully awakened by a third party. Like everybody else, dreams tend to linger in his head when he's forced out of them. So it was with both happiness and annoyance when he felt his conscious mind being forced to the surface by someone forcefully shaking his feet. The dream he'd been pulled out of was so engaging, he could still almost smell the lingering scent of ale and wine in the air as he lifted his head off his pillow. He'd just been enjoying watching several dark elves planning some complicated plot to overthrow their local leader and assume control of something. And the realization that he was back in his tent was so jarring that he felt like throwing something heavy at whoever had the balls to interrupt his sleep. Opening his eyes and propping himself up on an elbow, he saw Nick's worried face looking in from the tent opening. "What?" Nero asked harshly. Nick's face looked worried, and apparently completely unaffected in the face of Nero's wrath. "You've been in this tent for nearly 13 hours. Nero stared at his friend, neither of them saying anything for a good 5 seconds before Nero finally snapped. "And?" he demanded. Nick replied easily. "I wanted to make sure you were all right. The battle must have been very difficult for you, and I wanted to make sure you were handling it well. Were you having trouble getting to sleep?" Nero offered Nick a blank look in response to his concern.
While he was happy the old man seemed to care enough to check on him, having his pleasant and interesting dream interrupted had put him in a foul mood. "I slept fine. The kobolds were barely a challenge when you think about it. I mean, seriously, did we even lose anybody? We obliterated them by the truckload. I think you are all overreacting. Now go away. I'm going back to bed," he said. Then resolutely punched his pillow and laid back down.
Nick sighed and replied, "Nero, you need to get up. We have some things to talk about that can't wait. Are you hungry?" Lifting his head a little, Nero narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is there anything other than that chunky gruel we've been eating?" Nick chuckled at how much Nero seemed to dislike standard rations and replied, "Sorry, Nero. That chunky gruel is the standard fare for soldiers in the field. You're just going to have to learn to like it." Scoffing, Nero rolled over, so he was staring at the tent ceiling, and replied, "Yeah, that's not going to happen. Give me 20 minutes. I'll join you in a bit. That is, unless you want to come in and share this tent with me while I eat some leftovers." Nick raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "You have leftovers? Any of it from when we ate at the Verena estate?" Nero smiled, lifted his head to look at Nick, and replied, "Yeah, I even stole a few of your plates and silverware." Giving Nero a look that hovered between disappointment and anger, Nick ducked down and entered the small tent. Snickering at the sight, Nero sat up to make room and muttered, "Who'd have thought my first guest in here would be an old man who was interested in my goods?" Nick's brow furrowed even further and quipped, "What do you mean, your goods? The only thing we're having is my goods." Nero raised his eyebrows and held a hand to his chest, as if he were shocked to hear what Nick was saying. "You keep your good away from me, old man, or I'll tell Vera on you." Nick's anger evaporated into confusion as he tried to understand what Nero was talking about. Suddenly, his eyes widened in understanding, and his glare returned full force. "Nero, you're not nearly as funny as you think you are. Just give me whatever food you stole from my house, and shut the hell up for a bit." Once again snickering, Nero reached into his personal space and started pulling out some of the food he'd stolen from the time he'd had dinner at Nick's estate. There wasn't a lot of room in the tent, but there was enough to enjoy an impromptu feast they both enjoyed immensely. While chomping down on something that resembled a drumstick, Nero looked up at a hovering essence light and thought to himself, "This is the life. Out on an adventure, hiding in a magically built cave, beset on all sides by monsters and enemies, surrounded by friends and allies sharing a common purpose, with magic providing good food and fantasy-inspired ambience." While Nero was enjoying his meal, Nick ruined the moment by saying in his most serious tone, "Nero, there really is something we need to talk about." Giving Nick his best look of annoyance, he set down his drumstick and took a large swig from his canteen. "Fine. What is so important that you needed to interrupt my sleep and ruin what was, for a very brief moment, a good meal among friends?" Setting his plate gently down onto the tent floor, Nick locked eyes with Nero and said, "Due to what you revealed to Captain Angelton and the sergeants, some things have been set into motion that can't be undone. There is still a lot you don't understand about the culture here, and some of that, I think, is my fault. I haven't been very successful at getting you to care about anything other than magic. Now, we're going to have to deal with that oversight." Nero wasn't following, so he asked, "What are you trying to say, Nick?" With his face looking like he was pronouncing something important, Nick replied, "Captain Angelton has formally requested you be listed as a unique citizen in the records."
Nero wasn't a complete idiot, so he figured it had something to do with his shocking ability to perceive the ether in a way other people couldn't. However, he didn't think it was worth Nick getting all worked up over. Shrugging a bit, Nero returned to his meal and said, "Okay, so is that more or less annoying than the new noble thing? Or is it like the exploit thing and I'm looking at some kind of reward for being awesome?" Nick was surprised Nero was reacting so calmly about the situation. But he reminded himself that Nero had no idea what any of this meant, so he really shouldn't have been. "I'll try and put this as simply as I can. While new nobles and exploits all fall within the typical governing systems within the kingdom, unique citizens are a completely different class of citizenry. They can be nobles, commoners, royalty, it doesn't matter. The only requirement to be a unique citizen is that the person has a skill or ability that is so powerful or useful that they are considered an irreplaceable assert to the kingdom as a whole. Do you understand?" asked Nick. Nero nodded and replied, "Yep, I'm guessing it's about the portal thing you mentioned when we were closing that spawn point, right? Since I can manipulate portals and stuff, I'm probably pretty useful for all kinds of stuff like that. So do I get some sort of benefit or something? Or am I going to be forcibly enlisted in some kind of secret group and sent off on missions at the behest of a cabal of powerful nobles that will abuse my gifts until I manage to free myself from their control and wipe them and their families out in some kind of elaborate revenge plan?" Nick frowned, unhappy that Nero didn't seem to be taking this seriously. "Nero, being categorized as a unique citizen means you have to be presented to the throne and tied to the ruling family as a branch house. You're immediately a noble, and your status as a new noble no longer applies. This is a very big deal. I need you to understand this and take it seriously." Nero sighed at Nick's pleading and replied, "Look, man, I get it, but from what you're saying, nothing is really changing. I was a new noble, under the protection of the royal family. Now, I'm a unique noble, under the exact same protection. And I have to the capital and meet the king? So what? I had to already do that because of the exploit thing, right? So really, what's changed?" Nick sat in silence for a minute, trying to process things from Nero's point of view. In a way, Nero was right. For him, nothing serious has changed. If anything, this simplifies a lot of the problems he had been dealing with. The noble trials no longer apply, so he would no longer have to be an elite if he didn't want to be. He wouldn't have to marry on a time limit or sire any children anytime soon. In fact, from Nero's perspective, this is all probably good news. Nero grinned at Nick's confused face. Watching the man try and work out how to explain something Nero was obviously missing was pretty funny. Though Nero didn't understand the specifics, he could tell that being a unique citizen wasn't something he should take lightly. But he felt it couldn't be any more troublesome than suddenly being a noble or being enlisted in the army. Since the moment he'd shown up in Dorchester, he'd been going with the flow, and he didn't see how being a unique citizen was going to change that going forward. Figuring he'd give the man a break, Nero asked the question he'd knew Nick would have a prepared lecture for. "Hey, Nick, tell me a little bit about what a unique citizen is, and if you could, give a few examples." Nick's face shook a little as he was knocked out of his train of thought. Meeting Nero's inquisitive eyes, he felt the world making a little more sense than it did a few seconds ago. He knew the answer to the young man's question, and it didn't require any kind of philosophical mental gymnastics. Coughing lightly into his hand to clear his throat, Nick began his lecture. Unique citizens are people with skills or abilities that are so uncommon, so profoundly useful, that they are protected and nurtured by the kingdom as a whole. As there are so few of them, it isn't something most people pay attention to. There are, however, plenty of historical examples that come to mind that might give you a better idea of what class you have joined. In the city of Bevrin, there is a woman known as the Siren. Her unique ability comes from a mutation dating back to her family's dalliances with the water folk.
Whether it is due to interbreeding or some kind of ritual, her family has always had a close relationship with water. They were merchants and sailors. When she was just a young girl, it was discovered that her voice had the ability to alter the essence fields around her. To put it another way, she is able to naturally imbue her own essence into her voice to provoke an effect on the world around her. Should she desire the weather to change, she can ask the sky to clear. It is said that she can even overcome a person's will and command them to do her bidding. Luckily, she was discovered before she allowed the power to go to her head, and the royal family took over her education and directed her to use her gift for the common good.
Another example is the famous astrologician. I don't recall ever reading about where he came from. However, he currently travels all across Oglevark, looking into planar ruins and histories, so that he can add to the knowledge base of the kingdom. His unique ability is to look into an area's past as if he were scrying it. From what I understand, it has something to do with light and time, but I didn't really focus much on that topic in my studies. I know it sounds a lot like delving, but it's not. Regardless, it's an incredibly powerful ability and essential for studying the ruins that appear in the wilds. When I was a young boy, one of my favorite uniques to read about was the Shaper. He's been around for hundreds of years, and I think he still lives somewhere in Norwalken. Anyway, he has the amazing ability to take material objects and alter their identities as if he were simply enchanting the essence that makes up their very core. He can take a simple stick and shape it into a bow that nobles from Tier 5 cities would sell their heirs to acquire. The stories of his travels where he would aid promising heroes in their various quests was always a wonderful way to pass the time between my studies. Nick finished, his face full of longing for a simpler time.
Nero listened closely to what Nick was saying, surprised to hear about, sounded like heroes from the stories he'd heard back home. He could almost picture the green-haired beauty known as the Siren and see her calmly controlling her city from within her seaside tower. The astrologician was obviously a rugged archaeologist, delving into ruins and living a life both in the past and the present. But the Shaper was understandably the most interesting. He sounded like Merlin, going around and inspiring legends wherever he went. Nero finished cleaning his plate with the last of the bread, then put away the plate into his personal space without bothering to clean it. Looking up, he could see Nick lost in thought about his childhood love of the Shaper's stories. Nero decided to give him a minute and didn't interrupt his moment of nostalgia.
So I guess my ability to see what's really going on in the ether is going to earn me some sort of nickname. Hopefully it's not the Perceiver or the Eye. I wonder how they choose the names. If they bother to ask me. I'm going to go with the Goat. Considering that no one in this world would get the reference, and that stories may eventually make it into the annals of the kingdom, all of them referring to the adventures of the Goat, I'll be able to laugh at that well into whatever afterlife I eventually stumble into, he thought to himself with a smile.
Nick's voice brought him out of his thoughts. Well, Nero, that's more or less what a unique citizen is. The details, of course, are a little more complicated. However, in a way, you're right. Not much will probably change for you, other than how people may start treating you. Considering that you already think you're more special than you are, I doubt you'll notice much of a difference. Anyway, if you're done eating, we should go speak with the captain. I'm sure he has orders for you. Perhaps you'll be heading back to Dorchester. For what it's worth, I'm sure you'll be able to handle whatever challenges you'll face in the future. Nero looked at Nick in confusion. Why are you talking like we're not going to be facing it together? You're my elderly, decrepit, wisdom-toting mentor. Wherever I go, you go, and Vera is in charge of our loot. So keep your wits about you and keep up. We've got shitty nobles to deal with, lizards to massacre, cities to save, and magic to explore. As Nero was talking, he stood up and kicked Nick to get the old man moving. Smiling at his young friend,
Nick followed him out of the tent and muttered, "Right you are, Lord Walker. Let's see what today has in store for us." Chapter 158. Society puts you in your place whether you like it or not. Mike scratched the skin surrounding the link currently fused to his temple. The damn thing itched terribly and served as a constant reminder of what he'd gotten himself into.
Since joining the 39th Search and Clear team as a rehabilitative recruit, Mike had finally gotten a chance to see how the criminal element of Dorchester lived. Though it wasn't like he'd never had scrapes with the wrong side of the law before. It had just never been to this extent. Before this, the worst he'd ever had to do was a year of community service acting as a sewer clearer, and that was only because he and a few of his friends had gotten drunk and accidentally destroyed a building during a bar fight. Now, though, he was a convicted criminal, surrounded by hard cases and malcontents.
Looking over to his left, he saw a burly man with dead eyes calmly staring forward, as if nothing going on around him really mattered. Mike grimaced at the sight of the man's unconventional link glowing in his temple. It took up almost the entire side of the poor man's head. "I'm not sure I even want to know what he did to earn a fully implanted link," he told himself. Once again, he scratched the skin around his link, not liking the fact that he was only just one step away from the same fate. It wasn't like he didn't understand why they fused his link, but that didn't mean he was at peace with it. But what did he expect? Were they really going to let a convicted criminal currently serving out his sentence head outside the walls without ensuring that he would be forced to return after the mission?
He came out of his musings when he saw his unit's captain take the podium at the front of the plaza. Captain Druza seemed like an all-right guy to Mike. The man was tall, well-built, and everything that Mike expected a captain in the army to be. Every time they'd interacted, the captain was professional and didn't seem to harbor any resentment for leading a group of criminals and lowlives. As far as Mike was concerned, he and the captain shared the common trait of just wanting to put in their time and then move on. The captain looked out over the assembled men and women of S&C 39 and said, "I've got good news and bad news. The good news is that from here on out, your time in this unit counts for double from what you were being paid before. The bad news is that our mission has been changed. While we were initially going to be just providing relief to a survey team out in the wilds, we're now being retasked to aid in rebuffing an actual incursion from the kobolds. Even worse, we're going to be meeting them in the wilds outside the walls." The 500-strong unit of troops started muttering their surprise and unhappiness with what they were hearing. It was understandable, as the idea of directly confronting an invading force outside the walls seemed idiotic, when they could be just as easily be fighting with the aid of the well-proven defenses. The captain nodded, apparently expecting the discontent his words would cause. "I understand your concerns, and I raised them myself. However, Dorchester Command decided that it isn't the time to abandon the exterior city, and they aren't willing to let the kobolds have free rein outside the walls. So, along with many other units, we'll be heading outside the walls to cull their numbers until they have no choice but to scurry back under the mountain and wait for us to finish wiping them out." There were a few chuckles at the captain's jape, and Mike could see that most people were accepting of the captain's inability to change their circumstances. It didn't come as a surprise to anyone here that the people in charge make the decisions, and everyone else is responsible for figuring out the best way to survive carrying them out. Captain Druza continued, "Now those of you who are only here on temporary assignment are going to have to get used to living with a fused link. It's a regrettable fact that with how bad the essence has gotten outside the walls, there is no other way for us to keep track of you. As it is arguably an unregulated abuse of power, feel free to lodge a complaint with Tower of Law and see if you can swing some kind of compensation for the inconvenience. Maybe they'll knock a few years of your sentence, I have no idea. That being said, I don't want to hear any complaints about it because it has very little to do with me. I'm only concerned about using your talents to get our job done, while making sure as many of you live to see the end of your term as I can. Regardless of your past, you are all citizens of Dorchester, and I know each and every one of you is capable of growing into a champion of humanity if you are willing to put in the effort."
Mike smirked at the captain's tacky pep talk. He was well aware of the doctrine the rehabilitation programs used, that every opportunity to reform and encourage should be taken advantage of. But he still thought it was amusing to see the ever-serious captain being so bad at it. It wasn't the first time Mike had seen the captain try and inject some lesson into an otherwise normal briefing, and every single time it had been obvious to the point of being insulting. Subtle, the man was not. "Now, as we don't have a lot of time until we move out, make sure to stop by requisitions and get your gear. We meet back here in 1 hour, and then we join up with the rest of the assault force outside Gate 22 immediately after." "That will be all. You're dismissed," he said, then stepped down from the podium. Mike scratched his temple and thought to himself, "Looks like I'm heading back to the wilds after all. At least it's better than heading underground. This way I still get to see the sun." Tone. After stepping out of his tent, Nero was letting himself be led by Nick over to zero the command area. It had only been a few hours, and he was surprised to see the cave had been transformed into a well-lit, organized, fully established camp. There were now pillars interspersed throughout the cave, holding up the ceiling and providing anchors for essence lights. The walls had been smoothed out, and the cave entrance now had fallback positions, with walls and raised platforms turning it into a kill box. Even the command area had been considerably upgraded. Nero walked down a few steps into a circular depression, where a stone table had been raised. The same sergeants from before were now sitting around, as Captain Angelton leaned over some maps, pointing at something while giving out orders. Compared to the folding table they were using before, the current scene was much more professional, and Nero was having trouble with how quickly everything had changed. Just how long was I sleeping, he wondered. The captain looked up and almost smiled. "Lord Walker, you're here." "Good," he said, very nearly sounding pleased. Nero felt his skin crawl at seeing the normally serious captain acting so out of character. He looked around the table and saw the sergeants all smiling at him. The reception was so odd that he wondered what they were going to ask him to do. No one was this happy to see someone without having an ulterior motive. Frowning, Nero walked up to the table and said curtly, "Okay, cut the act. What do you want?" The captain's very small smile faded, as if it had never been there, and he replied, "I thought Verena would have told you. Although it is not official yet, I have every confidence that you will be raised to the status of a unique citizen of Oglevark. Congratulations are in order, and I am proud to have been there at the beginning of your path. I believe I speak for everyone here when I say that we hope you consider staying in Dorchester and helping us through the current crises facing our great city." Nero's frown faded into confusion, and he looked around the table to see the sergeants all looking at him with hope and respect. It was extremely weird, and he didn't know how to respond to their completely illogical sincerity. Feeling a slight pat on his shoulder, Nero nearly suffered a jump scare as Nick started talking. "Lord Walker doesn't really understand what being a unique citizen actually means, so you'll have to forgive him. If you look at from his perspective, he's already a new noble, and, in his words, he doesn't expect there to be much of a difference. For now, let's all try and treat him as a comrade, and then go from there." Captain Angelton nodded along with all the sergeants, everyone seeming to take something different away from what Nick had just said. Nero looked up at his friend, curious as to what he was implying. Nick just smiled down at Nero, shaking his head as if it weren't important. Shrugging, Nero, as usual, decided that he didn't care enough to press the issue and find out. Instead, he changed the subject by asking, "Okay, so what's the plan now? Are we going to acting as a harassing force behind the kobold lines?" Captain Angelton gave Nero a slight look of surprise and replied, "We will. However, you've been recalled to Dorchester. Your team will be circling around to the north, and they will be escorting you so that you can meet up with an extraction force which will get you back behind the walls, safe and sound. After that, I'm afraid I don't know what the General and the Council will ask of you. But please consider that all of Dorchester could use your help. You can do great things here, and I hope you consider staying."
Nero felt a little shocked at how different the captain was acting. There seemed to be a complete shift in the man's tone from what he'd gotten used to. Choosing his words carefully, Nero replied, "All right, I'll keep what you said in mind. When will we be heading out?" Captain Angelton raised his hand, gesturing off to the side. Nero saw Sergeant Wesker stepping forward, a serious look on his face. He said, "We're ready to go when you are, Lord Walker. Take your time getting ready." That clinched it. Something was very off about the situation. Nero looked up at Nick with pleading eyes, nearly begging the man to explain what the hell was going on. Chuckling, Nick replied for Nero, "Lord Walker will be ready shortly. Please prepare the rest of the team, and he'll be along after he collects his tent and gear." Sergeant Wesker replied simply, "Very well. We'll be ready." Nero allowed himself to be led away, while looking back over his shoulder in confusion at the command staff watching him leave, all of them unabashedly smiling, as if they were sucking up to a superior. Turning around, he locked eyes with Nick and hissed, "What the fuck, man? What the hell was that? Have they been possessed or replaced by pod people or something?" Nick continued to lead Nero through the cave, back to his tent. Sighing, he said, "Nero, you have to try and understand their point of view. Remember when you were raised to nobility, and you asked me why everyone at the center was staring at you?" Nero nodded and replied, "Yeah, so it's like a celebrity thing? It'll die down once the novelty wears off." Nick shook his head and said, "No, Nero, this is entirely different. When you were raised from a commoner to a noble, that was something people could be envious of. But becoming a unique, that's something altogether different. Provided it is actually approved, and I can't see how it won't be, your new status puts you outside the regular social structure. So much so that cities will actively try and recruit you. While noble houses are restricted to their home cities and their expansions strictly regulated, a unique is allowed to go wherever they want in Oglevark. For that reason and more, they are two completely different things." Nero was stunned. He tried to figure out how to compare it to something he'd recognize, but he was having trouble trying to find an Earth equivalent. The closest thing he could think of was the various levels of celebrity back home. There was the local hero who was celebrated, but treated with envy. Then there was the larger local celebrity, like the news anchor, who people were happy to recognize. But then, there was the famous people that were turned into fantasy. Nero, from the corner of his eye, could see the same men and women he'd been fighting alongside the day before were now looking at him with goofy smiles and an underlying sense of awe. Considering that just about everyone here could probably kick his ass, it was extremely disconcerting. Nick seemed to be amused by Nero's response to his newfound celebrity. Nero quickly packed up his tent and supplies, eager to get away from all the uncomfortable staring. Before long, he was reunited with Rose, Kathleen, and Wesker near the front of the cave. While the sergeant was now showing the same signs of hero worship that the rest of elites were displaying, Rose and Kathleen didn't seem to be acting all that different than normal. As he approached, Nero offered the ladies a smile in thanks for treating him the same as always. But his happiness wilted when they greeted him. Rose was the first to speak. "Lord Walker, congratulations on having your talents acknowledged. I knew from the first time I saw you that there was something special about you. If you need anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask."
Wesker stood right next to her,
nodding along like an idiot. Nero couldn't help but notice the man had apparently chosen to forget any animosity he'd been harboring for all the times Nero had screwed with him. Yet Kathleen was the worst.
She looked over at Nick with her typical stare that hovered somewhere between a feral grin and an uninterested dismissal of everyone around her, while saying with a bit of a bite, "I told you he was an unprecedented talent. Perhaps next time, as a researcher, you'll think twice before dismissing an opinion from a warrior with experience in things you know nothing about." Nero looked up at Nick, seeing the man's smile twist into a grimace at the rebuke. Nick coughed into his hand and replied, "Yes, well, I apologize for not taking your remarks about Lord Walker's potential seriously. I agreed with you that he was special. I just didn't realize how much. But that's in the past. Now we have a job to do." Sergeant Wesker stepped up, eager to put in his 2 valens. "That's right. We have to get him back to Dorchester immediately. We can't have him out here under the threat of the kobolds. It's imperative that he be protected." Nero's jaw dropped. Where was the man who had been quietly plotting his death? The man who used to be a son of a bitch, constantly finding ways to criticize him, was now standing there like a bodyguard, excited to throw himself into danger for Nero's well-being. The entire situation was out of control, and Nero felt the urge to start slapping the shit out of people in order to get them to knock it the hell off. But instead, cooler heads prevailed, and he allowed them to do whatever it was they were going to do. All he could do was assume they had some sort of plan for getting past the kobold's scouts. After all, it wasn't like the front of the cave wasn't currently being watched. Yet no amount of mental preparation could have prepared him for what happened next. Apparently, their brilliant plan for sneaking Nero out of the area was to have 2 20-man assault teams storm the kobold encampments to distract the enemy while Nero and his team ran away. Looking over his shoulder, Nero saw the shouting elites ripping apart what few defenses the kobolds had managed to set up, tearing through them like madmen, intent on causing as much destruction as they could in as little time as possible. As he and his team made their way around the mountain, and the sounds of fighting began dying down, Nero asked loudly, "So, if I'm understanding this correctly, being categorized as a unique citizen is kind of a big deal, right?" Nick looked over at Nero with a smile and replied, "I tried telling you, but as usual, you only hear what you want to hear." Nero nodded, accepting Nick's rebuke for once. The man had said that it was entirely different than being a noble. In a way, it made sense. Dorchester had a lot of nobles, but he was the only unique. "Well, I always knew I was awesome. Maybe I'll get a certificate or something to prove it. I can hang it on my wall so that people will know that I'm important. Hopefully people will be more impressed with it than my award for winning that Flippy Cup tournament back in college. Not to mention the ceremonial beer mug I got to take home. I wonder if this time I'll get a medal, or maybe a t-shirt. It better not be a sash, though," he thought to himself, as he lost himself in the hazy memory of defeating the girls' volleyball team in the Flippy Cup finals. Chapter 159. Give me some context, please. Mage Adept Newbanks stood near the back of the Mage Tower's central control room, monitoring the disciplined chaos with a practiced eye. Her domineering presence ensured that the 30 Mage team currently managing the tower's scrying control system would do their job to the best of their ability. She had made it clear that she would no longer tolerate the mages of Dorchester's poor performance, ruining the reputation of the Tower of Magic. Although she knew most low-tiered mages treated their jobs as secondary concerns to their personal development, the culture here in Dorchester was by far the worst she'd ever seen. Perhaps it was a result of the previous court mage's influence, whom she'd heard had a mind for politics over magic. Or maybe it was due to the region's previously pathetic essence density, which, while useful for essence flow research, was incredibly stifling for practicing mages. In the end, she didn't really care, even though her purpose in coming to Dorchester was to discreetly ensure the king's plans were carried out. She couldn't stop herself from addressing some of the local Mage Tower's most obvious shortcomings. After seeing how poorly the local mages reflected on the profession as a whole, It was almost a reflex to punish them until they started acting like the mages they pretended to be.
Glancing at the central pillar, she watched the battle which was being transmitted to Army Central Command through a dedicated communications link. The large hologram displayed the overview of the battle in real time, with several angles creating a vivid 3D model of what was currently happening. Occasionally, the image would blur, as the essence disruptions in the area interfered with the scry. Every time that happened, the surrounding mages would cringe, hoping that Mage Adept Newbanks wouldn't publicly berate them in front of their peers. Her tongue was almost worse than the spells she pummeled them with in the arena during her personal training sessions she forced on those unlucky few who caught her eye. Shaking her head at their barely satisfactory performance, she left them to their work. She had a scheduled scry connection that she couldn't miss. After making her way through the tower, she shut herself in her private office, sealing the room from any outside interference. Her preparations went quickly, and she stood in the middle of the room, waiting for the appointed time to send out the connection request. She nervously continued to check her internal clock, not looking forward to the report she would have to give. Finally, the time came for her to activate the private communication orb, powering it through the array under the floor. The large orb hovered in the middle of the room. The connection established itself, and she dropped to one knee and waited for the image to stabilize before speaking. "Sire, greetings from Dorchester," she said humbly. The king looked as calm and collected as he usually did. His powerful yet quiet voice seemed to shake the room when he said, "Rise, Adept. I haven't been watching closely, but last time I checked there weren't any serious deviations or issues that needed to be addressed with the plan. So I'm curious as to what prompted you to alter the agreed-upon communication schedule." Mage Adept Newbanks stood up, forcing herself to keep her hands from shaking. "Well, Your Majesty, I don't exactly know what happened. Everything was going to the plan. Lord Walker's team and the elites were put in the path of the Kobold invasion point just like you asked, and I made sure to hide my involvement from any interested parties, just as you commanded. However, I think there might be an issue with the timetable. The attack happened just like you predicted, but it was much too soon for our other plans to keep pace." The king frowned, then looked off into the distance, obviously using his prodigious powers to peer into the ether and investigate the situation. Mage Adept Newbank's stomach dropped as she saw the king's eyes widen slightly, which, to her, showed the king's obvious shock at what he was seeing. His face once again blank, he turned to look at Mage Adept Newbanks and said, "That does indeed change things. The Kobold invasion occurring this early means that they will most likely never even reach the walls. I'm not sure if the current plan can be salvaged." The king seemed deep in thought, but Mage Adept Newbanks couldn't help but speak up. "Sire, the City Lord is already looking into the disillusionment of her consort agreements. I'm confident she will be free of any attachments within the month. If managed correctly, the plan should still be viable." The king's face displayed a very tiny hint of a smirk when he replied, "That won't matter anymore. It seems that a petition was just filed to elevate Lord Walker to unique citizen status. I very much doubt a situation will arise that we'll be able to use to entice him into marriage. At this point, even if I personally declared Dorchester his territory, I don't think he'd accept it." Mage Adept Newbank's jaw dropped in shock at the revelation. "Then, sire, I don't see how we can pit him against the Tower of Fate anymore. Even they aren't crazy enough to plot against a unique. Without him as a fulcrum, how will we keep the mages interested in the plan, not to mention the other towers which need to be drawn into the conflict?" The king shook his head slightly, his features almost softening in amusement. "I'm not sure we can. The young man will most likely still save Dorchester, just as I predicted. However, I don't think it will be in the way I expected he would do it. I have to say, it is refreshing to see him constantly carving a new fate through what would otherwise be a normally simple political game."
It's no wonder the Matrix is having so much trouble predicting his moves.
As a studied mage, Mage Adept Newbanks knew the scientific principles behind how fate prediction worked, and the fact that even the Matrix of Fate had troubles predicting Lord Walker's actions made her uncomfortable, to say the least.
The king raised his chin, as if he were done this topic for the moment. His voice returned to its usual serenity as he said, "For the time being, continue as planned. Until I see how the next few days play out, you'll just have to try and do what you can to ensure Lord Walker stays in Dorchester. Now, more than ever, he'll be essential to City's survival and keeping the Mage Council antagonistic toward the Tower of Fate. Despite his new status, he still has a part to play in the greater game. The key to our victory is not relying on his actions, but carefully managing our own."
Nodding her head, Mage Adept Newbanks replied,
"As you command, Your Majesty." The trip across the mountain turned out to be less intense than he thought it would be. There weren't too many monsters, and the ones they did see were much weaker than the ones they'd encountered in the eastern wilds. As such, Nero had plenty of time to mull over his newfound social standing and how it affected the people around him.
The conclusion he came to, after being shoved to the back of the formation by Sergeant Wesker and protected, was that he really didn't like it. As a long-time troublemaker, mischief lover, and troll, he felt most at peace when he was treated with caution, or at least thought of with some hostility. By far the worst part about the current situation was that Rose's calculating gaze had all but disappeared, only to be replaced with doe-like eyes filled with nothing but loyal support. Rose and Wesker's illogical personality shifts were enough to make him want to tear his hair out in frustration. Luckily, Nero had to only put up with them for a single night before they were met by the troops Captain Angelton had told them to expect. Upon meeting up with the 40-person squad, the captain in charge greeted Nero with a smile, ignoring everyone else like they didn't matter to him at all. The man just gestured for one of his sergeants to go talk to Wesker, while he walked up to Nero and bowed dramatically, his teeth shining like he was applying for a toothpaste commercial. "Lord Walker, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Captain Eric Ventier, second heir of House Ventier, leader of the 32nd Armored Assault Squad out of Gate 19. General Branson personally requested that we ensure your safety and deliver you to Dorchester Command as soon as possible. Please be assured that we are the best of Dorchester's forces, and you'll be utterly safe in our care. Do you or your companions need any healing, food, or rest before we head out?" he asked, while his troops arranged themselves in a support formation around Nero's team. Nero watched as the burly men and women in impressive armor spread out in the defensive formation, every one of them giving off a feeling of danger and strictly controlled violence. Nero looked up the tall man and replied, No, I think we're good. Let's just get going." Seeing Nyx watching the interaction with a grin on his face, Nero felt like throwing something heavy at the man. While Nero was distracted with Nyx mocking amusement at his situation, Captain Ventier's loud shout of, "Rippers, move out!" made him jump a little in surprise, then cover his ears with his hands in a wince. Nero saw that Kathleen had appeared on his left, while Nick stayed on his right. Rose and Wesker took the lead, everyone surrounding him in layers of protection that made him feel like he was being led through the mountains like an overly important young master. Or, more likely, someone currently under arrest. Feeling a little restless, Nero tried to make some conversation while they were moving. "Hey, Sarge, why did the captain refer to them as rippers?" he asked, hoping to get the man talking so that he would stop being so standoffish. Wesker looked over his shoulder to address Nero, seemingly perfectly happy being surrounded by steel-clad soldiers, treating him like a delicate flower. Different teams typically adopt monikers or titles to express their team's unity and camaraderie. Slicers, boomers, killers. Some even take on animal names, which are pretty common. When I first joined the monster hunting squads,
I was assigned to the 103rd MH Scratchers out of Gate 11. We were known for taking down prairie bulls and larger monsters that are usually only found in the open areas around Dorchester. I'm guessing the Rippers got their name because of their preference for jagged weapons and the tearing-style wounds they cause.
Nero leaned forward so we could see past Nick, trying to examine the Ripper's weapons so we could see what Wesker was talking about. Each of the Rippers were carrying jagged swords that looked like turned-off chainsaws, but much thinner. Like always, the moment someone bothered to answer one of his questions, it only spawned another 1,000 in his head. Figuring it was pointless to get into the vagaries of weapon construction, he replied, "Okay, that makes sense, I guess, thanks." Sergeant Wesker smiled, nodded, then turned back to continue walking in front of him, as if he were more than happy to just wait for Nero to address him whenever he felt like it. Nero shook his head a little at the man's total personality change, then looked up at Nick and asked, "Hey man, so if I am a unique or whatever, what's going to happen to House Walker? Am I still a lord? Or, more importantly, what happens to all the money I've acquired? I'm not, like, automatically adopted by the state or something, am I? 'Cause if that's the case, I promise you that shit's going to get real crazy, real quick." Nick chuckled, well aware of how Nero tended to assume whatever situation he found himself in would be horrible and require justifiable violence, or at least harsh language to get himself out of it. "No, Nero, you're not going to be adopted by the state. You're still the head of House Walker, and you will still keep all of your money and business interests. Nothing really changes in that regard. Well, mostly. In a way, it's good that you already have Vera as a proxy, because that will make things a little easier for you," he said. "What do you mean?" asked Nero. Nick replied, "Well, like I said before, unique citizens are not bound by the city of their birth, or, more to the point, they are bound to the kingdom as a whole. Therefore, they are kind of like royalty in their own way. Like members of the royal family, they can go wherever they want, establishing their presence in whatever city they deem fit. There are, of course, fewer restrictions for unique citizens, as they aren't bound by the royal family's house rules dictated by the king. In fact, unique citizens can, if they choose to, open a branch house in any city they want without restriction. So here in Dorchester, you could sire a child, then have Vera raise them to be your househead in Dorchester, while you went off to wherever you wanted and did the same thing in the next city you visited. The branch houses will all pay tribute to you and further your interests, while you attend to the duties of your position." Nero offered Nick a look that conveyed every inch of his unhappiness with what he was hearing. "Okay, that all sounds great, I think. But a couple things jump out at me from what I just heard. 1. What the hell do you mean I can sire a child and have Vera raise him to be my representative here in Dorchester? I don't have any intention of knocking someone up and then taking off to go see the sights across the kingdom. And what duties are you talking about? Am I getting involuntarily drafted into a particular duty or not? I put up with joining the army because it was temporary and it got me my title or whatever, not to mention that it sounded like fun. But until I hear exactly what the powers that be want me to do, I'm not agreeing to anything." Kathleen, who'd been walking alongside of them, chuckled happily. "As a unique, you don't have to do anything you don't want to. In fact, you now have the ability to just tell the powers that be what you'll be doing and then request for them to pay you for the privilege of sponsoring your interests," she said, her voice implying that Nero seemed to deserve what was coming to him. Nick added, "That's right. Unique citizens typically choose a personal pursuit, then apply for funding through the capital. Or at least I think that's how it works. I'm not sure of the specifics, but almost every unique I've ever read about has had some grand personal project that they dedicated their life to. I know for a fact that the Shaper's quests are sponsored by the Crown, so you can probably just choose whatever you want when you meet the king." Nero's head snapped around as he asked, "Wait, I'm meeting the king now?" Nick replied quickly, "Not now, but at some point. Why does that surprise you?
You were already going to Hennings to receive your award for the exploit you've found. Huh. Now that I think about it, I wonder how being a unique will affect the meritorious award you have coming. I'm pretty sure uniques don't pay taxes.
Nero's eyes widened as he practically yelled,
I don't have to pay taxes? Vera's going to shit a brick.
Kathleen coughed, trying to contain her laughter. Apparently, Nero's new position was enough to finally crack her ever-serious exterior and finally allow the personality Nero always knew she had to come bubbling to the surface. Nick all of a sudden became a little serious as he changed the subject a little. One thing you'll have to do before anything else is file your paperwork for the completion of your trials of nobility. Once that's done, you'll then need to quickly choose some adherents for your house. I strongly recommend you do that before you leave Dorchester. I'm sure Vera will tell you the same thing. A house is only as strong as its members, and right now, your only member is Vera, and she's only a temporary hire. Regardless of what she tells you, I'd not count on her being with House Walker forever. That being said, I'd appreciate if you didn't mention this conversation to her, he said, while sharing a warning glance with Kathleen, who just nodded along in agreement with what he was saying. Nero was having trouble keeping up with the information dump he was getting. He was barely getting used to being a noble, and now he was going to have to get his house in order. He'd hoped he would have a few years before he needed to deal with any of this, but it looked like that wasn't going to happen. Furthermore, Nero was having the uncomfortable feeling that Nick was readying Nero to say goodbye. Since finding out Nero was going to become a unique citizen, Nick had stopped treating him like a current friend and started treating him as if he were a friend from college he was soon to be leaving behind. There was an unspoken distance developing between them that Nero was decidedly unhappy about. Looking up at his friend, he asked, "What are the chances that I'll be leaving Dorchester in the immediate future?" Nick replied with a soft smile. "Very likely. I'd be surprised if Hennings weren't already sending someone to collect you as we speak. Of course, you'll still be allowed to go wherever you'd like, but I doubt you'd want to come back to a city currently under the threat of multiple city-destroying crises. But don't worry, Nero. I'm sure wherever you end up, we'll still be able to see each other once in a while. I doubt a unique will have any trouble arranging intercity transportation." Kathleen spoke up, her tone a little too eager for Nero's liking. "I'd recommend heading north. There you will find a great many opportunities to test your skills and push your potential to its limit. If you want to continue to grow, you can't hide yourself away in a tower. You must face the world boldly and overcome the challenges that are presented to you on your journey." Nero listened to them both, assuming things about his future with a growing feeling of annoyance bubbling up in his gut. If there was one thing he hated, it was people assuming they knew what was best for him. In fact, it might be a core character flaw of his, since he had the same problem in his past life. Whenever someone had told him that it only makes sense, he almost instinctually took the opposing viewpoint. On more than one occasion, he'd proved that he could be the very definition of a contrary individual. Frowning, Nero said, "Look, I don't know what's going to happen. None of this class designation crap means much to me, to be honest. I'll happily not pay taxes, and getting paid for doing whatever I want sounds right up my alley. But if they expect me to leave you guys in a lurch, they can kiss my pale cream-colored ass. I haven't even had a chance to visit the mansion I won off that douche-nozzle Dorkin, and I'll be damned if I leave Dorchester before I get a chance to start my t-shirt company. If I want to stay here and fight kobolds, monsters, and assassins, then that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Besides, you both still have shit you have to teach me, and I still have to figure out how Howie manages to carry around his spell forms the way he does. So, both of you stop acting like I'm going off to my great reward. We've still got nobles to fleece and deals to make. Got it?" Nick and Kathleen shared a look over the head of their young friend, both of them feeling a profound bond with their little protégé. Nick replied, "Sure thing, Nero. We'll just have to see what happens." Nero nodded,
his steps becoming a little firmer as he stomped through the mountains on the way back to Dorchester.
Sons of bitches want to tell me what to do? I'll show them. I bet this is all Jennings' fault somehow. That asshole wanted to get me out of Dorchester from the beginning. If this is all some stupid plot or something, I swear I'm gonna piss in his coffee pot, he promised himself darkly. Chapter 160. You can never go home again.
Archmage Jennings mentally flicked through the various research papers and historical accounts that caught his eye in the local archives. Their contents were infinitely more interesting to him than having to listen to the useless prattle going on in the Council of Mages' Hall of Magic. They'd been at this for days, and he didn't feel like hearing them once again argue pointlessly over the best way to combat the Tower of Fate's influence throughout the kingdom. Since this all started, each and every day more information had been collected on the Fate Weavers' legally grey practices, and their alarmingly prolific influence with the nobles of the cities that had allowed a Tower of Fate to be erected within their walls. After a while, he'd stopped reading the reports as they were becoming mind-numbing and repetitive. Yet the Council of Magic was still demanding his presence via long-range scry-link for these meetings. Perhaps if he were there, in Hennings, he could convince them to leave him be and deal with it on their own. Besides, that way, if he had to deal with all this regrettably important work, he could at least do it from the comfort of his own office. Originally, he'd come to Dorchester to watch over the anomaly, but with how annoying the essence disturbances were getting outside the walls, it really wasn't worth the effort at the moment. Although, if he'd really wanted to, he could have probably set up a permanent secondary frequency modulation within the tower to aid in his scrying. But did he really want to watch the young man prancing around the wilds, dealing with these low-tier essence events? By his calculations, nothing major should happen in the next few weeks, so he might as well enjoy some personal relaxation time. He was sure that Mage Adept Newbanks was more than capable of handling everything that needed doing. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard Archmage Mather's loud voice shout at him through the scry-link that had become an ever-present connection between his office in Dorchester and the council chambers back in Hennings. "Jennings, I asked you a question. Pay attention to the meeting, damn it. It's because of your fumbling over there in that backwater that we're coordinating a Shadow Tower war on a scale that hasn't been seen since the time of the kingdom's founding," he said with some venom. Before Jennings managed to reply, Archmage Mathers visibly took control of himself, then said, "However, your input, while appreciated, is not actually needed. So, if you'd like to retire and play with your magic out there in Dorchester, all you have to do is ask. But, if you are going to participate, lead, and organize this war, then you'd best start remembering how to conduct yourself as a council mage of the highest order." By the time he was done, his voice filled with the righteous fury of a disgruntled schoolteacher admonishing an absent-minded student that had been nothing of a disappointment to him. Archmage Jennings frowned, unhappy with being called out in front of the entire council for not paying attention to the meeting. "I'm not even in the room. What does it matter if I'm not particularly interested in hearing about how the propaganda campaign to counter the Tower of Fate's expansion plans is going in the eastern marshes?" he thought to himself, referring to the last thing he had heard before he stopped paying attention. Yet he was not the preeminent mage in the kingdom for nothing, so he wisely kept his mouth shut until he was able to carefully formulate a reply. Even though he was still nominally in charge of the Council of Mages, Mathers had been running the place for the past few months, and doing a damn sight better than he ever did. Jennings would be the first to admit that he hadn't done his own paperwork in years. In fact, his skill levels in delegation and management were far and away more advanced than any of his leadership skills. Regardless, he had no intention of stepping down, or even admitting to any shortcomings, real or imagined. Using his link to quickly review the meeting's automated minutes, Jennings found the record of Mather's question. With his prodigious mental power, it took him less than a few seconds to peruse the relevant paperwork. Those seconds were easily bought by the gentle clearing of his throat.
Having researched, internally debated, and formulate his opinion, he had no trouble addressing the council as if he were a scholar with a prodigious background in the subject.
If you'd like my opinion, then I'm more than happy to provide it. I believe that the proposal for personal collaboration with the local nobles, through the use of court mages, will meet with limited success at best, and in the long term, it would more than likely ultimately lead to disaster. If we were to copy the Tower of Fate's method of success, then we will be choosing to fight them from a position of weakness. They have had years to build up their connections, while ours are limited to business relations within the scope of the standardized economy. By trying to universally adopt a subculture of favors and interconnected business dealings, we'd be opening ourselves up to the same corruptible influences that have turned the Tower of Fate into what it is today. So, I would caution you all to think very carefully before proceeding with this proposal, he said, skillfully adopting the air of a wise and all-knowing archmagician. The archmage who'd developed the plan in question huffed loudly in order to draw attention to himself. Not willing to debate Jennings, he replied harshly, "Then what exactly do you propose? You've done nothing but demand action without giving us any hint of a direction. Do you expect us to charge into their towers and physically bring them down city by city? Do you know how many lives would be lost? How much collateral damage we'd cause? The Council of Leadership wouldn't stand for it, and we'd be wiped out right alongside those fate-weaving imbeciles." Jennings nodded sagely, then replied, "After careful consideration, and with the benefit of our deep research into the Tower of Fate's reach and practices, I see only one path forward. We must meet their influence with the only counter which is impervious to retaliation: logic. We will create comprehensive overviews of the study of fate and the history of predictive magic. In each city, we will post lesson plans, historical social accounts, details of the limitations and drawbacks to the practice, and above all, we will never dissemble or provide rhetoric." Archmage Mathers nodded along as he listened to Jennings' proposal. "That is actually an extremely intriguing idea. The reason so many people follow the Tower of Fate is because they don't understand the concept of fate magic. To them, it's a powerful and incomprehensible magic that is reserved for those who devote themselves to the high profit. For most people, the subject is not something they'd ever consider researching. I don't think most city archives even have limited access to the magic, as it was categorized as a restricted subject," he said. Another council mage chimed in. "We'll have to be careful to only cover the outlines and descriptions on the subject. We can't violate the terms of the secrecy accords. But I think just publicly defining the concept as a style of magic will eliminate most of the allure surrounding the practice." Jennings smiled and added, "Hundreds of years ago it worked with the religions, so I don't see how the Tower of Fate will handle it any better than they did. Furthermore, while religions still exist due to their undeniable benefits and rewards, the Tower of Fate is not delivering on what they promise. We'll use the backdrop of what is happening here in Dorchester as the reason for our focus on the topic. In that way, the Fate Weavers will have no rebuttal to our stance. After all, it is impossible to refute reality. You can misrepresent it, massage it, hide it, but you can never combat it directly. Ours is the study of magic, and if there is one thing that we've learned, it's that the world's identity is much stronger than our own." The entire council chamber was quiet as they digested Archmage Jennings' words. The man was arguably the wisest man in the kingdom, and his thoughts and opinions carried great weight in the halls of power. Like always, his words held meaning beyond the scope of what average mages like them could comprehend. While everyone was basking in the brilliance of their leader, Archmage Mathers received an emergency update from one of their friends in the Hennings Hall of Leadership. His eyebrows rose to his forehead, and his jaw dropped open in shock. Like a bomb going off, the awed silence was interrupted by Archmage Mathers shouting, "Damn it, Jennings! Why didn't you tell us that the anomaly has been put up for unique citizen status?
Has the Council of Leadership's envoy arrived in Dorchester yet? If we'd known about this, we could have included a member of the Tower of Magic into the retinue. Now we'll be starting the game at a disadvantage. We can't let others co-opt someone of his potential.
Archmage Jennings had lost count of how many times someone had angrily asked him why he hadn't bothered to tell someone something. As such, his instinctive response was usually to reply that they didn't need to know, or they'll understand his hesitance to include them in the matter if they were willing to give it some thought. Yet, here and now, the words just died in his throat. How in the infinite hells did no one bother to tell me that the little shit was up for another class promotion? And on what grounds are they making him a unique? Even I'm not a unique, he thought to himself, his mouth opening and closing in a futile attempt to come up with a coherent response to Mather's justifiable outrage. Figuring that he should probably start paying closer attention to what was going on around him, Jennings closed the various research papers and historical records he'd been perusing and tried to regain what little composure he could muster under the circumstances. Tone. During their brief trek through the mountains, Nero found the Ripper's style of combat rather brutal. The few occasions they'd encountered beasts or monsters, he'd seen them do just as their name suggested, and ripped them apart. Whatever weapons they were using seemed to be enchanted, because the wounds were gory enough to make Nero's stomach churn a little. Even with how much combat he'd seen, it was still disturbing to see limbs flying off into the air and meat hanging off the monsters in bloody chunks. He'd gotten used to seeing clean cuts and slices, and what the Rippers were doing to their enemies was something else entirely. But he had to admit they were effective. In no time at all, he found himself once again heading through an unfamiliar gate into another new section of Dorchester. This time the buildings were all rectangular boxes of stone, each painted with brightly colored paints to differentiate them from the houses and shops around them. Yet the biggest difference he could see was that there weren't any trees or flowers on the street level. However, he could see the tops of the buildings had large trees providing shade, and every one of them hinted at private gardens hiding among the roofs above his head as he and the rest of his party made their way through the shopping district. Even in the fantasy novels he'd read, he'd never come across a style of architecture quite like what he was seeing right now. Unfortunately, he wasn't allowed much time to admire the sights, since the entire company of Rippers all but dragged him and his party through the streets, directly to the local teleporter, so that they could deliver them to wherever it was they were ordered to bring them. Before long, he was once again at Dorchester's Keep, the center of power for the entire city. Oddly, while he had expected to be separated from the rest of his party, apparently that wasn't a plan. When the Ripper captain dropped them off, he'd told them that they were all requested to present themselves to the general, and that he was happy to be of service. Nero barely had a chance to thank the man before he and his troop of incredibly effective violence bringers left to go do whatever it was they did when they weren't delivering Neros to the general. The Keep's butlers, aides, chaplains, or whatever they were called, led Nero and his party through the halls, dodging well-wishers and fancy people not so politely requesting a moment of his time. Eventually, the Keep's employees were forced to hide the entire party in a waiting room, telling them that the someone would be along shortly to collect them. Well, he'd been to the Keep before. This time was proving to be an entirely different experience. When he had been just a noble, people were curious about him. But now, they were peeking around corners just to get a look at him. If there had been cell phones here, he felt like he would have been assaulted by teams of selfie-demanding teens hanging off his arms like shackles. Thoroughly unsettled by how quickly everything had changed, Nero found himself sitting on a comfy couch, still wearing his combat leathers, clutching his satchel in front of him, like it was the only possession he had left, and he too uncomfortable to make himself at home in the unfamiliar room. His usual carefree attitude had been stifled by the continuous assault of absurdities he'd found himself trying to process. Looking up, he saw Rose smiling widely while pouring him a cup of coffee.
The fact that she was playing waitress while still being covered with dust and dirt from their stint in the mountains, her hair frizzy with grime, and her leathers dirty beyond all belief, was almost more than he could handle. Leaning forward, he picked up the coffee Rose had delivered to take a sip of the glorious beverage he'd been missing. The feeling of the bitter drink warming his mouth made the neck muscles in his upper back begin to unclench. To his right, he saw Nick and Wesker calmly discussing the likely progression of the Kobold War, while Kathleen was sitting off to the side of the room on the floor, probably meditating or something. He watched as Rose took a seat off to the left, pulling out some supplies from her pack to do something with her bow. She probably goes through a lot of bowstrings, huh? He thought to himself. Shaking the useless thoughts out of his head, he took a few breaths to catch up with all that was happening. The last time he'd been here, he'd felt right at home, and at that time, he didn't feel intimidated in the least. The fancy decor and servants hadn't made him feel out of place at all. So what had changed, he wondered? Was it really just the creepy fans watching him like he was some sort of oddity? Closing his eyes, he let himself sink into his senses, examining his feelings and the overlapping fields in the ether around him. Time passed, and his muscles began to loosen. His nerves calmed down, and he slowly started to feel like himself again. It's the feeling in the ether. That's what's changed. I can feel the disconnect with the people and the city all around me. What used to be a collective feeling of humanity and community is now a feeling of exclusion. Aside from maybe Nick, everyone is giving off a vibe through their essence field that I'm no longer one of them. Not to mention, I can feel that those arsehole mages are watching me again. I guess they were having trouble following me in the wilds, and now that I'm back in the city, they are eager to catch up on their favorite soap opera. He thought to himself, a feeling of satisfaction with having isolated what had been bothering him since he arrived back in Dorchester permeated his entire being. Now that he had a better idea of what was causing his anxiety, he felt the uncomfortable feeling clinging to his psyche slowly disappear. For him, it had always been easy to dismiss things he had no control over. However, the unknown was probably the only thing he really feared. Nero's worst nightmare was being confronted with something that he didn't have an opinion on. Right or wrong, his poorly supported opinions were all he needed to get through anything. He could be facing a demon lord, about to be tortured with all manner of unspeakable terrors, and his psyche would remain calm, due to the fact that he thought Tim Curry's portrayal of darkness in the movie Legend was better. In his opinion, at least. He felt his patented grin return, once again comfortable in the fact that other people were being stupid, and consequently, their opinions didn't matter to him in the least. Almost as if the world had been patiently waiting for Nero to get himself under control, the doors to the parlor they were waiting in opened, and one of the aides said, "Thank you for your patience. The general and the council will see you now. Please, allow me to escort you to your meeting." All right, he thought. Let's see what the nobles want from me this time. But if they mention marriage one more time, I'm taking a flamethrower to this place, he promised himself. Chapter 161. What's he gonna say next? The past few days felt like the ending to a long and drawn-out nightmare for Sergeant Wesker. But now, by the grace of whatever deities happened to be paying attention to him at the moment, he was finally going to be able to leave this cursed team and return to his regularly scheduled life. As he walked along the streets of Gate 23's Central District, he mentally reviewed the numerous interactions he'd had with Lord Walker which had caused him no end of grief. Whether it was the young man's disregard for orders, his incomprehensible attempts at humor, or his uncanny talent at whatever he put his mind to, Wesker couldn't recall a single instance where he'd been able to understand what Lord Walker was thinking. The boy had been an enigma from the moment he'd met him, simultaneously extremely hard-working while being completely absent-minded. It wouldn't have been so bad if it weren't for the fact that the young lord was just so damn competent.
Wesker recalled the look in Walker's eye when the young man was setting the entire forest ablaze with natural fire, gleefully burning a mob without any regard for the consequences. Images of Walker skillfully fighting in melee with beasts twice his height flickered through his memory. Then there was Walker's unbelievable talent in magic. What kind of newly awakened monster required an actual war mage to personally train them in combat casting? Yet above all, it was Walker's almost unbelievable skill at politics and strategy which had constantly forced him off balance. Thinking back, he recalled that out of all of them, Walker alone survived the ambush, only to decimate every one of the enemies while still giving himself enough time to resuscitate his allies. At the time, it had been too absurd for a soldier like Wesker to accept. He recalled how brutally the young man treated that assassin whom he'd pinned to a tree with his sword. The manipulative skill he'd displayed during the interrogation that still made Wesker's hair stand on end when he thought of it. Ever since he'd met the young lord, not for a single second had he trusted him. Something about the unusual young man had always struck him as wrong, or at the very least, inhuman. His talents were too broad, his playstyle in the game too intricate, his actions too incomprehensible. No, Wesker hadn't trusted him at all. Looking around the brightly colored street, smelling the fresh air of the city, listening to the chatter of the citizens going about their day, Wesker felt the last of the stress he'd been under finally disappear. All because he understood what he'd been missing. Lord Walker was a unique. It was so obvious now that he was able to think about it objectively. It was likely that the only reason he hadn't realized it before was quite possibly a manifestation of the young man's talent. Obviously, the young man's actions were beyond his comprehension. Uniques were not like the rest of them. It was common knowledge that uniques were weirdly powerful, abnormally wise, aberrant examples of humanity. It had been Wesker's mistake to try and understand the young man. All of his repressed rage, all of the inner turmoil. It could all have been avoided if he'd just known the young man was incapable of thinking or acting like a normal person. Wesker couldn't contain his smile as he and the rest of the team were led through the keep and into their assigned waiting room. His essence field was radiating contentment as he joined Lord Verena on a couch. Despite the fact that he used to think of Verena as nothing more than a useless noble, every issue Wesker had had with the man had been addressed by the fact that he was one of the chosen companions of a unique like Lord Walker. Not everyone was cut out for interacting with that class of people, and Verena should be applauded for his skillful handling of the amazing young man. While he listened to Lord Verena's completely off-base thoughts on how he expected the war with the kobolds might progress, Wesker nodded along with a smile. The best part about all of this, above and beyond the fact that the mystery of Lord Walker had finally been solved, was that after the meeting with the general, there was a very good chance he'd never have to see the little bastard ever again. He truly couldn't stop himself from smiling so hard his cheeks were starting to hurt. Nero led his team through the keep's wide halls, prepared for whatever nonsense the general had waiting for him. He'd come to terms, at least as best as he could, with the fact that his life was going to drastically change once again. Now, he just wanted to get it over with. The keep's aide opened the doors and announced loudly to the cavernous room, "Lord Walker and his companions!" He then bowed quickly before walking away. Nero raised a curious eyebrow at the man's peculiar behavior, watching the man hurriedly run off back into the hallway and swiftly shut the large doors behind him. Turning back to what he could only describe as a reception hall, he saw several people he'd come to expect when dealing with a headache-inducing events. There was General Branson, City Lord Cosgrove, that law woman, Lord Bennings, a couple of other nobles he'd seen during the meeting about the most recent attempt on his life, along with several other people he vaguely recognized. Yet it was the ones he didn't recognize that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up.
There were about 20 people with clothing styles he didn't recognize. That was his first hint that they weren't from around Dorchester, and their smug faces made it clear to Nero that not one of them was happy to be here.
But for Nero, the biggest surprise was the obscenely large hall they were in, which was most definitely not a council chamber. And the vibe he was getting made him feel like this was not in any way an official city event. It was more like a meet and greet for muckety-mucks. The hall's 30-foot ceiling was filled to the brim with essence chandeliers and murals, propped up by sweeping supports leading down into pillars spaced up and down the sides of the room. The central area was a wide open space with pale marble flooring, giving the room a light, airy feel to Nero's senses. Along the sides were tables filled with various finger foods and fountains of colored water, which were quite possibly beverage sources if Nero had to guess. There were even a few smaller tables which were spaced out for smaller groups to use for leisurely conversations. All in all, it looked less like an official meeting and more like a wedding reception, as everyone was standing around in small groups, chatting with fake smiles on their faces. There must have been around 40 people in the room, all of whom were staring at Nero and his companions. He and the rest of the team were frozen at the entryway, unsure of what they were supposed to be doing. Compared to the fancy outfits the nobles were wearing, they looked like local yokels crashing one of the upper crust's dinner parties. General Branson and City Lord Cosgrove didn't waste any time and approached the small party with overly cordial smiles plastered on their faces. Meanwhile, most people returned to their conversations, although there were a few who stood patiently, waiting for the introductions to be made. City Lord Cosgrove initiated the conversation by saying, "Greetings, Lord Walker. I'm pleased to see that you were able to make back behind the welcoming walls of Dorchester safely and without incident. I apologize for the short notice, but I need to introduce you to the evaluation team sent to assess the petition for your unique status." As she spoke, she stepped closer to Nero, gesturing him to move deeper into the room. Meanwhile, General Branson turned to the rest of the party and said, "Sergeant Wesker, please take the rest of your team to the banquet tables. There is plenty to eat, and I'm sure you're all looking forward to getting some real food after what you've been through." Obviously wanting to separate them, he raised his hand to steer the rest of the team away from Nero and the city lord. Not moving an inch, Nero asked in a voice devoid of any warmth, "Where's Vera? You didn't forget to invite her again, did you?" The rest of the team and General Branson paused after only taking a few steps, while City Lord Cosgrove raised an eyebrow in surprise at Nero's blunt, almost rude tone. After a second or two of uncomfortable silence, the tension was shattered by Nick attempting to stifle a chuckle. Seeing the city lord and the general glaring at him, Nick's grin faltered a little as he said, "My apologies. Pretend I'm not here." Nero offered Nick an eye roll, not surprised to see the man dodging the politically charged encounter with his typical shamelessness. City Lord Cosgrove looked down at Nero with a calm smile and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Walker, but as this is a matter directly pertaining to you and the petition for your new status, her presence wasn't required. Please understand, there is nothing nefarious about our intentions. As the leadership of the city, it is our responsibility to deliver you to the evaluation team without delay. It is a matter of law, and we have no intention of shirking our duty. When you meet them, be sure to—" As she was speaking, two of the oddly dressed people walked up to them, clearly interested in joining in on the conversation. While Nero half-heartedly listened to the city lord's bullshit, he took a good look at the newcomers, coming to the obvious conclusion that they must be members of the supposed evaluation team. The pair was a man and a woman, with the woman being a surprising 6 foot in height, easily dwarfing the man who was at most 5 feet 2 inches. Both of them were wearing identical outfits. As a base, they wore thin, ankle-length robes that had a gold choker sealing them at the neck. On top of that, they each had a weird leather skirt that lacked any material in the front.
The skirts were attached to ornate belts with some type of overly detailed golden belt buckles the size of a small plates covering their stomachs. Then, as if that weren't enough, they had matching jackets, tight-fitting, and with a ridiculously tall collars that almost reached up to their ears. And, to top it all off, Nero got to see the first honest-to-God hats he'd come across since he got here. They reminded him of fezzes, but were much wider at the top than they should be. Everything they were wearing was various shades of green, and, on top of their hats, were matching little balls of green flame that made them look like they were cosplaying as human candles, begging to be mocked by everyone around them.
As a result of the newcomer's hilarious outfits, he missed a great deal of what the city lord was saying. The taller woman, with a face carved from stone and her chin in the air, rudely interrupted the city lord by saying, "You are Dorchester's new noble, Lord Walker?" Nero looked up at the woman, having trouble taking her seriously, as his short height combined with her haughty demeanor made it difficult for him not to stare up her nose. Doing everything in his power to restrain the impulse to mock the woman in front of him, he replied, "That is correct. I'm the man, the myth, the legend. The one, the only, Lord Walker of House Walker. Known to the internet hermits as the master debater, the prevaricating speaker of truth, he who likes coffee, and finally, to my closest friends, I'm referred to as the not-so-tall. But if you'd like, you can simply call me Nero." Okay, so Nero couldn't stop himself from mocking her. The woman's confusion was palpable, and Nero's heart grew 2 sizes as he saw her look down at the man next to her, who had an equally confused look on his face. Meanwhile, he took advantage of his mental perception to watch the general's smile falter as his face turned red from embarrassment. The city lord just sighed heavily, apparently having grown used to Nero's antics. But his companions were the true treat. Wesker looked like he had been hit by a stun gun, and Rose was frozen in fear of what might happen next. Kathleen, bless her soul, didn't bat an eye, and Nick, glorious Nick, was smiling ear to ear, mumbling, "The Nero not so tall. I'm gonna have to remember that." To her credit, the woman recovered quickly, replying, "Yes, well, I believe we'll stick to the standard model of address and refer to you as Lord Walker during our evaluation. We'll require one of our retinue to join you during your day-to-day activities so that a record of your abilities can be compiled. We'll also need access to as many of the witnesses with first-hand observations of your accomplishments as are available. The local center research facilities should be sufficient to provide the scientifically verifiable data we'll need to confirm your abilities and approve of your elevation to your new citizen level. As for accommodations, your estate should prove adequate for our needs, and—" Nero listened politely with a smile, enjoying the woman's assumptions about what he'd be willing to put up with. In a way, it was endearing to be reminded that there were still people in the government who acted like pompous pricks and expected everyone to go along with whatever they said. As she droned on, further digging herself into a hole, Nero's smile grew wider as she waited for her to finish with her demands. Luckily for her, the city lord was well aware of Nero's personality, and she interrupted the woman after seeing Nero preparing for a return salvo that might result in all of Dorchester getting put to death for rebellion. Stepping slightly in front of Nero, the city lord addressed the evaluator with a smile, saying, "I'm sure all of that can be arranged without issue. For now, however, we should give Lord Walker an opportunity to eat and recover from his time outside the walls. As promised, he was collected and brought to you without delay, but surely you can see that he and his companions are in no shape to deal with this at the moment. Rest assured, I'll be taking personal responsibility to arrange everything for him." As she spoke, she skillfully turned the evaluator around by slipping her arm around the woman and leading her off toward the rest of the guests. Nero watched the woman leave, his smile fading into a frown,
as if someone had just stolen one of his toys. The short man who'd been accompanying the female evaluator turned around and followed the city lord and the woman who was obviously his boss, doing a picture-perfect impression of a bootlicker.
Looking over to his right, he saw the general standing there with a judgmental look on his face, while the rest of his party stood around him with varying degrees of relief painted on their faces.
Nero met their stares, not apologetic in the least for what they all knew almost happened. Deciding that he didn't feel like getting into it, he said, "Well, that went about as well as it could have. So, are we going to go eat some of this fancy grub or what?" With a huff, the general turned around and walked off, apparently not interested in dealing with Nero when he was acting like this. Nero looked over at Nick, seeing the relieved-looking man sporting a rueful grin on his face. Figuring his friend was the most likely to appreciate the comedy gold he was spitting, Nero asked with a shrug, "Who would have guessed the general wasn't a fan of parties?" At that, the entire group walked off to follow the general, somehow coming to a silent but mutually agreed-upon decision to leave Nero to his games and get themselves something to eat. With a grin, Nero watched them leave. After successfully buying some time, he reached out to connect with his link so he could contact Vera. He had absolutely no intention of facing these bastards without someone skilled in these matters watching his back.
Feeling the connection establish, he felt Vera's surprise at hearing from him.
"What are you doing back in Dorchester, Nero? I thought you'd still be with the elites out in the mountains. You weren't called back to deal with the kobold surface incursion, were you?" Realizing that Vera was more than a little out of the loop, he replied, "Not exactly. Listen, Vera, I need you to get down here to the keep. I'm kinda in a situation I don't know how to handle, and I need your advice."
Vera's mental presence sharpened like a knife as she asked,
"What kind of situation?" Nero put his hands into his pockets as he sauntered off to one of the table filled with finger sandwiches as he asked, "Well, what do you know about unique citizens?" At that moment, Nero would have given a significant portion of whatever money he'd made since arriving in this world to see her face. Judging by how flustered her mental presence felt, Nero figured it would be worth it to have the priceless memory he'd be able to cherish for a lifetime. Chapter 162. Finally seeing the forest through the trees. With her arms folded under her more than modest bust, City Lord Cosgrove stood off to the side of the room, ignoring the overactive nobles trying and failing to arrange themselves according to their rank. The room wasn't large enough for their aides to be allowed in, so the nobles were forced to figure it out themselves. She glanced at the technicians, each and every one of them focused solely on their assigned tasks. Despite several of them being related to one or two of the noble houses included in this very reception, not one of them had a problem maintaining their professionalism in the face of such a prestigious assembly. She was well aware that occasions like this were few and far between, and she wasn't surprised to see the nobles of Dorchester dressed in their finest robes, nervously trying to contain their excitement. Her senses alerted her to an approaching presence that seemed to dwarf the essence signatures of the nobles around her. Discreetly turning her head, she watched as General Branson strode through the doors, his larger-than-usual frame overfilling the already crowded reception area. She wasn't surprised to feel the frustration emanating off his essence field in waves. Therefore, she didn't say a word when his glare caused the noble on her left, Lord Volton, to take a few steps back, giving up his place to the general without complaint. After she rolled her eyes and replied, "I only found out when the official request came through for a signal link from Hennings to our Keep's Astra platform. The request was made through the Tower of Law, and I only heard about it because the paperwork required my signature." Lord Bennings, who was patiently standing on the other side of the city lord, spoke up. "Members of the kingdom's management teams, whether from the academy or any of the central towers, are under no obligation to inform the local powers of their arrival." Her tone was completely empty, as if what she were saying meant nothing more to her than a casual remark upon the weather. The general leaned forward a little, allowing him to look past the city lord so he could glare at Lord Bennings while replying with a poorly contained growl. "That doesn't mean you didn't know they were coming. If you approved the paperwork and sent it off, why in the infinite hells didn't you tell anybody? I had to hear it from an aide that just so happened to hear it from his wife. Do you have any idea how that makes me look?" Lord Bennings didn't bother to turn her head away from the platform as she replied calmly, "Once your office filed the paperwork, I was bound by law to follow the prescribed procedures for the raising of a unique. If you didn't want them here, then you shouldn't have allowed the paperwork to be filed." The general harumphed, then leaned back to return to his position at the city lord's side. She couldn't help but smirk at the exchange. It wasn't like she didn't know the reason the general was unhappy. In a way, she was in a very similar position. Both of their jobs would be much easier if they were able to control Lord Walker for a little while longer. Yet, once that damnable Captain Angelton filed the official request, everyone's hands were tied. What had been, up until now, an unspoken suspicion had now been voiced, and they were all powerless in the face of the kingdom's laws. Too many people knew. Too many reports had been filed. Too many people saw what the young man was capable of. She, and everyone with any lick of sense, had known for a while that the young man was special. Their silent agreement concerning their combined interest in his future had been decided when he'd first started making waves. As such, the situation should have been handled more carefully than this. The answer to what made him so special should absolutely not have been discovered so soon. Nobody had known, or even wanted to know, what Lord Walker was really capable of, because if they knew, they'd have to report it. Even the general had gone out of his way to use a nobody to spy on him, rather than any number of people who were familiar with the kingdom's scouting protocols. Glancing to her right, she noticed the general's clenched jaw and his repressed anger at having the situation now completely out of his control. Sighing, she turned back to stare blankly at the Astra platform, waiting for the evaluation team to arrive. She'd done all she could. She'd hinted, she'd threatened, she'd even executed her children to keep that damnable young man in Dorchester. Even the religious district had started talking about their gods proclaiming the young man's talents. Dorchester needed Lord Walker to remain here, at least until such time as these crises were addressed. Ignoring the whispering nobles behind her, she reviewed every interaction she'd had with the young man. While she hadn't exactly expected his talents to merit acceptance into the unique class of citizenship, she had recognized that there was something profoundly different about him. She'd mistakenly chalked it up to his origins, but she doubted his abilities came from anything other than some kind of mutation. That was the usual manner in which their power manifested. That is to say, if there was anything usual about uniques. Shaking her head, she resigned herself to the world demanding his recognition. How else could she explain him being there, in the right place, at the right time, to fully display his ability in a way that would be seen by the entirety of the city? If that wasn't the will of the world making itself known, then she didn't know what might qualify for that honor. One of the technicians shouted, "Signal lock confirmed. Hennings is sending the first group now. Readying to receive." Straightening her shoulders, she was prepared to do whatever it took to manipulate events to her favor. Nero walked over to one of the banquet tables, ignoring the subtle stares coming from the nobles all around him. They weren't that hard to ignore, as his concentration was evenly split between his conversation with Vera and the numerous dishes that seemed to be calling out to him, begging to be eaten. With an easy grin on his face, he picked up a plate and started collecting whatever caught his fancy. He felt Vera's nervousness, despite how calm she sounded over the link. "So, you're telling me that you alone closed a fully developed planar gate?" she asked, trying to understand how things had changed so quickly. While collecting a few finger sandwiches that looked tasty, he shrugged and replied, "I guess. I think they called it a rift, though. Not sure if that's the same thing." Vera replied, "All right.
And after that? Nero replied quickly, trying to sum up his experiences as succinctly as possible. Then we all ran away. I may have done some spell casting that made them all nervous. They accused me of... Well, I'm not sure exactly what they accused me of. All I did was do the same thing the kobolds did, and it worked out pretty well if you ask me. Those little lizards are pretty clever, believe me. Anyway, after that we disengaged from the fight and ran away into the mountains. When we were there, we had a meeting about what happened, and they asked some questions. Not to throw my boy under the bus, but I'm pretty sure it was Nick that let it slip that I can see essence flows. At the time, I didn't know that qualified me as a unique or whatever. As a matter of fact, I still don't see what the big deal is, he said flippantly.
Vera interrupted his summary, stating in a harsh tone,
Nero, if you can actually see and interact with individual flows, then it is, in fact, a unique ability. Don't worry, I'll have to have a few words with Nick about discretion. You being elevated to the status of a unique citizen is great, but I'd prefer it to have happened a few years from now. The Dorchester branch of House Walker isn't remotely ready for you to leave the city at this time. Nero picked up what looked like a bacon-wrapped sausage, which was held together by some kind of neon orange paste. He curiously touched it with his tongue, interested in what such an unusual garnish might taste like. Surprised to feel his tongue tingly a little, he smiled and threw a few on his overfilled plate. Deciding to return to the beginning of the table and start a new collection, he began infusing the plate and its goodies with his center, so he could steal it and all the food piled on top of it. Returning to the conversation with Vera, he said, Yeah, well, that's between you and him. I'm still not really following everything that is going on. There is too much cultural bullshit that isn't translating. Like, I'm having a bit of an issue understanding why everyone is treating me so differently, just because some paperwork got filed. Not only that, but I can tell there is a lot being said between the lines that I'm just not getting. I may not be the most observant guy, but I can read a room like nobody's business, and I'm telling you that there are undercurrents that I'm completely missing. That being said, when are you getting here? Vera replied quickly. 5 minutes, 10 minutes at most. I put in an emergency request for advisory support on the grounds that the head of House Walker is meeting with a delegation from Hennings without his proxy. As you are still technically a new noble taking his noble trials, you are in your rights to demand my presence. Nero was working on his new plate, this time picking from the trays he'd ignored on his first pass. Uh-huh, sounds legit. You want me to do anything in the meantime? I'm getting the feeling that if I don't sit down and eat soon, the vultures are going to start picking at me, he said, sensing several groups preparing to come talk to him. Vera chuckled at Nero's description of the nobles and replied, Same as last time. Agree to nothing, say nothing, and just try and stall for as long as possible. Nero nodded and replied, And I'll tell you the same thing I told you last time. No problem. See you soon. After closing the connection, he took his full plate over to the table the team had chosen for their meal. As he approached, he frowned at seeing General Branson sitting at the table, leaning over and talking with Rose and Wesker. Deciding that the other side of the table looked more welcoming, he took a seat next to Kathleen and Nick, saying, Hey, how are you two holding up? Kathleen shrugged, not bothering to turn away from her meal. Well enough. This Mancroba is wonderful, she said, her mouth full of some kind of meat. Nero tilted his head curiously, the unfamiliar term reminding him that not everything here has an English equivalent. Nick set down his glass and asked, I'm assuming you were doing that thing you do when you want to stall. Have you contacted Vera yet? Nero nodded and replied with a grin. Yup, she's on her way. Nick nodded, not surprised at Nero's not-so-clever plan. Even Kathleen seemed to have seen through Nero's ploy, as she just grunted and kept ripping meat off the little bones with her teeth. Frowning, Nero didn't like the idea that these two were starting to figure him out. After a few seconds of silence, Nero let it go and changed the subject. Okay, so who's going to tell me about the people with essence lights on their heads? He asked.
Kathleen snorted in amusement, but remained focused on her meal. As she was seated between him and Nick, for once she seemed to be included in the conversation. Nero absently noted how weird it felt to be speaking past her, as if he kept being surprised by her presence.
I really need to ask her how she does that, like, specifically how she does it, he reminded himself.
Nick, unaware of Nero's internal dialogue, engaged in his favorite pastime and began lecturing Nero on the topic of the day. To start with, I should have guessed that they would be the ones we were meeting. Once the paperwork was put in for your new status, the filing would immediately alert the capital. There, the Royal Academy would be called upon to perform an evaluation of the candidate, namely, you. The people with the essence lights on their heads, as you so colourfully put it, are scholars from the Academy. They are the final arbiters of what is considered verified within the Kingdom of Oglivark. While theories and ideas can be put forth by any number of organizations, they are only considered a truth after they've passed through the Academy's scrutiny. In short, they are here to monitor you, evaluate your abilities, then present their findings to the king, who is ostensibly the head of the Academy.
Nero sipped from a glass of what he thought was some kind of fruit juice, listening carefully to what Nick was saying. So the head of the state is in charge of defining what truth is accepted by the people. Isn't that a little, suspect? Nero asked, wary of what a system of government like that might be capable of. Nick replied, Suspect? How? By tying the process to the kingdom, it eliminates third-party interest. The government doesn't care what the truth is, only that whatever it is, in fact, the truth. Nero chewed on that delightful bit of logic for a good 5 seconds. To him, the idea that the government wouldn't abuse a power like that was as believable as the link system being totally safe. He'd already seen how bullshit that truth was, so he didn't hold out much hope for the rest of what the Academy was peddling. Good intentions or not, agendas are like assholes. Everyone's got one. Nero remembered Nick was a center researcher, so he asked, Does the Academy have anything to do with the center? Nick nodded and replied, Yes and no. You can think of the center as the trunk of the government. Everything else is just a branch, creating the tree of the kingdom. Nero chuckled. You guys really like your growth metaphors, huh? He said rhetorically. Nick ignored Nero's quip, continuing on with explanation. Every city, large or small, all the way down to the tiniest of villages, is run by a center. Around that framework, the governing body arranges itself. Villages have town councils, healers, and sheriffs, while cities have leadership councils, healing centers, and guard stations. Things like the academy, towers, and guilds are all additions that serve a specific purpose. When one of the towers makes a discovery, they send it through their own verification system, which then leads to the local center research division, which then feeds it to the capital's center, which finally sends it to the academy for final verification. Once that happens, the process is reversed through the archival system. In that way, knowledge is structured, and many competing theories can be developed outside of any interference from their competitors. Also, as a bonus, it allows the Academy to designate what kind of secrecy level any discovery might need. It wouldn't do for a local village to have detailed records of how to convert a human into a lich, now would it? Nero tried to picture the process, finding it overly complicated and rather stupid. As a person brought up under the wonders of the free market, that kind of governmental oversight seemed more than a little excessive to him. Kathleen spoke up, shocking Nero when she had something to contribute. That isn't to say there aren't local knowledge centers that haven't been verified through the kingdom's academy. Many places keep their local knowledge to themselves. Regional and cultural beliefs may require that knowledge to be hidden from the kingdom, as it is none of their business. Just because a city is part of Oglivark does not make it owned by them, she said, hinting at something Nero had been wondering about. The more he learned about this kingdom, the more he likened it to states and the federal government. Each city,
region, and area was more or less on its own, unless some arbitrary line was crossed. If he were to guess, it probably had something to do with the various accords he was constantly hearing about, all of which sounded to him like federal laws which couldn't be ignored unless they wanted to be obliterated by populators.
All at once, several isolated facts arranged themselves in his head, clearing up several things that had been bothering him. Setting down his glass, Nero's face lost its usual grin as he started talking. That's why the populators only get involved when the government starts fighting. They were only here to make sure the nobles followed the rules. And they aren't coming to fight the kobolds or deal with the density shift, because the city is expected to handle it on its own. I bet that's why Jennings hasn't done shit to help out with all that's been happening. Holy crap. Is that why he was being all cagey and made Nick and the others discover the density shift on their own? Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. If people from outside Dorchester can't get involved, then how in the hell does the Tower of Magic have people in it from outside of the city? How do people immigrate? Nick smiled at Nero finally starting to see the bigger picture. To him, it was like seeing a child finally starting to see the world as it really is. Nero, the towers themselves are a microcosm of the kingdom. The central towers in Hennings run all of the city towers. When members take their oaths to the tower, they pledge to serve in whatever capacity they are asked to until their time is up. Regardless of where they are from, they are limited to the power and status of the city they live in. Even though Archmage Jennings is currently serving as Dorchester's court mage, he can't use his power to solve its problems. He is only here to run the local tower. The work itself must be done by the locals. That is why Centerpoint graduates are so important. That is how talent is injected into the kingdom's cities and is the lifeblood of the kingdom. Nero was starting to get a picture of how people here viewed their government. Much like back home, the only purpose of the government was to limit the freedoms of the citizens, at least from a pessimistic perspective like Nero's. The royals didn't want things getting out of hand, but they didn't want to overly restrict their citizenry. So they let the locals govern themselves for the most part. They stopped anyone from out of town from coming in and taking over. Son of a bitch. That's diabolical. They went out of their way to stop the big dogs from carving out their own little kingdoms. If someone wanted their personal fiefdom, they'd have to build it from the ground up, within the framework the king provided. And then their little slice of heaven would have to abide by the few rules the capital once enforced, under the threat of the populators coming in and burning everything they'd built into the ground, he thought to himself, both horrified and kinda impressed with their forethought. Recalling that over the past day or two, someone had told him that uniques were outside of the class system, Nero felt the blood drain from his face. At that time, he hadn't really understood what that implied, but now he was starting to see how that put him in a very unique position. Right as he was about to ask Nick about his newfound realization, he heard an aide shout from the door, "Lady Vera Salvatore Verena, proxy to the head of House Walker, and wife of trial-taker Lord Salvatore Verena of House Verena." Looking over, he saw a stern-faced Vera making a beeline for his position. Well, she doesn't look nearly as pissed as I thought she would be. Hopefully she has some ideas, 'cause I got nothing, he thought to himself, feeling once again completely out of his depth. Chapter 163. Corrupting the Process. Vera rushed through the halls of the keep, her mind racing to come up with plots and plans, along with their expected counters. She refused to let her feelings about Nero being a potential unique distract her from preparing for what she would soon be facing. It had been a long time since she'd played a game with opponents from the capital, and it would require all her skills to not be outplayed in the coming confrontation. The problem was, she just didn't know enough. It wasn't like she'd ever dealt with an evaluation team from the academy. Were they really just here to confirm Nero's talents? Could they be the first faction that would vie for control of the young man? Perhaps a combination of the two. While they were here to evaluate him,
Could they also be under orders to collect him? Once he is outside of Dorchester, how was she supposed to protect him?
Getting more frustrated by the second, she increased her speed through the keep. The elaborate artwork on the walls and the lush carpet faded into the background as she concentrated fully on what she might be walking into. Turning a corner, her steps faltered as the surroundings lost their color and the hallway became tinted in gray. Immediately on guard, she looked around to find that there were no longer any servants around, or anyone else for that matter.
"Don't be alarmed, you're not in any danger," a voice said from behind her. Vera couldn't remember the last time someone had successfully snuck up on her. Spinning around quickly, as she hadn't sensed the other person with her field at all. The moment she saw who it was, she immediately dropped her hands and assumed as passive an expression as she could. Fighting was not an option she would even consider given the circumstances. In front of her, she saw Archmage Jennings. He was just as she remembered him, his rune-inscribed robes gently glowing with power. Yet she couldn't help but note that the man was agitated and on edge. If she had to guess, it looked to her like he was at his wit's end. Considering how powerful the man was, that was an incredibly uncomfortable realization for her to come to. She absolutely needed to keep the man calm, as her survival might depend on it. Therefore, she schooled her features as best she could, trying to look as meek as possible. Archmage Jennings saw her calm down, not surprised to see her looking like she was resigned to her fate. "I understand why my power intimidates people, but am I really that scary?" he thought to himself with a grimace. He hadn't intended to frighten the young woman. "Stop that, I'm not going to hurt you," he said briskly, eager to get on with the conversation. Bowing her head, she replied, "My apologies, Archmage, but I'm unfamiliar with this spell. I can only assume this is some type of localized isolation ward, which doesn't imply that I'm particularly safe at the moment. Rest assured, I am willing to do whatever it is that you command." He nodded quickly, pleased to see the woman's intelligence on display. "Isolation ward? Yes, it's something like that. I wanted to make sure we have a chance to talk before you go and support young Lord Walker in his latest brush with the kingdom's politics. Don't think of this as me abducting you or anything. I just needed time." Raising an eyebrow in surprise, she replied, "Chronomancy? Isn't that impossible with the city's wards? Not to mention incredibly illegal." The Archmage huffed as though he were offended at the accusation, before replying, "I'm not abusing time. I'm merely overlaying a plane with reality that is running a little faster than the material plane at the moment. What kind of monster do you think I am?" Not understanding the difference, Vera kept her mouth shut and merely looked at the man, while attempting to keep a very calm look on her face. The last thing she wanted to do was give a man like the Archmage a reason to make her disappear. He was, most likely, the only person in Dorchester capable of killing someone without anyone finding out about it. He might even be powerful enough to manipulate the thought hub. And wasn't that a terrifying prospect for her to consider? Archmage Jennings, seeing that Vera was waiting for him to continue, said, "Look, I had to talk to you, and I didn't want anyone knowing about it. It's not like I had a lot of time to arrange a fancy clandestine meeting, so give me a break, will you?" Vera had no idea what the man was talking about, but she nevertheless replied, "Of course, Archmage. What is it that I can do for you?" Rubbing his hands on his robes as if he were uncertain how to broach the subject, he said, "I need you to make sure that Lord Walker stays in Dorchester. He cannot be allowed to leave right now. You're the only one he'll listen to, so I need you to counter whatever proposal those academics put forward. It is imperative that you succeed. Do you understand?" By the time he finished, his fists were clenched as if he were struggling to contain his anger. Even though Vera was planning on doing that anyway, she still asked, "May I ask why you want him to remain here? I thought you wanted him in Hennings. Not to mention, from what I understand after a brief perusal of the accords governing the Uniques,
They are all primarily based out of the capital. Or, that is to say, they are until they choose their sponsored personal pursuits.
Jennings nodded exaggeratedly, as if he had been expecting the question, and was silently urging her to finish speaking.
That's true. When uniques are found, they are brought to the capital and then given the opportunity to choose their path. But it's not that simple. A lot of backroom politics happens, which affect which opportunities are presented to the uniques, and it will be even worse for someone like Lord Walker. For one, his ability isn't applicable to only a few fields. That young man can do anything. Even worse, he's unmarried and doesn't have any strong ties. For the sake of the heavens above, he's only been on this plane of existence for a few months. Those bastards are going to eat him alive. I learned about all of this too late, and I wasn't able to get anyone onto the evaluation team. I don't know which great houses are already moving, and I can only assume there are academics that are here to influence the young man. Even if I were to take him straight to the Tower of Magic in Hennings, it's too late to keep him hidden from everyone who has an interest in his future. You need to keep him away from all of that, and Dorchester is as good a place as any for the moment.
Vera listened carefully, not surprised to hear that plots to use Nero were developing rapidly. Apparently, the Archmage's agitation is due to him having been outplayed. However, she couldn't accept that conclusion because it seemed too ridiculous to be true. Furrowing her brow, she asked,
I don't understand why you don't personally intervene if it means that much to you. As the director of the Central Tower of Magic, I don't see how any of the great houses can restrict you from acting.
Rolling his eyes, Archmage Jennings replied, It's not that simple. First of all, we're in Dorchester, which is currently under war protocols. That means that I'm not allowed to advise, interact with, or influence anyone who is under the employ of the local council. Lord Walker is currently an elite in the army. I absolutely do not want the Tower of Law causing me another headache over this. Second, the great houses and the Tower of Magic are currently working together on completely different matter, one which I can't cause to be disrupted by sticking my nose into their business. That alone makes this a delicate situation. There is a lot I can't get into at the moment, but trust me, I'm looking out for the young man. I don't want him getting into any more trouble, and sending him off to Hennings will most likely result in a lot of dead nobles and a plethora of blood feuds.
Vera, knowing what Nero was like, thought the Archmage was making a lot of sense. Just imagining Nero interacting with some of the people she'd grown up with, she almost felt like cringing at the chaos which would inevitably erupt. The young man was like a walking political bomb, just waiting to be set off.
Seeing that she was being receptive to what he was saying, the Archmage continued.
Furthermore, he still has a lot to do here. I cannot be specific, but I will say that his talents could be of great help to the city, if they are utilized correctly by the council and the army. Think carefully on what his talent can do, and how it could be applied to the current circumstances. That's all I will say on the matter, and even that's pushing it. Vera had a thought and asked, Is that why you didn't just contact me over the link? You didn't want a record of this conversation to be logged, did you? Is the Thought Hub even capable of monitoring this conversation while we're in this planar event you've created?
Archmage Jennings winced, unhappy with the woman speaking so plainly about things which shouldn't be said out loud.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was never here, and if I were, I didn't say or do anything that violates any accords. I swear to all the gods above, woman, if I have to sit through another scolding from Lord Bennings, I'm going to take it out on you in ways you can't even conceive of. You hear me?
Vera smiled slightly, finally getting the measure of the man in front of her.
He was a lot like her husband, incredibly clever while being completely clueless. His place was in the lab, or his tower, but circumstances had forced him out of his comfort zone, and he was feeling completely unbalanced at the moment. Despite being nearly 1,000 years old, when she looked at him, all she could see was an incredibly powerful man-child
that was being forced to deal with things he had absolutely no interest in.
"I understand," she said. "Do not worry. I'll do everything in my power to make sure your personal project isn't co-opted by another power block. But for the record, you being so distant from the young man isn't endearing yourself to him at all. If you aren't careful, he'll forget you even exist."
Archmage Jennings squared his shoulders, trying to adopt the persona of a wise old man, and replied, "I'm merely allowing him to grow on his own, while supporting him from the shadows. Mark my words, one day soon, he'll be my apprentice."
Surprised, she replied, "Uniques can be apprentices?"
Archmage Jennings paused for a moment, then dropped his shoulders a bit. His entire demeanor softened as he replied, "I'm not sure, to be honest. I haven't had a chance to check. This is all moving in directions I wasn't really prepared for." Throwing his hands into the air, he suddenly shouted, "How was I supposed to know he was a unique? I thought the young man was just talented with essence weaving, and maybe a little more clever than the average Oglovakian. The fact that the most interesting about him isn't his background is more than a little infuriating. It's like he's actively going out of his way to make things as complicated as he can. If I wasn't absolutely sure he didn't know beforehand about the unique accords, I would think the little bastard set this all up on purpose, to screw with me."
Vera smiled at the incredibly powerful mage's outburst.
"That's what you get for trying to play a shadow game with Nero's path," she thought to herself with some pride.
Nero watched as Vera made her way across the room. While he had expected her to be pissed, he thought that she looked more pensive than anything. It wasn't so much a look of concern, but more like she was deep in contemplation about something. Looking over, he saw that the weird academic lady and the city lord were heading to intercept Vera before she'd make it to his table. Addressing Nick and Kathleen, he stood up and said, "You two stay here. I'm going to go back up Vera. The last time I let her speak for me, I almost ended up being married to the city lord. I better get over there before she helps me in a similar fashion." Nick chuckled while waving him off. Kathleen just nodded without bothering to turn away from her meal. Hurrying across the floor, he walked up just as the city lord and the academic greeted Vera.
Lady Salvatore Verena, allow me to introduce High Academic Yelena Nerling of the Hennings Royal Academy, said the city lord, before turning to the High Academic and saying, "This is Lord Walker's proxy and confidant, Lady Salvatore Verena." The city lord stood between the two women, watching as they sized each other up. She needed this to go well, as letting Nero handle anything was tantamount to inviting disaster. Nero took the opportunity to interject while taking his place at Vera's side. "Vera's opinion means a great deal to me. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, she's my interpreter for all this political stuff. So, if you could please tell her why you're here, that would speed all of this up considerably," he said with a wicked grin on his face, his demeanor completely at odds with the non-threatening nature of what he was saying. High Academic Nerlin looked down at the young man she'd been instructed to evaluate, trying to figure out what he was thinking while failing to interpret his subtext. Rather than let the woman misinterpret Nero's words, Vera took over the conversation. "From what little I've read about uniques, I'm given to understand that you are probably the evaluation team sent by the Academy to verify Lord Walker's unique ability?" she asked, keeping her tone light and helpful, with a polite smile on her face. Seeing that Vera seemed much more stable than the odd young man, High Academic Nerling chose to reply to her while ignoring Nero completely. "Yes, I'm in charge of the evaluation team, which will determine if Lord Walker's petition to become a unique citizen is approved. I recommend you explain to him what is at stake and the penalties he could face if he doesn't change his attitude." Nero scoffed, not intimidated in the least. He'd spent the last few days killing kobolds and monsters. If she thought he'd be worried about some politician's weak threats, she had another thing coming. Vera nodded, her smile remaining firmly in place. "Of course, High Academic. House Walker will, of course, comply with all legal procedures that it must. That being said,
I don't believe it was Lord Walker who applied for anything. As an academic, you should choose your words more carefully. My husband is a researcher himself, and I've learned the importance of clarity during negotiations, she replied.
High Academic Nerling's face twisted into a grimace at the gentle rebuke. Having her position challenged by some nobody noble from this backwater was not something she'd allow.
This is not a negotiation. This is an evaluation. I'll be monitoring Lord Walker for as long as I deem it necessary, and I'll also be testing his supposed talents in any way I see fit. I suggest you comply, or both House Walker and you can both suffer the consequences.
Nero, with a big smile on his face, replied in a voice loud enough to draw the attention of the entire room.
Oh, really?
That's good to know. What consequences?
Try and be specific.
Looking down at the young man, she felt the surrounding nobles and her team paying attention to the budding conflict.
With the anger clear on her face, she straightened up and raised her chin even higher. If you don't comply with my evaluation, then I will personally see to it that your application for unique citizenship does not go through. Furthermore, I will file charges with the Tower of Law in Hennings, condemning your house for falsifying their merits, misrepresenting their status, and filing a falsified claim under the unique accords. You and your house will be penalized severely, and as new noble, I very much doubt you'll be able to even keep your pathetically weak title. Especially not after I get done with you, she hissed, completely fed up with this infuriating young man.
She'd been sent here personally by Lord Cranston to see if the young man was worth recruiting, but after meeting him, she was never going to let that happen. She'd raised 23 children, and she knew a troublemaker and waste of resources when she saw one. This young man, from the moment she'd laid eyes on him, had been nothing but combative and annoying, and she wasn't going to stand for it any longer. Vera paled at the High Academic's threats, while the city lord looked resigned to her failure to avert the disaster she'd feared since hearing about all this. Meanwhile, Nero was nodding along, completely at ease with the woman's growing hostility. As far as he was concerned, all of this hinged one tiny misconception that completely invalidated the woman's perceived power. When she was done, Nero let the silence hang for a moment. Right before Vera, or anyone else, managed to step in, he shouted, "Nope! You're not going to do any of that, and I'll tell you why. First, I didn't apply for shit, so you've got nothing on me. You want to go after the person who filed for my advancement? Go ahead. Good luck on that. Second, whoever said I even wanted to be a unique? Third, and most importantly, any evaluation team that has an agenda is inherently biased. And if there is one thing I've learned about this place since arriving here, is that things like that are all kinds of illegal. I bet that Tower of Law chick is just itching to file a complaint with your boss over what you've just said," he shouted, while pointing across the room at Lord Bennings, who was calmly watching the drama unfold in front of her. The entire room at this point was paying attention to their argument, as Nero had done all that he could to make a spectacle of himself. As usual, his plans relied on an audience, and a room full of entitled nobles and the woman's underlings was perfect for putting her on the back foot. Between the professional jealousy he expected of her subordinates, and the nobles who were probably hoping to interfere with his ascension to an even higher position they doubted he was worthy of, he figured that everyone in the room would have a vested interest in siding with him at the moment. Whether I end up a unique or not, I'm sure as hell not going to enter into this evaluation without at least a little insurance that the situation isn't going to bite me in the ass. Last time I let these people run the show, I ended up having to do noble trials and dodge marriages while being sent off to fight truck-sized monsters. Although that last one turned out all right. But that's not the point. The point is, I'm doing this on my terms or not at all, he thought to himself while staring up at the woman with an evil glint in his eye. Go on, test me, bitch. See what happens, he thought with a grin. Chapter 164. That went better than expected.
General Branson sat down at the table with Sergeant Wesker and Rose Vikander. He could see that they were both waiting to hear what he had to say. Between them, there seemed to be an unspoken agreement that any orders they were previously operating under were now no longer valid. It was one thing to monitor an unusual but promising young noble, but it was quite another to spy on a unique. Breaking the silence, the general kept his voice low when he said, "Obviously, this situation wasn't something I'd planned for." Before he could continue, Rose interrupted him. "Did you know? Is that why you chose someone like me to get close to him?" she asked, her usual timid persona having been completely disregarded. Rose, as a social chameleon, always chose to present herself in a way that furthered her goals. Whether it was hiding in plain sight while on a hunt, or looking like a scared little hunter hoping for help from an established senior in the military, she only showed others what she wanted them to see. Now, it seemed that she was no longer in the mood to play the weak little girl. Instead, she looked like an angry young woman who'd been forced into a dangerous position and now wanted answers. Surprised at the question, the general leaned back in his chair and chose his words carefully. He absolutely did not want this young woman testifying in front of some tribunal about how he had manipulated facts in order to coerce her into spying on a new noble, let alone a unique, while in his employ. Trading favors like he'd done with her was not only legally gray, it was also enough to permanently affect his career prospects. "No, I didn't know he was a unique. I knew there was something off about him, but nothing more than that. To be honest, I was more concerned about his foreign perspective than I was about his talent in magic. As that wasn't a concern, I didn't feel the need to investigate it. That's the reason you were chosen. You were to focus on his mentality. His skills and talents were merely a secondary consideration at best. Nevertheless, here we are. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that we won't be spying on him anymore, so neither of you need to file any more reports on that matter," he said, his voice utterly serious. Looking to Rose, he said, "Our agreement will stand. You've done good work, and I'll keep my word. You'll stay with the elites, and I'll find you a new team." The general turned his head to address Sergeant Wesker, but changed what he was going to say when he saw that the man was staring at him in confusion. "You have a question, Sergeant?" he asked. Sergeant Wesker coughed into his hand to clear his throat, then straightened up as if he were addressing a superior officer, which, of course, he was. "I'm not sure I understand what the problem is. I mean, you both seem to be acting like we've done something wrong. But I was under the impression that monitoring a troublesome noble wasn't illegal. In fact, I specifically looked into it, and there wasn't anything in the regs that said anything we were doing was wrong. So, what am I missing?" Rose was the one to answer. She was obviously still angry about what the general had gotten her into. "It's not the spying. It's the possibility that we were directly monitoring and influencing the path of a unique. Directing the path of noble is illegal, and I can only imagine the consequences of doing it to a unique citizen. The general personally chose Lord Walker's teammates, his trainers, his assignments, not to mention the army's culpability in the assassination attempt on his life. All of this looks really bad if taken together," she said, her voice nearly frozen, it was so cold. The general grimaced at the accusation, while Sergeant Wesker replied, "Well, he's the general. Of course he's going to be making those calls. But he'd be doing the same thing for everyone in the army. How is him doing it for Lord Walker any different than anyone else?" The general scoffed and replied, "It's not so simple. The problem is that by putting you and Rose next to the young man, it can be interpreted that I knew there was something special about him. Add in the fact that your team ran into assassins, ones who'd had help from members of the military, and then the matter was swept under the rug with an arbitration agreement. From a certain perspective, it doesn't look good." Rose looked at the general, her face the picture of disbelief. "Really?
You think that's the biggest issue? You do realize our team was front and center in front of the Kobold invasion, and it was the army who specifically put us there. With how little Lord Walker trusts Sergeant Wesker, I can't imagine what conclusions he's coming to. Even worse, the captain was the one who put forward the application for Lord Walker's status change, which makes this whole situation look even worse. It's like you all waited until you'd be caught hiding him, then reluctantly admitted that you knew all along. Not to mention that you failed to protect him from assassination plots while trying to use his status as a new noble to force him into the army and under your control.
The general paled at the young woman's interpretation of events.
If this ever went to tribunal, he'd have to carefully manage the questions he'd be asked, because a lot of what she said was, in a way, very true. He had pushed for Lord Walker to join the military. He had carefully chosen who would be part of the training program and then limited those who he'd had a chance of interacting with. He was at fault for surrounding him with spies and then promising that they were all removed while leaving one of his own on the young lord's team. Then there was the assassination attempt and the subsequent arbitration agreement to hide it. Finally, to top it all off, he'd personally agreed with the location chosen to deploy the young man's training group. While at the time he'd thought he was a perfect place to hide the young lord away from the action, he'd inadvertently put him right in the middle of the Kobold invasion. If interpreted the wrong way, this did not look good for him. It did not look good at all.
Nero's smile was wide as he watched the high academic stutter, unable to come up with a response to his carefully worded reply. From the corner of his eye, he watched Lord Benning's approach, having taken an interest in what she was hearing. And after being called out by Nero, she didn't have much of a choice in the matter.
Unfortunately, High Academic, Lord Walker is correct.
As a representative of the Academy, you're under a legal obligation to approach this matter with scholarly objectivity. From your tone, it is obvious that you are intent on abusing your position and forcing this potential unique to follow your orders. That is not only an abuse of your position, it is also illegal. As the duly appointed director of Dorchester's Tower of Law, I am invoking a temporary injunction on your duties until such time as I can speak with the Academy and inform them of what has happened, she said, her voice never wavering, while her tone remained perfectly controlled throughout her verdict.
Nero's happiness was nearly roiling off his essence field in waves. That had gone massively better than he expected. At best, he'd hoped for some support from the room, but he'd never imagined he'd get the snobby bitch fired. Even better, whoever they sent as a replacement would be hesitant to piss him off after seeing what happened to their predecessor. High Academic Nerling's face was so red, Nero wondered if she were going to have an aneurysm.
Right as the woman started forming a reply, which would have no doubt been a hate-filled diatribe full of threats and questions about whether or not they knew who she was, Lord Bennings silenced her with a raised hand and continued, "There is no point arguing. The paperwork has already been filed. For now, I suggest you enjoy the party and then retire to your room along with your team until such time as your superiors contact you."
Turning her attention to Nero, Lord Bennings said, "Lord Walker, your statement is not needed, as I will be including a memory engram of what I witnessed into my report. If you'd like to add anything, please schedule an appointment with the Tower of Law. You have until tomorrow morning to have it included in the full report."
After that, she turned away, but paused at the last second, only to look back at Nero and add, "For what it's worth, I'm proud to see a citizen of Dorchester having such trust in the system. We at the Tower of Law hold to our oaths and stand between the citizenry and anyone who willfully interprets their position as a right to abuse those who are below them. Your service to the city has been noticed and appreciated. Dorchester is behind you." Then she finished turning and walked off back to the group she had been speaking with.
While Nero watched her leave, his jaw dropped open in shock. High Academic Nerling hissed,
This is not over, Lord Walker. Then she too turned around and walked off to rejoin several of her subordinates, all of whom looked like they were regretting ever coming to this little slice of Oglevark.
Nero couldn't help it and started laughing uproariously.
Talk about buying time to figure some things out, he said to himself with some relief.
Feeling a harsh slap to the back of his head, Nero's laughter abruptly fell silent. Rubbing the back of his head, he looked up to see an irate Vera standing next to a relieved but nervous city lord.
"What the hell, woman? What was that for?"
he asked. Vera glared at him and replied, "Can you not just keep your mouth shut for 5 minutes and let me do the job you asked me to? If you were going to cause such a disaster, why did you even bother begging me to come down here?" Nero shrugged and replied, "I just wanted to buy a little time. I didn't know it would be this easy to throw a wrench in the whole thing. Besides, I still need you to interpret Nick's nonsense about how I'm now all special and whatnot. You, at least, I can understand. Before this situation gets truly out of our control, you need to explain to me what's going on. And between the two of us, we can hopefully come up with a game plan." Vera listened to Nero, then started nodding along, understanding where he was coming from. Turning to the city lord, she asked, "I'm assuming Dorchester would like to retain Lord Walker as a noble within its walls?" The city lord suddenly smiled, her face returning to the political mannequin Nero had gotten used to. "Of course, Dorchester is proud to have fostered such a talent, and while it suffers under the many threats outside its walls, it hopes that Lord Walker will remain to aid it in its time of need." Nero felt like clapping, impressed with the woman's impromptu bullshit. Despite how she sounded, he could tell that she meant every word of what she was saying, a fact which Nero found incredibly odd. What's the point of talking like that if you're going to tell the truth? He wondered. As he looked at the city lord with a hint of confusion on his face, he felt Nick approaching from behind him. Looking over his shoulder, he saw it was actually both Nick and Kathleen, the woman suddenly appearing in his senses. Seriously, how the fuck does she do that? He wondered. Even more surprising, he saw Rose stomping towards him, her face looking incredibly serious in a way he'd never seen before. If he hadn't known it was her, he would have thought she was a completely different person, maybe Rose's older sister. She had the look of a person intent on getting a job done, and was no longer hiding behind the bubble-headed facade she'd been using to appear as non-threatening as possible. The moment all three of them approached, Nero felt like he was surrounded. Behind him, the city lord and Vera flanked him, while Nick, Kathleen, and Rose arranged themselves in a semicircle in front of him. Nick and Rose exchanged a look, silently offering for the other one to go first. Kathleen, however, didn't bother with any niceties. "I'm guessing with all of this going on, you're probably not going to be staying with the elites. Whether or not you stay in Dorchester is probably also in question. Either way, I'd like to officially request to join House Walker under your banner. As I doubt you have any idea what that means, I'll wait for your reply. In the meantime, I'll remain at your side, standing between you and your enemies. Where you go, I go, my lord," she said, her even tone indicating her utter seriousness with what she was saying. Everyone was silent, but Nero felt a link request come through from Vera. Opening the connection, he felt her excitement as she said, "Repeat my words exactly. I, Lord Walker, head of House Walker, do solemnly accept your fealty and promise to—" Nero interrupted what she was saying by mentally shouting, "Nope, I'm not doing shit until we all sit down and talk about this. I've been agreeing to way too much while relying on way too little information, and that's going to stop right the fuck now." Vera's response was immediate and full of annoyance. "Fine, that's your prerogative, but honestly, Nero, do you have to curse so much? You do realize that with translation magic, all that is coming across is you saying variations of expletive when you use words like that. It doesn't mean anything to us other than you are feeling particularly strong about whatever point you're trying to make."
The entire group remained silent, waiting for Nero's response. Only a few seconds passed, yet they were all aware something was happening when they saw Nero's face fall, seemingly saddened at some inner realization. Misinterpreting Nero's facial expression, Kathleen frowned and asked, "Do you not want me to follow you, little lord?" Nero visibly shook himself, forcefully putting aside his complete and utter horror that he could no longer use swear words the god, in his infinite wisdom, his forefathers, and the all-encompassing internet intended. "Kathleen, I'd be honored to have you with me. But until I have a solid grasp on what all of this means, I'm gonna just rely on you being my friend and teacher. This whole noble thing was strange enough, and who knows if I'm even going to agree to become a unique. So, for the time being, how about you just watch my back, and I'll try and listen what little advice you feel like giving. Sound good?" Showing one of her rare smiles, she replied, "Of course, my lord. I'll await your response, and protect you until such time as you provide me an answer." Nero nodded, happy to have put off what threatened to be a rather long conversation. Rose took that opportunity to speak up. "Lord Walker, I would like to respectfully request to also join House Walker. You once offered your help if I ever needed it, and I fear that the time has come for me to rely on your kindness. So, my lord, will you accept my pledge and allow me to serve you faithfully as an adherent of House Walker?" Nero's face twisted into brilliant display of total and utter confusion. "You want to... what now?" he mumbled. Nick added helpfully, "Actually, Vera, dear. I was thinking that if Nero becomes unique, we could fold House Verena into House Walker as possibly a branch family. Then we could be his representatives in Dorchester while managing his interests. What do you think?" Nero's head whipped around to look at Vera, feeling the connection he had with her snap with her shock at hearing what Nick was saying. For the first time, Nero got to see what Vera looked like when she was caught completely off guard. Even when he'd verbally dismissed the city lord as a possible marriage candidate, she hadn't looked this flustered. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw City Lord Cosgrove standing there, her face totally consumed by some inner calculation that Nero immediately dismissed as irrelevant. Figuring that with the evaluation team put on temporary hiatus, and having no desire to touch base with the general, Nero clapped his hands and said, "All right, so all of this seems super important, and probably requires some serious contemplation on my part. However, until such time as someone explains what the hell you are all talking about, I'm suggesting we go to Nick and Vera's house and take a nap. It's been a long day, and I don't feel like being awake for any more of it. Therefore, I'm going to sleep. We'll talk about this all later." Turning to face the city lord, Nero said, "Thanks for the great party. It's been a blast. If anyone asks, I've got a stomach bug and I had to leave early. I'm sure we'll talk soon. Goodbye." With that, Nero ignored everyone around him and started walking off for the door. "I'm so totally done with today. I swear to God, I need an AI or some kind of personal assistant whose only job is to follow me around and explain what everyone around me is talking about," he thought to himself, completely finished with the madness he was leaving behind. Not bothering to wait for the keep's aide to open the doors, Nero used his field to throw them open and walk out into the hallway. Abruptly coming to a stop, he looked left and then right, immediately realizing that he had no idea how to get to the front door. Hanging his head, he took a few seconds to breathe deeply and stop himself from screaming at the ceiling in frustration. Feeling a calming hand on his shoulder, he looked up to see Vera smiling down at him with an understanding look on her face. "Come along, Nero. Let's get you home. We can figure this all out tomorrow," she said. Nero nodded numbly. As he let himself be led through the halls in silence, he thought about how crazy this world was. Every single interaction was something to look forward to. Monsters and politics, magic and plots, friends and enemies?
Was there some big bad working behind the scenes that he'd missed? It didn't matter. For the time being, he was alive, and he was rich. That's all that mattered. Well, that and magic.
Tomorrow he'd deal with the details. Chapter 165. I didn't know that there was so much I didn't know. General Branson watched as Lord Walker and his group left the reception, not liking the fact that Rose was going along with them. Turning around, he looked at Sergeant Wesker and adopted an air of command, ordering the man. "You're to head back to Gate 15, Command, and report in. File a final summary of your time with the team, then wait for reassignment. Rest assured, there is nothing you need to withhold from your report. We violated no laws, and you should not concern yourself with the politics. For what it's worth, I doubt you'll be seeing Lord Walker or any of your teammates anytime soon."
The general noticed that the sergeant was trying and failing to contain his smile. It was obvious that the man was overjoyed at the prospect of finally getting away from the insanity he'd had to put up with since being assigned to watch over Lord Walker. As the sergeant headed out, the general's mind raced as he tried to think through all the possible repercussions his decisions might eventually lead to. Looking back, he couldn't see a single mistake he'd made. Every choice had seemed perfectly reasonable at the time. Yet now, after all that's happened, he was stuck dealing with a potential political shitstorm that might be large enough to spill out into the wider kingdom's political waters, not just the city's. He was brought out of his thoughts by the city lord walking up to him. Seeing a look he couldn't decipher on her face, he wondered what the woman was thinking. She looked him in the eye and said, "Lord Walker's surprisingly adroit political maneuvering bought us a little time. Lord Bennings assures me that we have at least until tomorrow to get our stories straight. As I see it, we only have one route forward. We need to put everything behind Lord Walker. As his allies, anything we've done can only be construed as us doing everything we can to watch over and support him. What we did in his best interest. We cannot allow ourselves to be painted as anything other than ardent supporters of House Walker. That is, unless you have another idea." The general sighed, annoyed at having to deal with any of this. He was currently in the middle of a full-scale war. Every moment he wasted dealing with this political nonsense was another moment he could have spent doing his job. Matching stares with the city lord, he said, "As we speak, my soldiers are fighting and dying to prevent this city's fall. I don't have time to be player in this game. If your plan can put this all behind us and let me get back to doing my job, I'm willing to follow your lead. But, for the record, I did not know the scope of Lord Walker's abilities. My interest in him was purely due to his strategic competence and his unique, that is to say, uncommon perspective." The city lord smiled at the general and replied, "Of course, General. As a matter of coincidence, I was of the very same opinion. Now let's talk about how we can keep the young lord here and utilize his unique skill set to survive the coming threats to our great city. After all, if you listen to the people, you'll hear that all of Dorchester is relying on him to save us." The general snorted, well aware of the growing support Lord Walker's growing legend has been generating. He didn't know who exactly was behind it, but he knew for a fact that someone was. Had he not been keeping an eye on Lord Walker and his proxy, he would have thought the young man himself was behind his growing popularity. Nero's stumbling steps led him into the dining area attached to the kitchen. Although he was technically awake, the fact that there was nothing currently pressing on his schedule allowed his brain to take its time waking up. He wasn't surprised to see that everyone who'd stayed over was already up and currently enjoying their conversations over morning coffee while being spread out across the various tables and couches. Nero still couldn't understand why Nick and Vera lived the way they do. They had all this money, a massive house, servants, and who knows what else. But for the most part, they stayed in one isolated wing of their mansion.
Not only that, but the primary area they resided in was centered around a very large room, which doubled as a dining area and living room. Then there was the fact that there was an attached kitchen, which they actually used.
If he hadn't had dinner in one of their fancy dining rooms and had been teleported directly into their home, he would have thought they lived a modest but well-off life. He just couldn't understand the point of being rich and having a servants if they never saw them. Though, come to think of it, he could see the appeal of turning their house into a private hotel with them as the only guests.
It would make rather pleasant now that he thought about it. When they left the house, they'd come back to find everything cleaned. Their laundry was always taken care of and put away. Food was always in the fridge. If they were hungry and didn't feel like cooking, they could just call the kitchen and order whatever they felt like.
All right, I can see the appeal, he thought to himself, while standing there in the doorway, watching everyone go about their morning. Vera called out from one of the seating areas she was sharing with Kathleen and Rose.
"Nero, why are you just standing there? Are you finally ready to start your day?"
Nero, now pulled out of his thoughts, looked over to see Vera's judgmental face, along with Kathleen and Rose's blank expressions. Apparently, other than Vera, no one was particularly offended by him choosing to sleep in.
Walking forward, he waved a dismissive hand in the air and replied, "It's not my fault you all don't understand the benefits of a full night's sleep. Honestly, the fact that you consider 4 hours more than enough sleep is all of the evidence I need to prove that your cultural is utterly and completely broken." Finished with his mini rant, he plopped himself down on one of the couches and leaned forward to pour himself some coffee from the breakfast tray on the table in front of him. Inclining his head toward the another table in the corner where Nick was sitting alone, Nero asked, "What's he up to?" Vera chuckled and replied,
This is the first chance he's had in a while to review the projects he'd been following before joining the elites. He's probably looking into the current research concerning the kobolds, and any number of other things you probably wouldn't be interested in.
Her tone was very nearly mocking, and Nero wasn't sure if he should be offended or not. But, with the calming effects of his morning coffee, he decided to let it go.
Kathleen took advantage of the pause to ask,
"So, little lord, are you ready to get a few hours of training in? We'll have to go light, as we don't have any healers on hand to resuscitate you when you fail to stop my spear."
Nero nearly spit out the coffee he was drinking, then glared at the woman. "No, not today. I don't plan on slacking off, but today is a research day. At best, my stunt with sicking the Tower of Law on that evaluator woman is only going to buy me a few days. Before that, I need to figure out how I want to handle this whole unique thing."
Vera calmly corrected him by saying,
"The Academy will probably address everything by tonight, and a new head will be sent to replace High Academic Nerling as the evaluation team leader by tomorrow morning. I can't see it taking much longer than that."
Nero nodded, not surprised to hear that, like everyone else in this place, they were annoyingly efficient.
"All right, unless anybody has any objections, I'm going to start listing what I need to get done," he said while pulling out a blank notebook and a pen he'd stolen from somewhere he couldn't remember.
Rose spoke up.
"Should I leave the room for this?"
Nero shook his head and replied,
"To be honest, I don't really care if you're still spying on me. If anything, whoever you tell will just find out how much crap I've let slide and how clueless I am. What that will get them is a resounding nothing. How can they figure out what I'm going to do when I don't even know what I'm planning? Up until now, I've been reacting, and considering how much I've had to deal with, I doubt that will be changing anytime soon. So kick back and feel free to chime in when you see something I'm missing."
Vera smiled, amused at Nero's behavior around the young woman.
She could tell that Nero's argument was relatively weak, and the only reason young Rose was being included was because he found her presence pleasing.
Nero looked over at Vera and asked,
"You have time today to hang around and help me with this, or do you have business you have to get done?"
Vera shook her head lightly, replying,
"No, I've put off what few appointments I had. Briefing you on your house's status is the only thing on my agenda for today."
Turning to Kathleen, he asked, "And do you mind sticking around? I know this political crap isn't something you care about,
but your perspective would be helpful. Kathleen's stoic face didn't give Nero any hints, so when she replied with a simple nod, he gave her his best smile and said, "Thank you. Any input you have will be appreciated." Shaking out his hands, he opened the notebook and said, "Okay, so I'll start off with a topics list." Nero began writing, reading out each topic as he filled out the page. 1. House finances. A. How much is coming in, and from where? B. How much is going out, and to where? C. Do I have any outstanding awards I have coming to me? D. What should I know about the businesses I have an interest in? 2. House members. A. Aside from Vera, do I even have any? B. Should I get more? And if so, how? C. Are employees members? And is my estate that I've never seen still staffed? D. Vera mentioned something about a mercenary company she started for me. Find out more. 3. Noble status. A. Will being a unique change anything? If so, how? B. Do I really not have to deal with the trials anymore? If so, then do I have a new job? C. What's the ladder I've heard people talking about? And am I on it? D. Responsibilities? And how to get out of them? 4. Unique status. A. How exactly is it different than being a noble? Should I care? B. Benefits versus costs. C. Do I have a choice? 5. Relationships. A. What do Kathleen and Rose mean when they say they want to join my house? B. What was Nick talking about becoming a branch house? C. What's it going to cost me, and what am I getting out of it? D. Leave time for everyone to yell at me for being an asshole. 6. The war. A. Am I still going to be an elite? Do I have a choice? Cost/benefit analysis. B. Is Dorchester going to fall? And do we have an exit strategy in case of emergency? C. Get an explanation on why the populators aren't just coming in and solving everything. 7. The density shift. A. What's going on with it? If it was such a big problem, why worry about kobolds? B. Why isn't the city's interior affected? C. Get a better explanation of what it is. 8. My talent. A. Why is it that big of a deal to see essence? B. How can I use it to my benefit? C. How did I get it? Where does it come from? D. Am I in danger because people know about it now? E. Questions that I haven't thought of asking, and things I should know. 9. Common knowledge that I'm missing. A. Do I need to care about religions? Does it matter that they are talking about me? B. What exactly are the towers? C. I thought the center was important. Why have I stopped hearing about it? D. Why aren't roads affected by monsters and beasts? E. Where does the city get its food and supplies? F. Who owns the army, the city or the kingdom? G. What exactly are houses? H. If the city lord is in charge, then who are all those people during the arbitration thing? 1. Who's actually in charge of what? J. Where do the laws come from? The kingdom or the city? K. That war down south with the whoever. Who's providing the troops? L. Nero, enough, Vera said loudly, causing Nero's pen to jump off the page and his voice to fall silent. Looking up, he saw that all 3 women had vastly different looks on their faces. Kathleen's stoic facade had crumbled into blatant amusement. Rose had a look of horror and confusion. Meanwhile, Vera looked like she had a headache as she was currently rubbing her forehead with a pained look on her face. Innocently, Nero asked, "What?" Rose stuttered. "You really don't know any of that? You don't even know who is in your house? What kind of noble are you?"
At that, Kathleen burst out into a light laughter as she leaned forward to refill her cup and grab another pastry. Nero looked at Rose and just shrugged, not knowing what answer to give the young woman. In a way, it hurt him to see the image she had of him shattering. However, he knew it was for the best. While the facade of an all-knowing and savvy political mastermind and tactician had been helpful, he knew he couldn't keep it up long-term, especially now that he was back in the city and surrounded by nobles once again. If she really wanted to cut ties with the military, it was best she knew what she was getting into.
Vera's calm voice held a trace of exasperation when she started talking.
Nero, any one of those topics will take days to cover. How have you not learned any of this? I've been sending you pings with all of your house's accounts and informational updates concerning your different concerns. Not to mention that with the link, most of this information is readily available to you.
Turning her head, she shouted across the room at her husband.
Nicholas, what have you been spending your time teaching him? Have you not at least covered the political system yet?
Nick's eyes refocused off whatever he was looking at through his link and met Vera's stare with a glare.
Of course we've talked about the political system. Well, for the most part. Mostly we talk about magic, and even that he tends to ignore, unless I'm speaking in broad terms. He doesn't like details. What do you expect me to do? Force him to sit in a corner and read a book? Besides, it's not like we've had a lot of free time. From the moment he's shown up in this world, something is always happening. You try fighting across the wilds all day, then tell me how much free time you have to research the nobility system.
By the time Nick finished speaking, he'd worked himself into a lather. Standing up, he smoothed out his robes, and with an angry look on his face, he addressed the room formally. I'll be spending the rest of the day in my office. I have a great deal to catch up on, and I don't intend to waste any of my limited time here listening to you all planning the takeover of Dorchester.
At that, he walked off after collecting a tray of pastries and a pitcher of whatever it was that he'd been drinking.
Rose turned back to the group with a scared look on her face.
What did he mean about taking over Dorchester?
Once again, Kathleen started chuckling. She seemed to thoroughly enjoy the chaotic ambiance Nero's ignorance and attitude seemed to be fostering. Vera watched Nick walk off with a frown on her face. She seemed to be debating whether or not it was worth it to go give him a piece of her mind after his outburst. Nero, feeling a smidgen of responsibility for Nick's failure as a mentor, tried to calm her down.
Listen, I'm not going to say that I haven't had some free time that I may have wasted reading books on magic that I might have spent in a more productive manner. However, if you think about it, I haven't really been here all that long. Not to mention, Nick's right that a lot has happened. I haven't really had a lot of time to catch up on all this stuff. There was a reason I asked you to be my proxy. Come on, let's just do a quick info dump and try and at least get through a few of these questions before lunchtime. How's that sound?
While Nero's pleading eyes were in a stare-down with an unhappy Vera, Rose's voice shattered the silence by asking,
Seriously? What did he mean by taking over Dorchester?
Everyone turned to look at her in surprise, as she was nearly hyperventilating at the thought of being accidentally involved in some sort of treason.
Vera sighed, then put her head in her hands as if she was already tired, despite it still being the morning. Nero, annoyed at having to be the one to deal with the misunderstanding, replied,
He wasn't being serious. Well, he was. Kinda. Look, Vera likes acquiring power and businesses. I think Nick was mocking her about it. Hell, just last week she almost had me married to the city lord and raised to the second most powerful position in Dorchester. It's just what she does. You don't have to worry about it, okay?
Rose looked at Nero, not able to comprehend the words that had just come out of his mouth.
What do you mean you almost married the city lord? How? Why? She stuttered, her words coming out faster and faster.
Nero interrupted her panic attack by holding up his hands in surrender.
Calm down. No one is breaking any laws. I don't want to take over the city. Vera isn't going to do anything. At worst, she'll just own everything.
The powers that be will still be able to screw over the little guy, and the wheels of government will still roll over everyone, spreading their pain across the land like they've always done. You don't have to worry about it, he said, trying to keep his voice as calm as possible, as if he were trying to placate a feral animal caught in a trap.
Turning to look at a horrified Vera, he asked lightly, "Do you have any chocolate? Or ice cream?" That should calm her down before she starts sending off pings to Tower of Law, warning them of our secret coalition for the takeover of the city. Vera's face turned red, her horror at Nero's words transitioning to anger in a way that only Nero could make happen.
Nero, shut up. In fact, stop talking altogether. You're not helping.
Turning to look at Rose, she said,
Rose, it was a joke. He was trying to be funny. Ignore both of these idiots. Glaring at Nero, she added, I blame you for corrupting my sweet Nicholas. His sense of humor used to be so refined. Now his jokes cause disaster right before he leaves the room. This is your fault. Nero looked at her with a wide smile, somewhat proud of her accusation. What can I say? We get along for a reason. Rose still looked a little skeptical of Vera's explanation, and after hearing of Nero's massive holes in his education, she felt like every conclusion she'd built up over the past few weeks had been called into question. Vera tried to change the subject back to something productive, as they'd already wasted enough of their morning on this nonsense. How about we just start at the beginning and do an overview of the topics as best we can? I've sent for some food, so prepare yourself for a long day of learning, young man. I refuse to let you continue on in ignorance. The fact that you continue to luck through your life is not something to be proud of, nor is it something you should rely on moving forward.
Nero refilled his coffee cup, eager to get started.
However, he couldn't help but ask, so, would my ability to use my ignorance as a weapon to cause chaos and take advantage of the situation fall into the category of talents? Would that make me a unique twice over? Vera wasn't amused and didn't bother answering him. Instead, she stood up and waved her hand to produce a large hologram that to Nero looked like a whiteboard. To start off, let's discuss the government of Oglevark and how power is distributed and managed throughout the kingdom. In order to understand how things work, we have to consider how the kingdom was founded, she said, starting off on what Nero could feel was going to be a long and boring lecture.
"Oh joy. Well, I've been here long enough. It was only a matter of time before I was forced to put up with an exposition dump," he mentally lamented while leaning back into the sofa and getting comfortable.
Chapter 166. History in the Making. Mike hid behind his shield as the dirt, mud, and blood exploded in front of him, killing the group of kobolds that had been assaulting his position. The lull in combat allowed him to get better look at what was going on around him. To his left and right, he saw other members of his unit holding up their shields and cutting down kobolds in numbers that boggled his mind. The number of bodies on the ground was staggering. Above him, towering magical shields kept the kobold artillery from ripping into their lines. He could hear the massive generators behind him struggling to maintain their artificial essence fields. Between them and the few support mages they'd been assigned, they were able to keep the sky from falling down on top of them. The bunker he and his team were defending seemed like a peaceful oasis compared to the carnage he could see the other troops suffering through in the distance. There were massive siege worms being assaulted with chains from massive crossbows, holding them down so that the ground forces could finally kill them. Abilities were coloring the battlefield with flashing lights, and throughout it all was the sea of dull green kobolds that were blanketing the ground like an ocean. The reality of the situation became clear when he saw the bunker to their left being overrun after its shield failed, and the lines were broken by enemy mages. Like a wave, the kobolds flooded through the gaps, pulling down the human troops and swallowing them with their numbers. In seconds, the position fell, and the wave of kobolds moved on. Before he could see if a relief force managed to get there in time to collect the bodies for resuscitation, he was forced to pay attention to a fresh wave of kobolds, bearing down on his position. Firming his grip on his shield, he prepared for another round of battle. The numbers aren't endless. Eventually they'll break. We just have to hold on, he promised himself, silently praying to whatever deity felt like listening to his plight.
Nero tried to pay attention, he really did, but the recurring problem he'd had since he'd arrived in this fantasy world once again reared its ugly head. No matter how detailed and comprehensive an answer he received, every single question led to more questions. With both his hands gripping the hair on the side of his head, he closed his eyes and tried to quell his rage at how utterly stupid and incomprehensible this world seemed to be. With his eyes closed so hard his face hurt, he took a few deep breaths before he opened them to stare at Vera, who was patiently waiting for him to formulate his latest question.
So let me get this straight.
A long-ass time ago, which you can't be more specific about due to some time fuckery which resulted from an interplanar war with an actual demon king, a bunch of humans got together to form large communities in order to protect themselves from the world around them. Then, some unspecified time later, the leaders decided to start calling themselves nobles so that they could begin warring between the communities, which they did because they figured out that by having more people in one area, humanity's control over the essence became strong enough to stop monsters from spawning inside their walls. How in the hell is that even supposed to work? He asked, trying to focus on a singular question while letting the other nonsense fade into the background. Kathleen interjected, obviously hoping to dumb it down enough for Nero to understand. The ether takes in the essence created by those within its domain. You can think about it as many streams coming together to form a river. By increasing their populations, the first cities were able to be formed. Enough people in an area, and it will slowly identify as a human settlement. This was the beginning of civilization as we know it. Nero, semi-grasping the concept, asked the obvious question. So, in order to bolster their populations, they fought wars with each other, killing who knows how many people in the process? Kathleen and Vera nodded, pleased that Nero was finally getting it, and that they could now move on with the lesson. Meanwhile, Rose was off to the side, listening patiently while nibbling on a cookie, her legs crossed with one foot slowly bouncing in the air, as if she were merely enjoying a lazy afternoon devoid of responsibility. Throwing his hands up, Nero said, "Fine, that totally makes sense to me. Then what did these geniuses do next?" Vera pointed to the hologram behind her, which was currently displaying a map of the time before Oglevark. Then came the first of the great houses and the time of strife. Those few that were able created families that had power spanning across multiple cities, whether by trade, marriage, or consort agreements. At this time, the average human was merely a placeholder, a tool for those in power. You can imagine how chaotic the times were. Waving her hand, the image went through several changes as cities sprang up, then disappeared just as quickly. As you can see, this system of government was nowhere near stable. As a result, houses would rise and fall quickly, being solely dependent on personal power and interests. When someone became powerful enough to take control of the local resources, a new house would be founded. As the head of the new house, they inevitably left the running of their area of control to those whom they trusted, usually family members and the like. Meanwhile, they would continue focusing on increasing their personal power and lifespan, trying their best to reach the next tier. Kathleen interrupted the flow by snorting and muttering, "Idiots." Vera nodded and replied, "Quite. Regardless, while some lucky few did succeed, most others did not. The only universal truth at the time was that whoever was in power was only temporary in power, until such time as someone they'd abused eventually rose up and took their place. Adversity bred stress, and stress resulted in growth. Therefore, there was always someone there to oppose whoever was seemingly in charge at the time." Kathleen added,
That's not to say that there weren't isolated regions that had a semblance of stability. Over time, small kingdoms did emerge, but their stability invited challenge, which kept them contained. Yet, they did remain relatively stable. Vera continued. That's correct. In fact, it was stories of these isolated kingdoms that inspired the first king's rise to power. Although born to the life of a simple shepherd, he imagined a kingdom which cared for its people as its flock. Nero's eyes widened, as the story sounded uncomfortably familiar to him. Don't tell me the dude was named Jesus, he asked, fearing the answer. Vera looked at Nero in confusion and replied, No, his name was Leonard. Why? Nero, now totally baffled, asked, Leonard? The guy's name was Leonard. Leonard the shepherd founded Oglevark? The three women all shared a look of mutually offended confusion before Vera replied, Yes, King Leonard Oglevark I, known as the First Among Equals, founded the Kingdom of Oglevark. And from the ashes of the previous kingdoms, he and his populators built Hennings, named for his wife who died in the pursuit of their shared dream. I would ask that you not insult his memory. To the people of Oglevark, he is still considered the best of us, and his legend inspires us to this day. Nero gulped. A sense of solemnity at that moment bore down on him like a ton of bricks. He could almost feel the history in the ether, showing him glimpses of the terrible sacrifices that man and his companions made to usher the world into a new age, one of true civilization and stability. Understood, he said. I can see how someone like that has earned their place in the history books. How long ago did this happen? Vera seemed to accept Nero's apology while replying, Over 100,000 years, we can say that with certainty. However, due to several incursions, being any more specific than that is a little problematic. At one point, the entire continent spent a significant amount of time in one of the hell dimensions. Whether or not it was returned due to the actions of Plastia or some other reason, we simply do not know. Why are you so interested in when things happened anyway? Nero felt taken aback at the question. 'Cause timelines are important for putting things in order? You guys have recorded history, so I figured you'd have a pretty definitive and well-kept track of what's happened since the founding. Vera shrugged and said, Not really. Too many disturbances have happened over the millennia. For the most part, the archives try to maintain the legends, but going that far back is problematic. You see, languages themselves are fluid, while the meaning remains. However, that meaning only exists by mutual understanding. For example, the truth of the past at this moment is not the same truth of the past at the time it occurred. Nero's face twisted into total confusion. Huh? Kathleen tried to help by saying, The past only exists as interpretation of whatever is left over. Yesterday only exists because we remember it. The only reality that truly exists is the here and now. That is why, while you can learn from the past, you can never dwell in it. Nero looked at the woman, and a feeling of outrage began bubbling up in his gut. He had the sudden and inextricable fear that what she was saying was not just some philosophical bullshit, but may in fact be how things work around here. So you're telling me that if I somehow teleported back in time to watch King Leo found the kingdom, I'm not going to see what actually happened? Instead, I'll be seeing the reflection of what people currently believe happened? He asked, silently praying that the answer wouldn't be yes. Yes, that's correct. Over time, even the records slowly change to reflect the current interpretation of what has happened. History is nothing more than an interpretation of the legends. Like everything, it changes with the times, replied Vera, while Kathleen just nodded as if it were completely obvious if Nero just bothered to think about it. Nero felt like laughing at the absurdity, but wisely kept his mouth shut. He'd always believed that history was written by the victors, but this was taking it a little too far. In fact, if he were to accept the premise that history was totally up for interpretation, then it followed that the present reality he was living in
was nothing more than a delusion shared among whoever happened to be alive at this very moment.
A half-second later, another thought came to Nero. What if all of this was just in his head, and the reality around him was made manifest by his own personal beliefs? Technically, that still would be in line with the way reality seemed to work around here. Nero was brought out of his existential crisis by a cookie hitting him squarely in the forehead. Blinking a few times to clear his mind, he refocused on an amused Rose sitting across from him. Vera regained Nero's attention by adding, "You're probably wondering about your place in history, and whether or not you'll be remembered. Rest assured, you have nothing to worry about. Extensive studies have been done on both the soul and the mind. While your body may perish, who you are and the core of your potential will live on indefinitely. Well, that is usually the case unless you end up in a particularly troublesome afterlife, or your soul ends up in one of the hell planes. Also, some of the heavens can be a little complicated to explain, but that is not the subject we're covering at the moment." She turned around and changed the holographic projection to the next topic she wanted to cover. To Nero, it looked like she had arbitrarily decided that she had answered all of Nero's questions, and it was now time to move on. Nero, however, remained firmly rooted in the subject from 30 seconds ago. I mean, seriously, how else did you expect it to work? With magic and self-expression making the world go round, is it really so hard to imagine that the past is just as fantastical as the present? These are real-life legends we're talking about here. Everything is fantasy, and reality is just the clay powerful people play with. The lesson here is that I should get strong enough for my opinion to matter. Otherwise, my reality will remain dictated by those around me, he thought to himself, before cringing at the stupidly philosophical conclusion he'd just come to. Chapter 167. The True Evil of Kindness. Although this was not their first meeting, it was their first attempt at emulating the secret societies they'd all heard about. The five of them sat around the small table in the dimly lit room, a singular essence spell providing the only source of light. Each of them were still a little uncomfortable in their new robes and hoods. They hadn't had a chance to enchant them yet, so they were forced to cut holes in the hood so that they could see what was going on. As a result, what was supposed to be a solemn affair looked shabbily done, if not a little pathetic. Even though they were all the chosen representatives of their individual groups, with membership numbers ranging from the low 20s to over 100, none of them were feeling particularly good about themselves at the moment. "When's Eric getting here?" asked one of the hooded figures. "No names, Sarah," hissed another one. "Right, sorry. When's the illustrious High Archknight getting here?" replied the first one, her voice laden with mockery. Just then, the door to the hastily converted storage room burst open, allowing the High Archknight to make his presence known. Stumbling into the room, his new robes causing his steps to catch on the excess fabric, the High Archknight said hurriedly, I'm here! Have you guys started without me?" "We couldn't start without you. You're the one that's supposed to lead the meeting. Everyone agreed that you won the essay contest," the hooded figure named Sarah replied angrily. "Right, good," he said, taking his seat among the knights. After coughing lightly into his hand to clear his throat, he said, "Let's bring to order the first official meeting of the Nero Knights. He was interrupted by the knight that had corrected Sarah. "Actually, we haven't officially decided on the name after the merger. That is the first item to address on today's agenda," she said. The High Archknight nodded and said, "Thank you, Heather. No names," three of the hooded figures shouted in unison. "Right, sorry," the High Archknight replied, mentally kicking himself for such a stupid mistake. Trying to regain some semblance of respectability, the High Archknight said, "Let's start the meeting by reciting the declaration we agreed upon." Straightening his shoulders, he summoned every bit of his very limited presence and began. His voice sounded almost reverent as he loudly asked, "Why are we here?" Together, the knights replied,
Because he showed us the path.
Standing up, the High Archknight continued.
What is the way forward?
The knight stood, joining him, replying as one.
We respect the grind.
He has shown us the way, the High Archknight responded, as if offering them all a benediction. Everyone bowed their heads and joined the High Archknight after he began the declaration.
We follow his ways to further our path.
We live for the grind. Everything else is secondary. We start none, as we don't want none. While others are distracted, we remain focused. Those who choose to stand in our way are to be pitied, but never allowed to succeed. The bonds we accept are ours to choose, and together we move forward. We think first, then act with conviction. This world is what we make it. He has shown us the way, and together we choose to follow him. By the time they finished, all of them were fully in sync, and a sense of unity pervaded the room. They felt their communal purpose, their communal beliefs reinforcing each other. As one, they took their seats, all of them feeling much better about their decision to join this budding secret society. Under their hoods, each of them was smiling with pride at how well their dedication sounded out loud. The High Archknight began the meeting, his voice now much more controlled and steady. What we all knew has finally been acknowledged. The Walker has been put up for ascension to the status of a unique. His greatness has been noticed, and soon he will appear here in Hennings. Looking around the room, he tried to impart the seriousness of his next words. We need to prepare everyone for his arrival, whether it's tomorrow or a year from now. The Walker is coming. Tone. While Vera was droning on about the order in which the kingdom's cities were founded, Nero nibbled on a cookie and mentally reviewed what he'd learned. He had been right to equate the kingdom with the good old USA he'd grown up in. Well, more or less. Each city was more or less on its own. Some cities were absorbed from kingdoms that chose to join Oglavark on their own, while others were founded by nobles striking and staking their claim. To Nero, it reminded him of the stories of the Wild West. The land was so large that creating new cities was like homesteading. To found a city, a group of nobles would come together and apply for a permit. The populators would then be sent out to clear the area of any major threats, paving the way for the nobles to come in and build their city. The resources would be supplied by the nobles, and there were strict steps they needed to follow, but overall it was pretty similar to a group of people forming a town after the army had come through and cleared out all the natives. However, in this case, the natives were massive beasts and monsters who'd laid claim to massive tracts of land. The army was the populators, while the people were fancy-ass nobles with more money than sense. All in all, it sounded like more trouble than it was worth. Yet he could see the appeal, if the nobles in charge managed to live long enough. With the crazy-ass lifespans in this world, the nobles could actually live to see the day when all their hard work paid off. So far, the subject he was most surprised about was the mortality rate among the populace. Looking at the big picture, seeing how many people died every year throughout the kingdom, it all made very little sense to him. To Nero, it was hard to imagine that even with their prolonged lifespans, it was still difficult to grow their population numbers. Hearing Vera put the blame on how dangerous the wilds were didn't clear it up at all for Nero. He'd been in the wilds, and even with a density shift, he didn't think it was that bad. Regardless, putting aside the population numbers, he understood the highlights. The kingdom was the federal government, enforcing the big rules of conduct, while letting the individual cities survive or thrive on their own merit. Surprisingly, the capital didn't even demand much in taxes. They only asked for tribute and taxes after the cities became self-sufficient, and then it was only as much as they were willing to pay. It was the cities that chose how much they'd give to the kingdom in exchange for tighter ties with the ruling family and the capital. Interrupting Vera, Nero asked in a tone of disbelief, "So, if one of the cities decided, We don't feel like paying any taxes this year. The kingdom would just be all right with that.
Vera nodded, replying, "Technically, yes. However, keep in mind that all of the benefits of membership would then be revoked. Trade between cities would no longer be sponsored. Access to the central archives would be cut off. Training opportunities in the academies would be unavailable. And 1,000 other things that allow cities to grow into the safe havens they need to be out in the wilds would be taken away from them. Even more than that, the cities vie on their own ladder to produce more for the kingdom. The more they give, the higher their position, and consequently, the higher their standing within the kingdom. All of that is dependent on how much they produce for Oglivark."
Nero thought through what she was saying, and in a way it made sense. However, it just seemed so weird. He couldn't imagine this system working at all in his old world. Then again, back there, the states weren't under the threat of city-destroying populators demanding that they stay part of the country, whether or not they received any benefits from the federal government. I can just see Texas saying, "We're not paying shit to you socialist assholes." Then the suits in Washington tell them that they are no longer going to give them any money for roads, or anything else for that matter. In response, Texas says they'll be fine on their own, but then get hit with a veritable superhero coming down from the skies and destroying whatever infrastructure they'd managed to build up on their own. Doesn't sound like much the government is actually giving anyone much of a choice to me. Maybe I'm missing something? He thought to himself.
Okay, so the cities are founded and run by nobles, in whatever way they want. However, they still have to follow the basic rules, which are the various accords. They independently make deals with the guilds and the various towers to run their local governments, while the center is placed by the kingdom to watch over everything and make sure no one is abusing their positions. Is there any way to completely separate themselves from the power structure? Legally, that is, he asked, trying to make sense of their convoluted system of checks and balances.
Vera nodded and replied,
"Yes, that's right. Theoretically, if the cities wanted to, they could buy off the kingdom's investment to establish their own kingdom. It would be difficult, but it's possible. They would have to pay back the kingdom for the initial use of the populators, take on the cost of training and running their own towers, all while providing an alternative for all the services the center offers the citizenry. After that, once verified to still be in compliance with the kingdom's laws, they'd have to publicly declare their intent to secede, then give their citizens a chance to move out before the official transfer of power. As I said, while it's technically feasible, it is not something that is likely to happen."
Kathleen chimed in. "For a while, the northern tribes successfully broke off from the kingdom. It didn't last very long, though. Barely 2,000 years, I think. It just wasn't worth the effort to be running the governments in parallel. For all their faults, the Southerners make good administrators. As the kingdom stays out of most things, there really is no benefit to going it alone."
Nero looked at the map hovering behind Vera. He was beginning to grasp the bigger picture. Each city was more or less in charge of their own area. They were all self-sufficient. Their only ties to each other were that they were all part of the same kingdom, and as such they agreed on all the major points of how to run their particular slice of paradise. Without any major ideological disputes, he could sort of see it working. Deciding to move on, he said, "All right, I guess that kind of makes sense. You can continue." Vera went on to explain the house system, which apparently, to this day, was constantly under revision. The overall goal being to control and funnel the energies and schemes of the elites toward the benefit of the greater good. By rewarding the houses with tax breaks and positions in response to their efforts for the kingdom's greater good, and thoroughly punishing any violations with complete and utter ruin, the kingdom effectively lets the nobles run almost everything. The best education goes to the nobles, while they are rewarded for uplifting the commoners around them. Political positions, social advancements, government grants, and numerous other advantages are exclusively reserved for people with noble titles. As far as Nero could tell, it was almost like two kingdoms running along right next to each other.
One for the nobles, another for the commoners. The nobles killed, schemed, and raced against each other, while the average citizen went about their daily lives without a care in the world. The nobles worked their asses off to prove to the other nobles that they were the best at caring for their commoners. Whoever had the happiest and most productive people seemed to win the imaginary game they had all agreed to play. To Nero, it sounded like a shared delusion that everyone agreed to put up with. In fact, he was hesitant to point it out, wary that he might pull everything down with his common sense. Yet he just couldn't help himself. Hold up. You're telling me that no one abuses the system to take advantage of the little guy. There has to be some benefit from just taking the resources directly out of the pocket of the citizenry, then waiting for it to be awarded by the nobles and governmental bodies above them. The system as it stands is just begging for someone to come along and abuse the hell out of it, he said, completely disregarding any kind of assumed sense of responsibility on the part of the nobles.
Vera and Kathleen chuckled,
apparently amused at Nero for some reason. Meanwhile, Rose seemed to be silently agreeing with Nero's pessimism.
Vera folded her hands in front of her, as if she were speaking to a naive young man who didn't understand how the world really worked.
You have to understand, Nero. The people who are at the top of the ladder do not want the system to fail. A lot of them are only a couple hundred generations away from the memory of what the world used to be like. There is stability now. Those at the top can now focus on their own pursuits. Try and think about it from their point of view, she said.
Kathleen added,
If you were in charge, how would you like the people below you to run your interests? How would you like it if you were up in your tower, studying the mysterious of the magic you like so much, and one day one of your subordinates ran into your chambers explaining that one of your territories was rebelling, or that they were no longer living up to their agreements? Perhaps just generally causing a problem that you would now have to deal with. Nero blinked a few times, his mind trying to imagine such a scenario. Yup, I'd be pissed. Like, proper pissed, he thought to himself.
Vera piled on by saying,
The system stands as the most tried and true method for allowing controlled growth among the subjects. The stress for growth is there, in any number of forms. Opportunity for advancement is clearly regulated and laid out. No one is held back, and everyone is allowed to work their way up the various ladders. If they don't like something, there is a clear and accepted method to address it. In this way, the kingdom flourishes, while the people in power are able to go about their lives without the threat of their time being constantly wasted.
Nero nodded, replying,
Yeah, money can be made, resources can be acquired. Everything is up for grabs except for more time. Lifespan is limited, even if it's on the timescale everyone around here is dealing with. The only way to survive is to level. And how pissed would they be with anything that got in the way of that? I suppose they can't learn or experience much from the same problems popping up over and over again. Hell, if they didn't learn their lessons, they wouldn't be leveling at all, now would they?
Vera nodded,
happy to see Nero understanding why the system was designed to run itself.
Nero narrowed his eyes, still having trouble believing that everything worked the way she seemed to believe it did.
So there are no rebellions or conflicts of opinions that result in the system breaking down?
Kathleen's stoic presence was disrupted as she snorted in seeming amusement.
Of course there are rebellions and conflicts. People will always try and fight the current power structures that they are forced to operate under. However, after thousands of years, those fights and conflicts are channeled into legal battles. If your house doesn't like another, you're free to go kill them all. However, you still have to follow the law while doing so. You want to go around being a problem for everyone around you? Well, then you better be strong enough to deal with all the people coming for your head. If you manage to survive, you'll end up part of the system, and then you'll be stuck enforcing it. Remember, the system isn't designed to stop people from being themselves. It's designed to channel their desires and personalities into a positive direction. Anyone who goes against the positive direction violates the law,
and therefore suffers the inevitable outcome of their idiocy. Then the ones who eliminated them are then rewarded and tied more tightly into the power structure.
Mira was torn. On one hand, the system was all touchy-feely and socialist. However, on the other, it was completely savage and Machiavellian. The fact that the government was so twisted that they were willing to use totally corrupt and dastardly means to enforce a society of kindness and general communal goodwill was ironic to the point of insanity.
Shaking. The more he thought about it, the funnier he found it. Eventually, he burst out into one of the most evil laughs he'd ever performed. He'd never actually been able to pull off the classic "Muhahaha." However, in the face of the incredibly evil scheme, which resulted in everyone getting along and working together, he was able to finally fulfill his lifelong dream to maniacally laugh in delight at the success of well-thought-out plots' success.
You guys are diabolical. I love it.
I still think it's madness and most likely doomed to failure. But hot damn, it's a clever way to manipulate the masses, he said, eager to hear more about how the evil overlords ruled their people with social welfare initiatives and free health care.